Chapter 661. Time flowed like water, and another month passed quickly. In this month, the situation in the Westeros changed drastically, and the battle at Slaver's Bay gradually reached its climax. Let's talk about the Westeros first. Tommen's death did not affect Dany at all. Whether Arya came out of retirement or Yuluen wanted the Iron Throne, what did it have to do with her? But the king's death had a great impact on the people and the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. The King's Landing fell into a new round of turmoil. Cersei wanted to be crowned as the true queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Great Sparrow did not allow it. To this day, the fact that Lannister had stolen the throne of House Baratheon was as clear as day, and everyone knew about it. Everyone knew that Emperor Joffrey and King Fu Tommen were lions wearing Theon's clothes, and they were the bastards of Cersei and Jaime. Because Tommen was young, his political presence was weaker. The people and nobles did not like Cersei, but they were used to her troublesome rule. Therefore, it was not impossible for Cersei to be crowned as queen in Game of Thrones. Anyway, she was the regent for the past few years, and Tommen was Lannister. Anyway, the royal family was so rotten, and Cersei being queen did not make the country worse. This was a common view among the people and nobles. Therefore, when Cersei was crowned as queen, it did not cause too much of a stir in the King's Landing. But there was a custom in the Westeros. Only the king who was recognized by the church and had the archbishop put the crown on his head was the true rightful king. If Dany took the Iron Throne, she would have to kneel before the Great Sparrow, and then the Great Sparrow would put the crown on her head. Even Aegon the Conqueror had to kneel. Usually, the king, queen, princess, prince, and the seven dukes would have to kneel and kiss the archbishop's hand when they saw him in the basilica. Dany could not stand it, so she made herself an archbishop. When faced with an unacceptable rule, one could either change it, abolish it, or change oneself to become the beneficiary of the rule. Obviously, it was easier to become the beneficiary. However, Cersei was a native of the world of ice and fire. She often knelt. She was used to kneeling since she was young. She was happy to kneel under the big sparrow and let him put the lion crown on her head with ear-length blonde hair. However, even if she wanted to kneel, the big sparrow would not allow her to kneel. Ordinary people were not qualified to kneel. Aegon also wanted to kneel. Back then, when Tommen's identity was in doubt, the Great Sparrow, who had just ascended to the throne, was unwilling to crown him. It was Cersei who personally found him and offered to restore the church's armed forces in exchange for the Great Sparrow to crown Tommen and waive the royal family's debt of 1,000,000 gold dragons. Don't think that the coronation is as simple as putting the crown on the king's head. Why would the king kneel to you? Why did the royal family kneel before the archbishop? Did he really think that they were lowly and liked to kneel? He was the king. There was only one reason. It was profitable. The archbishop represented the seven gods, recognizing and protecting the legal system of the king. In other words, the monarchical power was bestowed by God, and the king was the destined person. Under normal circumstances, if someone wanted to rebel against Tommen, the Great Sparrow should stand up and call on the believers of the seven gods to resist the rebels. Even if Aegon was suspected to have Saint Dany's shadow behind him, the church had never opposed Tommen's rule. The fact that they did not openly oppose Tommen's rule was the greatest support. Because Yuluen had lost his mind and worshipped evil gods. Cersei had betrayed the teachings of the seven gods and raised demons, Demon Mountain. They should all be wantonly attacked by the seven gods. When the Chinese saw the Western king kneeling before the Pope, they mocked them for not being as dictatorial as the Celestial Emperor. Little did they know that the Western king was also laughing. In a social environment where nobles and generals were all equal, how could the king be sleeping soundly while courting death? Cersei had lost all her children. In her heart, Messai in Slaver's Bay was almost tortured to death by the Dragon Queen, and had nothing to fear anymore. She was already known as the Mad King III, and now she could surpass her predecessors, becoming crazier and more ruthless. The Great Sparrow had always been firm in his beliefs. Recently, he was favored by the Holy Mother and became the child of the seven gods. He had even died once. To be honest, he missed that heaven where he could cleanse his heart of filth. Thus, he became purer and was not afraid of death. How could they allow a woman who killed her husband, king, committed adultery, blasphemed, raised demons, and engaged in blood sacrifices. Yuluin's sins were also on her, to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. The conflict between the church and the royal family was about to erupt. Back to Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. Due to Sansa's request, Aegon changed his strategy and decided to send a cavalry to take down River Delta City. When they were only 2 days away from River Delta City, news of Tommen's death came. Tyrion was grieving over his nephew's death and guessing who the murderer was. He immediately suggested that Aegon turn around and head south, ignoring Wade Freyr. With Tommen's death, King's Landing will be in chaos. Furthermore, Tommen is the last legitimate king of Baratheon's dynasty. If you attack King's Landing now, you will meet with the least resistance. Tyrion advised Aegon. Just as Aegon was hesitating, Sansa said, River Delta City is just in front of us. It will only take a few days. Since we have dragons, we can fight on both sides. The winged dragons are not invincible. I have already said that the enemy might ambush us with dragon-slaying crossbows. They might also invite the winged dragon knights to capture us. We cannot leave the main force and have to reduce the time we fly alone. Furthermore, looking at the unhappy Sansa, Tyrion wanted to say something but stopped. Furthermore, taking down River Delta City is just the beginning. You will definitely ask for more. For example, the nearby Winterfell or the Rapid Flow City, however. She was no longer the lonely and helpless little girl in King's Landing. Now, she was his queen, the protector of the valley, Robert Arryn's guardian. The tens of thousands of troops in the valley followed her lead. She had Brittany and Blackfish blinded by her side. Her wings were fully grown. The best uncle in the Seven Kingdoms, Tully, was not as bad as he was described in Game of Thrones. He was not fooled by Jaime. Although he gave up Rapid Flow City, he also secretly released his uncle, Blackfish, Blynden Tully. Blynden escaped by jumping into the river. After Sansa regained her identity and married Aegon, he came over. Speaking of which, what kind of person was Blynden that he was worth introducing? He was Catelyn's uncle, the most qualified person to inherit the position of Duke of Rapid Flow City. He was Robb and Sansa's second grandfather, one of the top 5 generals in the Seven Kingdoms. He also had the resume of the Knight of the Bloodgate, served as the young Wolfmaster's military advisor, and was the Grand Marshal of the southern border. The Knight of the Bloodgate was the title of the valley. He was responsible for leading the troops to guard the entrance of the valley. He was usually the most trusted person of Duke Arryn. With his help, Sansa was barely able to command the nobles of the valley. He was also the one who persuaded the nobles of Huggian to pledge their allegiance to King Aegon. He was also the one who served as King Aegon's cavalry commander and military advisor. If he did not have supernatural powers, after Aegon married Sansa, he would have connections, generals, soldiers, and territory. The 3 kingdoms of the valley, Huggian, and the northern border had unlimited territories. His Iron Throne was basically secured. It did not matter if Dwayne and Dany's aunt were willing to help. In the king's study in the Moongate Castle, Aegon rejected Tyrion's suggestion to immediately head south to King's Landing. We'll split into 2. One will head north to River Bond City, and the other will head south to King's Landing. Our attack on River Bond City will not affect the movement of the Southern Army, he said. This was the plan from before. However, the situation has changed. We should give up on the slow approach of the main army. We'll directly head north to King's Landing with 3 horses per person. 3,000 Valley Knights will head north to Bloodgate and 2,000 Gold Knights, Tyrion explained. There are 15,000 lions in King's Landing. 10,000 River Knights are stationed outside the city. How can we win with only 5,000 cavalry? Aegon asked. The Great Sparrow will help us. There are also thousands of church forces in King's Landing. Moreover, I'm also a Lannister. I can convince some of the defenders. Why would the Great Sparrow help us? I'm not Cersei. I won't allow the church to intercept the treasury's tax revenue. I won't tolerate the monks seizing the royal family's gardens, mines, and other property, Aegon said seriously. You think my sister can tolerate it? I swear on my father's bones that she can't tolerate it. She can't tolerate the church seizing the royal family's benefits. She can't tolerate the church's humiliation of her. She can't tolerate the Great Sparrow refusing to crown her. The Great Sparrow is helping us not because he likes you, but because he wants to choose the lesser of two evils. You only want his money, but my sister wants his life, Tyrion said helplessly. I don't believe Cersei is that crazy. Everyone saw the Holy Mother's descent. She dares to blaspheme the seven gods? Aegon shook his head. Even he, a foreigner who grew up in the Rhone River, went to the Holy Church to pray every week. He was very devout. Would Cersei dare to risk the world's condemnation? One day later, around 2 in the morning, Tyrion, Aegon, and Sansa left Moongate Castle quietly. When the sun rose the next day, they landed in Blackfish Blindon's camp. Yes, if Uncle Finger could think of inviting the Alliance to ambush Aegon, Tyrion would have thought of it too. His response was to follow the main group and move out late at night. The time was random. The army had crossbows. Even if 10-winged dragons chased after them, as long as they entered the range of the crossbow formation, they would win. Attacking River Delta City was much harder than Aegon had imagined. Frey was not stupid. He knew what he had done and how Queen Sansa would punish him outside the city. Therefore, they all fought for their lives. If not for the 2-winged dragons constantly throwing kerosene bombs, Blackfish Blindon's army of 3,000 valleys and Hudgian might not have been able to take River Delta City. They took a day to break through the city gates and another 2 days to clear out the 2,000 defenders in the city. When 1,000 captives were brought to the drill ground outside the city, Sansa rode on Lady's back and coldly declared, "Their hands are stained with the blood of the northern soldiers. None of them are innocent." Yes, Lady was the name of her striped-winged dragon. In the end, River Delta City was bathed in blood. Other than the elderly, children, and women, even the coachmen did not escape. About 5,000 people lost their heads. More than 20 Frey's direct family members, and more than 250 Frey's collateral relatives, regardless of whether they were old or young, were spared. Only 2 newborn babies named Dany were hanged and then fed to the pterosaur. Sansa forgave the babies, but did not spare the Frey children. Was it cruel? At least, it was more merciful than Robert and Tywin. Aegon and Tyrion only frowned and did not object. Just because the Reyes family was disrespectful to Lannister, Tywin wiped out the entire Reyes family. Instead, the singer wrote Castim's Reign to praise this matter. The people of the Seven Kingdoms only respected Tywin. They did not criticize him for his cruelty. Because he admired Tywin's ruthlessness and decisiveness, Aerys even specially invited him to King's Landing to be the prime minister. Later, Tywin also gave him Castim's Reign as proof of their 20 years of friendship. However, Frey's family was not wiped out. Walter Frey also did not die. Frey had more than 20 direct descendants. Chapter 662. Tyrion and Frey were actually relatives. The dwarf had an aunt called Xena who married the 14-year-old Aemon Frey when she was 7. Aemon was Wade's second son. Xena was Tywin's sister. Aemon and his wife had always lived in Casterly Rock City. They did not marry into the family and their child's surname was Frey. They lived in Casterly Rock City because Tywin's father had left a large inheritance for Xena. Aemon was the second son and did not have the right to inherit Casterly Rock City. Logically speaking, Wade Frey was close enough to the lion, right? But in the early stages of the War of the Four Kings, Wade stood firmly on Robb's side and even sent a large number of his direct descendants to fight for the young Wolf Master. Xena and Aemon had 4 sons, but they were all working for Lannister. This meant that on the battlefield, 2 Freys could fight for different allegiances. In fact, Xena's eldest son fought with Jaime and was captured by his uncle and cousin. The reason why Wade Frey did not help his in-laws and stood on Robb's side was not because of the bullshit Frey-Tully relationship. It was because Catelyn represented Stark and made a sacred oath to satisfy the Frey's interests. Kinship was only useful when the interests were aligned. It was also because the price Robb paid was too high that the Frey family felt humiliated and angry when Robb broke the oath. Well, Robb deserved to die. That was the final conclusion. After the War of the Four Kings ended, how did Lannister divide the spoils of war? Many territories in Hudgian County that had lost their lords were distributed to Lannister, or those who supported Lannister. For example, The one-armed hero Lancel became the Earl of Derry City, the most loyal member of the Dragon faction, William Derry's clan. It was said that when Robert was in power, the Derry family even secretly hung the true dragon flag in the castle. The biggest piece of the cake, Rapid City, was given to Aemon Fry. The Tully family's castle, Rapid City, became a branch of the Fry family. When news of Aegon and Sansa's decision to attack River Rapture City spread, Wade Fry began to move his family members. He moved most of his family members to Rapid City. He even ran away himself. Well, that wasn't an escape, but a strategic shift. Thus, after taking down River Rapture City, Sansa started to consider moving west to Rapid City, just as Tyrion had feared. Aegon hesitated. Look carefully. This is River Rapture City. This is Bloodgate. This is Rapid City. This is King's Landing. Tyrion slapped the map angrily, glaring at the queen with his misshapen eyes, one large and one small. I know you want revenge, he growled. Be reasonable. The Trident River Basin is even larger than Slaver's Bay. If we divide our forces, we are destined to achieve nothing. We might even be defeated one by one. Sansa's beautiful eyes flashed with cold silver light. She said confidently, we have the pterodactyls. They can help us quickly. Even if it was my first time on the battlefield, I could still see how effective the pterosaur was in the process of breaching River Contracture City. She had mastered the Moon Singer meditation technique and had become an extraordinary. A hint of hesitation flashed across Blackfish's weather-beaten face. He said with a hoarse voice, after taking down Rapid City, I will temporarily take over the position of Rapid City Duke and Hadjian Land Protector. This will win more support from the nobles of Hadjian Land. If I have enough time, I can even make the whole of Hadjian Land support His Majesty. As one of the famous generals of the Seven Kingdoms, he deeply understood how correct Tyrion's suggestion was. However, he was not only a general under Aegon's command, but also an avenger. He was the last hope of the extinct Tully family. Tyrion wanted to protect his family, and the motto of the Tully family was family, responsibility, honor. Blackfish's wish would only be more urgent and more intense than his. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. Right now, our forces are enough to take down King's Landing. More nobles of Hadjian Land joining us is unnecessary. Moreover, from the valley to Rapid City, we have to travel more than 1,000 kilometers. On the way, we will pass through the territories of many nobles who are loyal to Lannister. Do we have to fight our way there? How many people do we need? By the time tens of thousands of soldiers reach Rapid City, it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Are we not going to attack King's Landing? Let the army split up. The pterosaurs can bring us away quickly, Sansa said. Sigh, how many times have I said it? In the Westeros, the pterosaurs are not invincible. They cannot fly around randomly. I even suggest that from now on, other than when attacking a city, it is best for the pterosaurs to hide in the dragon caves dug out from the mountains, Tyrion said helplessly. Soon, they did not have to be conflicted. Or rather, they were even more conflicted. Before Robb's death, he had left behind 2 ministers, Count Gilbert Glover of Deepwood Castle and Count Mage Mormont of Bear Island. When they received news of Aegon's northern expedition, they rushed all the way to River Delta City. When she saw the 2 old ministers of Stark, Sansa was extremely emotional. Her eyes turned red on the spot. After the salute, the 2 nobles of the Northern Territory immediately expressed their admiration for Sansa's vengeance. They even looked at Aegon with gratitude and acknowledgement in their eyes. Then, Sansa brought them outside the city and circled the 3 pterosaurs twice. Seeing the pterosaurs gnawing on Frey's corpse, Count Mage clapped her hands and laughed heartily. She laughed so hard that tears flowed out of her eyes. She thought of her eldest daughter, Daisy Mormont, who had been stabbed in the back by Fry. After rekindling their old feelings, the 2 counts of the Northern Territory explained their intentions to Sansa. First of all, Robb, the King of the North, did not choose you as his heir, but Jon Stark. Second, Rickon Stark wasn't dead. Jon had brought him back from Skaggs Island. Finally, Jon and Rickon had landed from Widow's View. They were leading an army of 6,000 barbarians and tribal warriors to Winterfell. River Delta was at the border of the Neck. After crossing the Neck, they would meet up with Jon. Hence, they hoped that Sansa could cooperate with Jon to take back Winterfell and restore Stark's glory as the king of the Northern Territory. Because we're traveling by sea, the ships can't carry too many people and resources. Lord Jon only deployed 2,000 elite barbarians from the Great Wall. The remaining 4,000 tribal warriors came from Skaggs Island. Though they're brave and have 500 powerful unicorn riders, they haven't participated in large-scale battles, let alone sieges. Bolton and Frey's allied army numbered more than 15,000. They're biding their time and defending the high walls of Winterfell. The people of the Northern Territory were straightforward. If Jon Stark was the king of the Northern Territory, then what did Aegon marry? At that moment, Aegon and Tyrion's expressions changed. Sansa's face paled and then turned red. She looked at her husband in embarrassment. That pitiful look in her eyes was so pitiful that Aegon could not help but feel pity for her. Sigh. King Aegon's heart softened. He sighed helplessly and asked, "Is Duke Jon willing to pledge his loyalty to me?" The Northern Territory didn't have good news. Even his queen was kept in the dark. He couldn't blame her. He thought so. He was wrong. The Northern Territory didn't have good news. Many people south of the Neck didn't know the current situation in the Northern Territory. But Madame Stoneheart had been in contact with Lord Eel. How could she not know about Jon Stark? If Madame Stoneheart knew, Sansa knew too. The Bear Matriarch didn't hide anything from Sansa. She said, "Lord Jon and Stannis have formed an alliance. Stannis even has the support of the Iron Treasury. He is currently recruiting mercenaries in Braavos. I heard that there are at least 20,000 of them." Melji was an earl after all. She wasn't a complete political idiot. She felt awkward when she said this. The atmosphere was awkward. Stannis, why is he still? Aegon felt as if he had been force-fed feces. He turned and asked the dwarf, "Why don't we go to the Northern Territory and get rid of Stannis before the mercenaries arrive?" The dwarf also had a look of disgust. After the Battle of Blackwater River, he thought that Stannis would be unable to recover and become a thing of the past. He didn't expect to meet him again a few years later. It's a little strange. Kings have appeared one after another and died one after another. But Stannis, who lost his underwear at Blackwater River, is still alive. "It seems like he still has a chance to turn the tables," Tyrion muttered. There were actually a total of 5 kings in the Battle of the Four Kings. Erlu, Renly, Joffrey, Robb and Balon. Lonley ate the peach, but died before he could achieve victory. Let's not talk about this. But among the remaining 4 kings, Erlu was the first to be eliminated. When Erlu lost at Blackwater River, Joffrey was still the emperor. Robb was still the god of war, and King Balon was proudly roaming the Sunset Sea. All of them were like the sun in the sky. Oh, that's not right. Erlu wasn't lucky. Before he left Dragonstone Island, he invited Joffrey, Robb, and Balon to eat a roasted leech. He cursed the other 3 kings with the leech that sucked the king's blood. Sansa reached out and held Aegon's right hand. She comforted him gently. "My dear, I can convince Jon. The Northern Territory will be loyal to you. I swear." "What about Stannis?" Aegon asked with a frown. A cold glint flashed across Sansa's eyes. She said in a low voice, "We'll do as you say. While the mercenaries from Braavos haven't arrived yet, he only has 1,000 or so soldiers with him. He has an agreement with Jon, but not with us." Meiji and Gilbert looked at each other in shock. Was this still the naive Winterfell princess? Aegon looked at the dwarf with a questioning gaze. "This matter should be discussed at length," the imp said cautiously. The so-called at length meant that they would discuss it after consulting the Dragon Queen. "Stannis isn't a problem, but he has a red-robed witch with him. Did you hear what the Dragon Queen said about her? A demigod." After Meiji, Gilbert, and Blackfish left, Tyrion said to Aegon with a serious expression, "What can a demigod do?" Sansa asked nervously. "My aunt isn't a demigod yet, but she's already—" Aegon's face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The Dragon Queen's battle scenes would make mortals despair. "Well, I'm already in despair," the dwarf said dejectedly. "Perhaps Melisandre isn't as strong as my aunt. Their magical specializations are different. My aunt is proficient in fire witchcraft, while the red-robed witch is proficient in curse magic. Aegon's face was even paler, and his voice was even softer. Do you think she's already cursed me? He looked at the dwarf and asked in a trembling voice. She hasn't even seen you. How can she curse you? Sansa asked, finding it ridiculous. Aegon thought for a while with a conflicted expression. He said, My aunt once said that the red-robed witch is related to the deaths of Balon, Joffrey, and your brother Robb. That can't be right. Sansa glanced at the expressionless Tyrion and said with certainty, At least my brother and Joffrey didn't die from the curse. I'm not sure. Ask my aunt, Aegon said helplessly. Sansa was very talented. She had only been practicing magic for a month, but she already had 1/3 of Marwyn's wizard power. The bull-necked magician blushed in embarrassment, and then his expression dimmed. He sighed repeatedly about how different people were. This was the first time Dany saw Sansa in person. She was indeed an elegant little beauty. Chapter 663. Aunt Dany, you're so beautiful. Sansa smiled innocently. She looked like an obedient child who admired her elders. This woman is a scheming bitch. Aunt Dany immediately sensed the aura of a kindred spirit. Sigh. Aegon is so lucky to have such a talented and beautiful wife. Aunt Dany's smile was natural and gentle. Sansa felt a sense of concern from the bottom of her heart. Let's get down to business, Sansa. The Queen's magic power is still weak. She won't be able to last long. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Sansa first asked about Robb's curse. I heard it from Scholar Pylus. The red-robed woman first used 3 leeches to absorb Edric Storm's blood. Then, she used the leeches as a medium to curse Robb, Balon, and Joffrey. Edric was the illegitimate child that Erlu gave birth to when Robert raped the bridesmaid on his wedding bed. Dany had seen this scene in Game of Thrones before. However, the one whose blood was drawn was not Edric, but Jean Dely. She only found out the truth after asking Pylus. Pylus had served Erlu before and taught the Onion Knight how to read and write. The two had a good relationship. The red-robed woman kept asking to burn Edric to awaken the dragon in the stone. However, the Onion Knight did not want his respected and righteous king to kill his own kin. So, he worked with some righteous people on Dragonstone Island, Erlu's followers who believed in the 7 gods, to steal Edric and send him to Lys. Scholar Pylus was one of the righteous people. He helped Davos and knew about the leech's curse. But my brother and Joffrey didn't die from the curse, Sansa muttered. Maybe. The curse weakened the king's luck, Dany said uncertainly. After all, the people who were cursed all died within a year. Could it be so coincidental? The king's blood in Edric's body was also real. The king's blood had power, and Aunt May had real skills. Well, Edric's king's blood wasn't thick. It was drained after 3 leeches, and the rest of the blood no longer had any magic power. Aunt May had originally planned to use the king's blood to hatch a dragon, but Erlu was a hypocrite and didn't want to kill his own kin. He successfully hypnotized himself, so the king's blood was wasted. If Erlu had agreed to Aunt May's plan back then, the mystic dragon would have been almost 2 years old by now, provided that Aunt May could really hatch a dragon. What is destiny? Aegon was puzzled. Just think of it as luck. When one's luck is gone, they will be unlucky. Even their spiritual senses will be blinded, and they will do stupid things that they would never do normally. Joffrey and Robb really are. Tyrion pondered. But the red-robed woman hasn't seen my brother, nor has she seen Balon or Joffrey. Sansa still looked doubtful. Dany laughed and said, Have we met before? How far apart are we now? Sansa was stunned. She had met the Dragon Queen for the first time, and they were thousands of miles apart. Aegon glanced at his wife, whose expression was uncertain. Then, he told her about his plan and concerns about Erlu. Erlu versus Aegon. Would it work? Dany felt that this idea was novel. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Erlu had a tenacious personality. He definitely wouldn't give up his pursuit of the Iron Throne and his obsession with the power of a king. It made sense for him to curse Great Emperor Joe. Great Emperor Joe was sitting on the Iron Throne, but Balon only wanted to be the king of the Iron Islands, and Robb had clearly expressed that he wasn't interested in the Iron Throne. He only wanted the northern territory to be independent. Erlu couldn't tolerate them just because they claimed to be kings. Aegon had taken over Wind's End Castle and was still aiming for the Iron Throne. How could Erlu tolerate that? If Jon could take care of Bolton before the night arrived, Erlu would open the passage south to Neck Swamp. He and Aegon would have to fight sooner or later. Melisandre's magic power is growing rapidly every day at the Great Wall. I'm not sure what level she's at now, and I'm not familiar with her moves and the limits of her abilities. After all, she's not only a demigod Shadowbinder, but also Lalo's priestess. She can borrow Lalo's power. I think we should avoid provoking her as much as possible. Dany gave a more pertinent suggestion. Aegon was shocked. Auntie, you're afraid of her too? Dany smiled faintly and shook her head. You've misunderstood. To you, she's not to be provoked. To her, I'm not to be provoked either. Aegon was stunned. He said carefully, then can you help? Impossible. Dany's face showed some displeasure, and her tone became impatient. Do you know what's going on at Slavers Bay? The vanguard of the Alliance has already set up camp 50 kilometers away from Meereen. I have to stay in Meereen every minute and every second. Also, I swore a long time ago that the Eternal Night was coming. I wouldn't start a civil war between the Seven Nations. Besides, Melisandre is an important force against the other ghosts. But what if she curses me? Aegon asked worriedly. If you're afraid, come back to Slavers Bay. No one can curse you. Or stay in Wind's End Castle and don't go out. You should know that from the beginning, I didn't agree with you going back to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne, Dany said calmly. If he doesn't fight for it, will you help him sit on the Iron Throne? Sansa suddenly asked. No. Dany looked at her deeply and said directly, I swore that the one who ends the Eternal Night will be king. Even if Stannis fulfills his oath, I will still support him to sit on the Iron Throne. So, Aegon will never be king of the Seven Nations if he stays at Slavers Bay. Sansa frowned. The time is not right. Winter is coming is the motto of your Stark. Don't you understand the meaning of the Eternal Night? Aunt, you're the only one who's worried about the Eternal Night, Aegon said irritably. The Westeros now, the former commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch has given up his responsibilities and swore to avenge his family. Stannis is called the Savior. Why isn't he at the Wall? Why is he fighting for the Iron Throne? You Luwin and Cersei at the King's Landing. Who cares about the Eternal Night? Even among the nobles of the Seven Nations, how many of them are truly worried about the Eternal Night? Soon. You'll complain that I don't care enough about the Eternal Night? Dany laughed coldly and turned off the communication. Sansa put down the glass candle and looked at Tyrion, who was deep in thought. Then, she looked at Aegon, who was embarrassed. She suddenly said, It seems that she doesn't care about you as much as you said. Aegon's expression became more and more unnatural. He stuttered. She's a true knight who cherishes her honor and keeps her oath. So, let's not go to Winterfell. We'll go south to the King's Landing as planned. Tyrion interrupted him with a serious face. Aegon did not respond. Sansa said unhappily, Are we going to run away forever? Stannis has the support of the Iron Treasury and is recruiting mercenaries in Braavos. If we don't get rid of him now, are we going to wait until he leads tens of thousands of mercenaries to the Neck? Mercenaries won't do anything. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. If Stannis leads foreign mercenaries into the Westeros, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will unite and oppose him. Sansa glanced at Aegon and said, Didn't His Majesty use the Golden Legion to take down Storm's End Castle? The Golden Legion is very special. The core members are mostly descendants of Westeros nobles. In fact, many of them are recognized as proper knights by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Knights were conferred by the knights. The first generation of exiled knights would confer the title to the next generation, and the next generation would confer the title to the next generation. Therefore, after 100 years, the core members of the Golden Legion were still the most proper knights. After a pause, Tyrion said, Even so, I've been trying to reduce the influence of the Golden Legion and try to win over the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms for His Majesty. Stannis can also use mercenaries as support to win over the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, Sansa said. Tyrion looked impatient and said unhappily, "Then tell me, how do we deal with the red-robed woman beside him? If we can get rid of Melisandre, I'm all for going to the north to kill Stannis right now." Sansa blushed and said angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? Don't forget, I'm your queen. You were my wife before this." Tyrion walked up to the queen with his deformed short legs and bowed. With a helpless expression, he said, "My apologies, your highness. Although the little devil is rude, his words are very reasonable." Aegon said something fair for his old friend. If the red-robed woman is so powerful, why would Stannis be defeated at King's Landing? Why would he be trapped in the Wolfswood and almost have his entire army wiped out? Sansa said angrily. Aegon was stunned when he heard this. He turned to Tyrion and said, "You were the one who defeated Stannis back then. How did you do it?" Tyrion's ugly face twisted and said, "To tell you the truth, I dared to fight Melisandre alone back then. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. The ignorant are fearless." "The key is that you won despite being outnumbered," Sansa said with a complicated expression. She was at the Red Keep the night Tyrion won the battle at the Blackwater River. Cersei lost her fighting spirit and sat on the Iron Throne with Tommen in her arms, ready to drink the potion and kill herself. Sansa, who was only 12 years old, was strong and brave. She took the queen's place and comforted the frightened noblewomen in the palace. "If you can win once, why can't you win a second time?" She encouraged him. The more I know, the more I see, the more cowardly I become." Tyrion touched his nose and said dejectedly, "The king might hide his secrets from the council ministers, but he would not hide them from the captain of the king's guard." Therefore, Brittany stood behind Sansa and listened quietly. Seeing that they seemed to be in a stalemate, she stepped forward and knelt in front of Aegon on one knee. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to solve this problem for you. How do you want to solve it?" Tyrion frowned. Clang. Brittany drew the Oathkeeper's sword from her waist. The dark red ripples on the blade flickered coldly under the candlelight in the room. "You said that steel weapons can kill any evil beings?" Aegon shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Not to mention evil beings, even demigods can be killed. Steel is the nemesis of all supernatural powers. My aunt's White Knight, Sir Barristan, Sir Mormont, and even my foster father Clinton have all used steel swords to kill gods. But they didn't do it alone. My aunt and the Megalosaurus were the main forces. Brittany, it's good that you have the heart, but I can't let you die for nothing." "Kill gods? Really?" Sansa's eyes widened and she stammered. "How? How can there be so many gods?" "My aunt is still Khaleesi of the Grasslands. She has the same bells as the centaurs. Giccioli prepared them for her. There are several steel bells that represent the killing of gods. There shouldn't be any mistake. Back then, she was only 15 years old and didn't know magic. Didn't she also kill immortals? Oh, I almost forgot. She recently became the Cow King, 200,000 roaring warriors." Aegon's eyes flashed with envy, and his tone was full of reverence. Sansa was also shocked for a while. She glanced at her husband and said coldly, "She won't help you." Aegon's expression changed, and he said in an unnatural tone, "One family has two branches. I announced it as soon as I came to the Westeros. It's natural that she won't help me. Your Majesty, I'm willing to try." Brittany's rough round face was full of determination, and there was deep hatred and determination in her eyes. "I swore to avenge His Highness Renly. For him, for you, for Queen Sansa, I'm willing to take the risk." Tyrion glanced at the red dragon armor on Aegon's body, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He said, "Maybe there's a chance." Chapter 664. The sky was vast, and the wilderness was boundless. The northern wind swept across the land, and the bronze grassland rippled with gentle waves. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The wheels rolled over the grass, snapping it and pressing it into the black soil, leaving behind a shallow rut. This was a huge caravan with more than 20,000 people. There were mercenaries holding flags, black-clothed slave hunters in a loose formation who laughed without restraint and reeked of blood, and most of them were slaves with numb expressions and tattoos on their faces. The mercenaries and slave catchers rode on horses, while the slaves led cows and pulled horses. They drove more than 1,000 carriages. On the carriages were barley, turnips, cheese, butter, bacon, and other military provisions. There were also tents, dragon-slaying crossbows, swords, and other weapons. There were also carriages with gorgeous curtains, leaving behind the sweet fragrance of cosmetics and the laughter of women. The procession formed a long black line. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a snake wriggling over the bronze sea. Suddenly, the grass swaying in the wind trembled slightly, and there was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. Then, the scout disregarded everything and galloped away from the torrent. He even ignored the reprimands of his superior and charged through the slow-moving carriages amidst the cries and curses of the crowd. His face was contorted as he charged forward with his head covered. The mercenaries and slave hunters were puzzled at first, but soon, the earth began to tremble, and the rumbling of thunder came from afar. The black mass of cavalry rushed towards them like a flood. "Ma, Centaur, the centaur is coming quick. Run." The mercenaries guarding the caravan threw down their flags and hurriedly fled. The formation of the slave hunters was even more disorderly. They trampled on their own slaves and attacked the carriages full of goods. It was a mess. Kill. Kill everyone with weapons. Kill everyone standing on the ground and riding on horses. Dani raised her black magic sword. Under the effect of wind song, her voice resounded throughout the wilderness. Even though she was shouting loudly, even though she was leading the charge with her sword raised high, there was still no trace of her. She was still wearing a full set of steel magic armor, but there was a layer of brown silk cloth on the outside of the armor. It looked no different from the Dothraki armor of other centaurs. At least, the colors were the same. It was very camouflaged. Kill. Mahdi rode his big silver horse and took the first kill. He waved his long sword and chopped off half of the head of a mercenary who didn't have a horse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the centaur released the bowstring and released the arrow. The clear blue sky dimmed in an instant. The rain of arrows was like a thin layer of silk that covered the sky and earth. Slaves, mercenaries, slave hunters, and even the women hiding in the carriages were attacked indiscriminately. Miserable cries filled the air. After a wave of arrow rain, Mahdi was the first to rush into the caravan. The roaring warriors followed closely behind. They were like a mold that quickly covered the land. Horse riding, killing, fresh blood, stained grass stalks, blood-soaked black soil, and rolling human heads, as well as the sorrowful eyes on the heads that had died with remaining grievances. This was the steed of the world. Behind her, Khalasar covered the entire land. The magic sword in his hand was as sharp as grass. She attacked like a storm. Her enemies would tremble in front of her. Her enemies' wives would weep blood and weep in grief. The bells in her hair sang of his coming, and the milkmaid who dwelt in the stone tents feared his name. She was the Call King of the Sea of Grass. This was not the first allied army that she had killed. After half a month of rapid marching, Jogo led the first 10,000 men close to Raza. Dani, as the Call King, led 10,000 men to charge at the enemy for the first time. Her attacks were as fierce as fire. She cut the enemy as if she was cutting grass. This kind of real killing on horseback did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it was very satisfying. After the incident, Dani wondered if she had been controlled by the Targaryen killing gene in her blood and had become a pervert. But when she thought about her ambition to reform the old world, so be it. There was nothing wrong with being a pervert. At least her will and swordsmanship were honed in the killing. Her sharpness was revealed and unparalleled. It was not a bad thing to reach such a state of mind before the final battle. Dani's 200,000 centaurs moved separately. 10,000 men were like 20 rakes with sharp teeth, combing back and forth on the sea of grass. Every time they encountered an enemy army, Blackie would carry Dani and her little silver horse and move over. Then, the horse would lead the charge. In the past half a month, the Eastern Army of the Allied Army was completely crippled. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Army, Graz Dan, lost before the final battle, and became a general without an army. To be honest, this had nothing to do with war god Yuan Kai's strategy. There was a traitor in the army. His east army to west plan was known by the Dragon Queen in advance. The mountain paths and rivers between Raza and Mirin were sealed. If the Eastern Army wanted to go west and meet up with the Western Army at Mirin, they could only take a detour and go through the Dothraki Plains. Then, just like now, the troops that carried out the strategic shift were slaughtered like pigs and sheep by the Khal King. No one could escape. Now that the Sea of Grass was filled with Dany's men, where could they escape to? In just 10 days, Dany had killed 50,000 people and captured 8,000. It was cruel. Of the 50,000 people who died, half were slaves from the Jade Sea. At first, Dany felt pity for them and wanted to treat them differently. However, the slave hunters were more cruel than she thought. When they saw that they could not escape, they used the slaves as meat shields and formed a human wall to block Dany's charge. The slaves who were used as meat shields were also more numb than expected. Dany called Blackie over and told them to attack. The Dragon Queen immediately led the centaurs over. However, the slaves stood there with a sad expression. Some did not know what to do, some cried and begged, but they did not listen, did not move, and did not cooperate. There were even enemies who pretended to be slaves and shouted for Dany to leave. In any case, the Dragon Queen would never admit that the slaves who asked her to leave were real slaves. Hence, the opening scene. The Khal King charged at the front and the centaurs at the back indiscriminately fired a wave of arrows to let everyone know her determination. Then, she put away her bow and used her scimitar to finish off the enemies who wore leather armor and held weapons, as well as any slaves who did not kneel on the ground. It was not that the Alliance did not counterattack. At first, they deliberately used bait to lure her. For example, a group of horses was advancing on the grassland, and then a group of pterosaurs carrying kerosene bombs was hiding nearby. When the Dragon Queen attacked the group, the pterosaurs would attack. However, Slave Bay now had a pterosaur army that was evenly matched with the Alliance. This caused the three Megalosaurus, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green, to no longer have to worry about the city. Little White and Little Green still had patrol missions, but Blackie was completely free and became an aerial force that could move freely. With Blackie hovering above Dany's head at all times and her shape-shifting animal companion monitoring the surroundings, who could sneak attack her. After losing 4 pterosaurs, the Alliance became completely honest and did not dare to think of ambushing Mahdi. On this day, Dany led 2 groups of 10,000 people close to Giant Snake City. Suddenly, she received a thought that she had hidden in Dr. Wargrave's mind. This could only mean one thing. A great writer of a generation had passed away. Without any warning, the writer who was deeply respected by the world had died. What was the cause of death? It was definitely not due to illness and aging. Illness and aging had a process. Just yesterday afternoon, before Dany went to bed, she habitually let the thought write. Using the great writer's avatar, she wrote a mid-length fantasy novel about Dark Princess Cania. Yes, it was about Princess Cania who lost her country and family. Her country was destroyed, and her home was destroyed. She wandered the streets and accidentally saved a faceless. Then, she took an iron coin and went to the Black and White Academy of Bravos to learn. Before the article was finished, the great writer fell asleep and did not wake up again. He was assassinated. Who did it? Soon, Dany knew the answer: a faceless. Dr. Wargrave was once only a little famous in Westeros. Other than the scholars, only intellectuals like Tyrion and Littlefinger, who loved to read, knew of him. But in the past 6 months, the old doctor had suffered from dementia. After he recovered, it was as if his brain had been blessed. His literary ideas gushed out like a fountain, and one masterpiece after another appeared. Now, he had become the world's #1 writer in the hearts of some playwrights. How could the sudden death of the #1 writer not cause a stir in the world? The next day, the City of Knowledge issued an official statement. Due to the repeated use of literary works to expose the dark side of the faceless and criticize the ugliness of the people of Bravos, the faceless made a move against the respected Dr. Wargrave. They arranged for the faceless to assassinate him. The scholars and people of the 7 kingdoms immediately believed it. After Marvin passed the news to Danny, she immediately agreed with the City of Knowledge's statement. The drama lovers across the narrow sea did not have any doubts. Even the people of Bravos and the Black and White Academy themselves cursed the City of Knowledge for slandering them, but they were secretly happy that the assassination was successful. Only Arya had doubts. After the failure of the Templars' assassination, she stayed in the King's Landing for a while, waiting for her body to recover before heading south to the Old Town. Cersei had to be killed, but the assassination of her shapeshifter partner had failed, so she only had one last move left, face-changing. But her Reaper's Bible was not complete yet, and she was not 100% sure that she could avoid the hounds of the Red Keep. And the City of Knowledge was not as well guarded as the Red Keep, so she could easily retreat if she was discovered. So she thought, why not practice with the scholars first, increase her experience, and then come back to kill Cersei? But as soon as she stepped into the Old Town, she saw the people of the Old Town filled with righteous indignation, together with the singers and poets on the streets, cursing the faceless to go to the 7th level of hell. A great writer of a generation who had just risen was killed tragically. This was a long night in the history of human literature. Dr. Wargrave died at the hands of a faceless a few days ago. Arya was dumbfounded. The Black and White Academy would also send multiple faceless to attack the same target at the same time, but they would always give notice in advance. Otherwise, there was the possibility that a faceless intended to replace another faceless who had changed identities. Who killed Wargrave? The mission was completed inexplicably, but Arya did not immediately leave the Old Town. While she was gathering information in the tavern, she also heard many operas by the great writer Wargrave, one of which, Rosie's Dream, caused ripples in the heart of the ice-cold assassin. The villain in the story was her dear Uncle Jiakuan. She had to see what Rosie looked like. Chapter 665. Danny, like everyone else, cursed Faceless One for Wargrave's death, then went back to her work, take down Serpent City. Yasuo Yahai saved the world, but he wasn't crowned as the king of the world. He didn't even wear a crown in his life. But his descendants established an ancient kingdom in the Far East, the country of the descendants of Hail Cologne. A long time ago, this country was destroyed in the hands of the Zebra people, leaving behind only 3 strongholds. Among them, Biasabad, known as the Serpent City, was located at the intersection of the Dothraki Sea, the southern foot of the Skeletal Mountain, and the Jade Sea. The Eastern Army of the Alliance used Serpent City as a bridgehead, passing through the Dothraki Plains and entering the Raza River Valley. In terms of strategic position, Serpent City was equivalent to the Zingis of the Eastern Army. When the Alliance gathered in Serpent City, Dragon Queen sent a messenger to warn the father of the city. You can join the United Nations, and it's okay to blockade Slave Bay, but if you act as the Eastern Army's landing point and logistics base, it's tantamount to declaring war on the Dragon Queen. Yes, the Eastern Army consisted of 50,000 Jade Sea mercenaries and slave hunters. They all came ashore from Serpent City, where they bought slaves, hired caravans, and transported military supplies. When the Dragon Queen's messenger said, "Don't say I didn't warn you," the father was enraged and cut off his tongue. Danny was angry and regretful. Angry that a small country with few people dared to insult the messenger of the Celestial Empire. Regretful that she didn't let the dwarf be the messenger. At that time, the dwarf hadn't run away. Serpent City was next door to Slave Bay, 2,000 kilometers. Danny was confident that sooner or later, she would give it retribution. But she initially planned to punish it after the Meereen War, because in her original plan, the Centaurs would backstab the Western Army of the Alliance at Slave Bay instead of scattering across the plains to clean up the Eastern Army of the Alliance. The Eastern Army came from the Jade Sea, and the Centaurs chased them to Serpent City. In that case, why not take down this knockoff Amazon female warrior kingdom? Yep, this city was quite strange. It was famous for its female warriors who wore iron rings on their breasts and rubies on their cheeks. 99% of the men here would be castrated before they reached adulthood, leaving behind only the strongest and smartest 1% to continue growing. Shang Fu was the king of the humans. 2 groups of 10,000 Dothraki men approached the Jade Sea, and when the High Father failed to persuade them to leave, the Ruby Warrior took the initiative to come out of the city to meet them. 20,000 centaurs vs 5,000 female warriors. Giant Snake City was built on the shores of the Jade Sea, east of the Skeleton Mountain Range. To the west were steep cliffs, to the east was the sea, and there was only a narrow and rugged mountain path to the north, connecting it to the Dothraki Sea of Grass. This was a sniping battle similar to the one at Hot Spring Pass between the 300 Spartans and the 200,000 Persians. The centaurs rode their horses and shot, then charged forward, leaving behind 1,000 corpses before retreating. The Ruby warriors used shields, spears, and short swords. Their formation was tight, taking advantage of the terrain. They only suffered 100 casualties. Just like the past thousands of years, the centaurs retreated in defeat before they could even get close to Giant Snake City. Yes, it was close to the Dothraki Sea and not far from the Horse King City. How could the Khal not try to take down Giant Snake City? But they had all failed miserably, and this time was no different. Then the Dragon Queen arrived. Amidst the Dothraki's deafening cheers of Khal King and riding the steed of the world, Dany descended from the sky on her black dragon. That scene, on the dragon's back, Dany felt despair for the female warriors whose cheeks were embedded with rubies and who raised their heads to look blankly at the sky. The Alliance had provided them with a few hundred scorpion crossbows, and they played a crisp melody on Big Black's belly armor like raindrops falling from the eaves. There were also a few crossbow bolts that pierced through Big Black's bull-like wings, leaving behind 7 or 8 transparent holes the size of wine glasses. Boiling dragon blood spilled out. That was all. The rugged mountain path turned into a fiery hell, and the tall and strong female warriors struggled and howled in pain under the fiery red dragon flames. Their skin and flesh melted like candles, and their bones were ignited like firewood. 70% of the 5,000 ruby-jeweled female warriors were burned to death. Another 20% jumped into the sea below the cliff, and the rest retreated into the city. Crack, the horses' hooves trampled over the charred, twisted, and shrunken corpses, emitting crisp, crackling sounds. The centaurs endured the charred stench in their nostrils as they passed through the steaming hot stone path. When they arrived at Giant Snake City, they saw Shang Fu, surrounded by eunuchs, standing on the city wall and shouting at the megalosaurus soaring in the sky. "Mercy, mercy, great Khal King. I am willing to offer you wealth and handsome men to redeem my sins." Shang Fu was 1.9 meters tall and handsome, with distinct facial features, shiny black hair that fell over his shoulders, and an olive-colored, muscular body. He was a good horse. The megalosaurus landed among the centaurs, and Dany called out to a centurion who understood the advanced Valeglia language and urged his horse to approach the city gate, shouting, "The Khal King has orders. Open the city gates, all female warriors to kneel and surrender, all citizens of the city to lay down their weapons, and we can take whatever we want from Giant Snake City." This was a request for the other party to surrender unconditionally. Shang Fu hesitated, and then made a request. The centaurs were not to enter the city, and they would give whatever they needed. Honestly speaking, Shang Fu's concerns were reasonable. Everyone in the world knew what kind of people the centaurs were. Countless cities had sent gifts to Khal, but none of them were willing to let Khalasar enter the city. The centaurs were barbaric, cruel, and bloodthirsty, representing destruction, disorder, and destruction. When Dany had led Cass Jr. through the Red Wasteland and arrived at Keelah City, there were less than 100 warriors, and the city representatives were wary, unwilling to let the centaurs in. Zero and the great wizard Haya were her guarantors, and the Khal horde was indeed too small, so Keelah opened the city gates. But it was different this time. Dany did not come to Giant Snake City as a guest, or to receive gifts. Attack! She sat on the back of the dragon, and with a wave of her hand, the centaurs charged towards the city walls. Oh, they did not have battering rams, nor did they have ladders. They were divided into groups of 100, and when they were 50 paces away from the city walls, they reined in their reins and shot arrows from their saddles. The arrows flew in high parabolic trajectories, flying 100 paces, 200 paces, landing on the city walls, and even the streets behind the city walls. The arrows formed a continuous rain of arrows, suppressing the defenders on the city walls to the point that they could not even lift their heads. This kind of siege method was especially useful in small towns with low walls. Otherwise, where did the thousands of statues on both sides of the Avenue of the Gods come from? But against a famous city in the world, it had little effect. This time, it was mainly because Dany had destroyed the main force of the Ruby female warriors outside the city, and the defenders on the city walls were old and weak, and there were not many of them. Of course, the most important thing was to provide cover for the Megalosaurus. The crossbowmen on the city walls either fell to the ground under the rain of arrows or trembled under their shields. Blackie lightly flapped its wings, lightly flew over the city walls, and then spat out dragon flames. The King of Cow rides the steed of the world. Under the frenzied cheers of the 19,000 centaurs, the city gates exploded in the flames. Kill, kill, kill. The centaur raised his scimitar and led the charge. That night, the Dragon Queen sat on the throne of the High Father, and in the High Father's palace, she drank the High Father's wine with the centaur warriors. Ha ha, this time, after taking down the giant snake city that has blocked the centaurs for 1,000 years, how many more bells will I add? I am the first to ride into the palace. A centaur with a white beard laughed. So what if you are the first to enter the palace? It only means that you run fast. I even helped the King of Cow cut off the High Father's head. Another centaur with red paint on his face said. The centaurs discussed for a while, only to realize that the King of Cow was sitting on the High Father's wide throne with his hand supporting his forehead, drinking wine. There was no joy on his face. A centaur asked curiously, King of Cow, you should add another string of bells this time, right? Burning a few thousand female warriors to death and destroying this sturdy city. Your achievements are enough to be passed down by the centaurs for 10,000 years. Dany glanced at him indifferently and said, Just this battle alone. I can barely get one golden bell. How can I get a string of bells? The centaurs were terrified. Only today did they know the value of the High Father's bells. 2 days later, a terrifying news began to spread throughout the Jade Sea. The famous city with thousands of years of history, Biasabad, was destroyed by the High Father because of a messenger's penis. The men were all slaughtered. The female ruby warriors were all killed in battle. Only the eunuchs, slaves, and children survived. From today onwards, there will only be 2 cities left in the descendant country of Higher Cologne. The men were all killed. It sounds scary, but the centaurs only killed a few hundred strong men, and there were more than 100,000 eunuchs in the city. They were not slaves. Those eunuchs were all the brothers and uncles of the female ruby warriors. Dany skillfully freed the slaves, distributed the land and houses, established the Mother of Dragons guards, established the household registration system, and arranged the officials and the acting city lord. By the time she leaves, there will only be old people, eunuchs, new freedmen, a large number of prisoners from the Alliance army, and 1,000 centurions to maintain order in the city. The centurions and kiliarchs are all familiar centurions from Slave Bay. The familiar centaurs led the wild centaurs to strictly abide by the rules set by Dany in Slave Bay. The adult women, young children, and children were all taken away to build Kalishi City on the south bank of Raza. The women would be married to centaurs or shepherds. The boys would no longer be castrated. The girls would take off the rubies on their faces and the iron rings on their thighs, dressed and educated according to the customs of Slave Bay. They had to give up the god of darkness, P.S., that they once believed in, and convert to the glorious 7 gods. Those who disobeyed, beheaded. Dany destroyed their kingdom, executed their royal family, destroyed their ancestral temple, moved their citizens, changed their customs, and snatched their hero's statue. The Cow King also abided by the centaur's customs, and arranged for 1,000 men to transport the tall hero's statue from the city's central square back to Horse King City, and place it beside the Avenue of the Gods. The statue of Yesor and Ahai holding the light emissary, roaring with their heads held high. From now on, this city would be renamed Fury Howl City, and Biasabhard would completely disappear. After returning to Meereen and telling the results of the battle to her officials, they were only happy for the queen's victory, but old Yamant was very surprised with the map in his hands. Fury Howl City's geographical location is very good. easy to defend and hard to attack, close to the mountains and sea, rich in resources, and located on the Jade Sea's Golden Sea route. We can't let the centaurs ruin it. In the future, we can build a city-state and arrange for a Targaryen to be the king." The old man said excitedly when there was only him and Dany in the Dragon Queen's study. Do as you see fit," Dany casually replied as she flipped through the information in the magic mirror. Chapter 666. There's also new Gith, Queers, Volantis, Jade Sea's Ko-Chang. It's also one of the main forces of the Alliance. We can't let it go. 7 gods above. How many kings have there been? Old Ymont said agitatedly. Dany was puzzled. You didn't seem to care about this before? Sigh. You weren't even married in the past, and I'm old. How long can I live? How can I consider your children and grandchildren? Now Simba is behind the pyramid. He'll be married and have children in a few years. Of course, I have to plan for him. Simba looks big, but he's only 4. Dany said strangely. In Westeros, there are too many nobles who get married at the age of 12 or 13. Dany pointed at the empty purple-black surface of the magic mirror and said, Simba's child is still too far away. Aegon is really going to be a father. What? Old Ymont looked away from the map and raised his head in surprise. Sansa is pregnant? Whose child is it? Whose child is it? That's a good question. Aegon thinks it's his. I don't think Sansa needs to. Dany looked conflicted and said uncertainly, Littlefinger is dead. If it's not true love, she doesn't need to give birth to a child for a dead man. I still have some doubts. Ymont frowned. After Queen Cersei and Queen Marjorie's actions, the Queen's reputation was on the verge of collapse. Now, the people of the 7 kingdoms would unconsciously label the Queen as someone who murdered her husband, stole men, and raised bastards. Sigh. In recent years, Westeros have really lost their humanity and etiquette. In the past, who would suspect that the prince wasn't the king's son? The old man shook his head and sighed. Dany smiled playfully. Aegon swore that he wouldn't let the child's mother lose her home. He would go north to Winterfell and kill Roose Bolton. It's still uncertain who the child is, but it's certain now that Sansa has Aegon under her control. Forget it. Let them be. Westeros. Maybe it's not suitable for the Targaryens to settle down. Old Ymont said despondently. Taking down furious Howling City meant that the eastern army of the Alliance was completely finished. Dany stayed in Malin City, practicing magic and martial arts while waiting for the arrival of the final battle. She no longer wandered around the grasslands. However, even though she was in the Great Pyramid of Meereen, the centaurs on the grasslands did not cease their activities. The centaurs did not need to provide additional rations, and grazing on the grasslands was enough to satisfy their basic needs. However, if the 200,000 roaring warriors were to gather together, even the mud would be eaten clean. Therefore, they were still scattered, with the 10,000-strong colossus as a unit. At the same time, the 20 brigades were divided into 3 large armies. The first group, about 40,000 people, stayed in the Raza River Valley, migrated the natives of furious Howling City, and built Khaleesi City to hide from the long night. The second group of 80,000 people began to move towards Meereen in a net-like formation. They would participate in the cleanup work of the Battle of Meereen. The third group was also made up of 80,000 roaring warriors. They led their own colossus to engage in animal husbandry. They gave up on fighting and expanded their herds, hoarding beef, mutton, cheese, fur, and other supplies for the long night. The location of grazing was not limited to the Dothraki Sea. 8 groups of 10,000 people represented 8 colossus. The Dothraki Sea, the Core Forest, and the Lone River Valley were all their herds. However, the long night might fall before they could even reach the Lone River area, and they would have to run back again. Dany did not expect the centaurs to be able to hoard enough food to survive the long night. She only hoped that through animal husbandry, they could reduce the food pressure on Slavers Bay. Slavers Bay did not lack food, but Dany was not sure how long the long night would last. She was not afraid of 3 to 5 years, and she could hold on for 8 to 10 years. However, if it really lasted for a generation, 15 years, or even 20 years, On this day, Danny meditated under a persimmon tree and entered the state of Song of Wind, slowly but effectively perfecting her meditation technique. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stood up in confusion. She looked towards the northwest and muttered, "This feeling, Blinden has completely disappeared? He has become a part of the Green Prophet's will of inheritance." Danny caught a glimpse of Woonie holding a small water bottle, flapping her dragonfly wings at a high frequency as she hovered in the air and looked towards the Westeros. She asked curiously, "Little Mist, what do you feel?" "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong." The little elf looked confused as she muttered softly, "What's wrong?" "The inheritance has failed. The new generation?" Little Mist suddenly paused. She looked even more confused. She pointed at her chin and asked, "What am I saying? What inheritance?" The inheritance had failed? Danny's expression changed. Little Mist had lost her memories of her past life, but she still retained her keen senses as a child of the forest. Because of her elemental transformation, her senses had become even stronger. She was not speaking without thinking. Awkward. Afu has lost 80% of her memories. She can't elemental transform, and Danny still entered her mind and asked Afu, who looked like an old man with dementia, "Have you noticed the change in the Green Prophet's inheritance?" "Green Prophet? Who's that?" Afu asked blankly. Danny ended the telepathic communication in a daze. Then, she held Afu and burned her soul. Yep, she would burn Afu every day. Perhaps in another half a month, she would be burned into a piece of white paper and reincarnate. Westeros, the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall, the shelter of the ancient races. The roots of the weirwood hung down like the tail of a white snake from the top of the cave. They formed a natural curtain in front of a narrow cave. Inside the cave, a 2-1-meter-tall man hugged a skinny girl tightly as if he was hugging a child. The two of them were very close to each other. They were panting heavily, unable to control themselves. Their clothes were falling off. Bran, be gentle." Adu. Adu exerted more force and was full of energy. "What are you doing?" Leaf opened the curtain of roots and stumbled into the cave. He shouted at the two people who were entangled together. Mara blushed. She buried her face in the man's chest and said in a muffled voice, "Leaf, why are you here?" Adu. The man wanted to move but could not. He hugged Mara with his back facing the squirrel man. He shouted impatiently, "Adu, get out." Evil creature. Leaf's cat eyes burned with fury. Mara's face paled. She mumbled, "Didn't you already know? You even agreed." "I agreed with Bran using Adu's body to make up for the regret of not being fated to be together. However, Bran is not just Bran. He's also the three-eyed crow of this generation. However, he rejected the Green Prophet's seal because of his personal desires." Leaf shouted. Adu ignored her and moved gently. Mara moaned and asked, "What? What are you talking about?" Leaf ran over and clenched her small fists. She hit Adu's white buttocks hard and shouted, "Lord Blinden has completely disappeared. Bran should have immediately fused with the Green Prophet's seal and become the next three-eyed crow, but he didn't." After being hit a few times, Adu lost all interest. He let the swamp girl struggle out of his arms. The thin and short flat-chested girl picked up her clothes to cover herself and asked, "Why do you say that? Didn't Bran become a three-eyed crow a long time ago?" Leaf glared at the swaying loofah under Adu's body and said angrily, "If he was a three-eyed crow, he wouldn't be fooling around with you here." "Why?" Adu lowered his head and looked at Mara affectionately. He said, "A three-eyed crow has no personal feelings. He's like the most selfless god. However, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to waste my love for you." Bran, my prince." Mara was so touched that she hugged his arm and called out her lover's name softly. "Bran, you're still a child. You don't understand anything. I shouldn't have listened to the Dragon Queen. I shouldn't have encouraged you to use Adu's body to fulfill your final wish." Leaf's golden cat eyes were filled with tears, and she started crying sadly. "I was once a child, but after spending hundreds and thousands of years in the tree roots, I'm older than you. and I'm also more mature than Danny and Rise. I understand what I need. Adu's brown eyes, which were once pure and ignorant, became wise and experienced. Leaf shook her head and sighed. You don't understand. The Green Prophet's seal contains a great will, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to control it. In the past, Lord Blinden spent a long time to perfectly fuse with it. If you had inherited the seal the moment he completely fused with it, you would have been able to instantly fuse with the seal with the help of Blinden's final thought. However, you deceived Lord Blinden and let down everyone's expectations. The longer the Green Prophet's seal is without an owner, the harder it will be for you to perfectly fuse with it in the future. The long night is coming. Are you worthy of Jujian, who sacrificed himself for you? Jujian. Mara's thin and rosy cheeks suddenly turned pale. Adu's eyes were red, and his rationality was gradually replaced by impulse. He shouted at Leaf, "You're the ones who don't understand." When Blinden became the three-eyed crow, he was already more than 70 years old. He had loved and made contributions. He had lived a life that was almost like a legend. The past Green Prophets were more or less the same. They all had lives that truly belonged to them, and they all lived them. What about me? I broke my leg when I was 7, and I started to accept this shitty fate passively. I came to the Great Wall to obtain power to change my fate, but what happened? I was like a deer that fell into a swamp. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. When he said this, a string of bean-sized tears rolled down from Adu's large brown eyes. He choked with sobs as he said, "From the age of 7, a normal person's life has already ended. After 4 years of suffering, I finally encountered a ray of warm sunlight in my gloomy journey, but I had to kill it immediately. I can't accept this. Among all the Green Prophets, I'm the youngest. My life hasn't started yet, and I haven't truly lived. I won't forget my responsibility, but I must truly live once." Bran. Mara's green eyes were filled with pity and concern. "If you don't immediately fuse with that seal, isn't Bran a three-eyed crow?" she asked. "No, he is. If that's the case, why are you still arguing? Isn't this good?" Mara was puzzled. Without the Green Prophet seal, his power is only equivalent to the first-generation three-eyed crow. What's the difference? Yi glanced at the resolute Adu and said helplessly, "A person's power is limited. If the limit of a Green Prophet's field of vision is to observe a forest, then 2 Green Prophets will be able to control 2 forests when their power is combined. 3 Green Prophets. Countless Green Prophets will be able to control countless forests when their power is combined. In other words, they can control the entire land. Hence, in the Westeros, Lord Blinden is omniscient and omnipotent. He's like a god. Now, as this generation's three-eyed crow, Bran has lost his omniscient ability. What he can see is limited to the scope of his power. With the Green Prophet seal, Blinden could receive and deal with everything that happened in the Westeros. Bran was a human, and a human's field of vision was limited. His brain could not handle an infinite amount of information. If he wanted to understand something, he had to personally enter the roots of a certain place and examine the tree's memories. "Bran, is that true?" Mara asked worriedly. Adu patted her head lightly and said with a smile, "I still have a flock of crows. Thousands of crows are my eyes." Chapter 667. In the Westeros, the three-eyed crow was like an omnipotent god, and he could even decide a kingdom's fate. But, as long as he didn't transcend this world, he was still in a vast river of fate. The three-eyed crow didn't jump out of the world, but he was also in fate. The Light King Lalo was also in the same situation. On this day, the Laurel Wind, which had drifted on the sea for several months, finally docked at the old town's pier. The night watcher Sam held the savage Gilly's hand and stepped into a dazzling and flourishing world. There were rows upon rows of ships at the pier, and the streets were filled with people. Tourists walked shoulder to shoulder, and the shops on the streets were all open. There were many strange goods from all over the world. The female savage couldn't see anything. Wow, what a tall castle. She covered her forehead with her hand and looked at the towering tower under the sun. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I didn't expect that the Southerners' king lived in such a tall stone house. It's even taller than the Dragon Queen's castle. A gray-robed scholar walked down from the carriage and passed through the crowd of dock workers. He arrived in front of Sam and sized up Sam with a pair of mean, small triangular eyes. He then turned his head and stared at the female savage. His gaze turned critical and disdainful. "You went to Dragonstone Island and met Danny Rise?" he asked coldly. "Who are you?" the female savage asked warily. With just one sentence and one look, she could feel a thick and barely concealed malice from the other party. The scholar didn't reply, and he turned to the fat man. He twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "Sam Will? I'm Samuel Tarley. Are you the scholar who came to pick me up?" After confirming his identity, Triangular Eyes asked, "Where's your thing?" "What thing?" Sam was confused. "I brought it from Dragonstone Island. It's the oak box that contained the Ice Clan's barbarians." "Ice Clan?" Sam was taken aback. "Are you talking about the deviant ghosts?" "There aren't any deviant ghosts." Triangular Eyes roared and looked around. He noticed that many laborers and sailors were looking in their direction, and he pulled Sam into a carriage that was parked at the side. "Didn't you read The Truth of History and the Ancients' Lies? Deviant ghosts were a lie made up by the Northerners to exaggerate the achievements of their ancestors. They were actually the Ice Tribe, an ancient tribe from beyond the Great Wall. They had the talent to use ice magic, just like the fire magic talent in Valeglia's bloodline, and the water magic talent in Gulloy's people." Sam's oily fat face twitched a few times as he mumbled, "Deviant ghosts are indeed transformed from human babies, but they are not human at all. You will understand when you see it later." The triangular-eyed man pulled up the red copper chain around his neck, representing history, and sneered, "Look, a mere apprentice dares to be impudent in front of me. A history major? Master Peristan even has a doctorate in history." He also said that Professor Fomas, who wrote Lies of the Ancients, tricked everyone, Fatty said indignantly. The triangular-eyed skinny man's facial muscles twitched a few times as he said angrily, "Where did this Professor Peristan come from? He was killed by Danny Alice a long time ago. The one at the Great Wall is fake." Slap. Fatty couldn't help but slap Triangle Eyes. "Wake up, don't deceive yourself. I didn't bring deviant ghosts from thousands of miles away to the City of Knowledge to argue with you. The Eternal Night concerns the safety of millions of people in the Seven Kingdoms. If the City of Knowledge can't fulfill its duty to warn the people, then there is no need for it to exist," he roared angrily. "You hit me, and you still dare to say such things." The scholar was furious, and his triangular-eyed eyes almost turned into circles. Fatty Sam shrunk his neck, but he immediately remembered Professor Perestan's teachings. Scholars are sinister. You must remind them at all times of who your father is to prevent them from harming your life. "My father is Randall Tully. What do you want?" The triangular-eyed man was helpless and sullen. Suddenly, he saw Jilly, who was looking out of the carriage window. He sneered and pointed at the female barbarian. "You have a lover, but you will never get the scholar's necklace." Fatty Sam's small eyes were filled with surprise as he asked, "Are there still people coming to the City of Knowledge to be scholars?" He then shook his head and muttered to himself, "Anyway, my father said that if I dare to insult the family, he will kill me." Insult the family? The triangular-eyed man was confused. "Yes, becoming a scholar now is an insult to the family. It's worse than having an illegitimate child with Jilly," Sam said honestly. "Bastard." The triangular-eyed man was furious. "Then when you wrote the letter saying that you want to become a scholar, were you fooling us? Times have changed. Didn't you notice? The people at the docks look at you. No respect, only disdain and disgust." Sam sighed. "You are wrong. They are looking down on you. You are wearing the clothes of the night watchers, but you are holding a woman's arm. Who doesn't know that you have broken your oath? Also, Queen Cersei has already declared us innocent." Sam thought for a moment and felt that he, a night watchman who had broken his oath, was not as noble as a scholar who had broken his oath. He stopped arguing and got off the carriage, found Captain Kuhulu, and took out the sealed treasure chest from the safe at the bottom of the cabin. Sam, Gilly, and the deviant ghost followed triangular-eyed into the heavily guarded city of knowledge. Before they reached the general manager's pavilion, a group of strange warriors wearing leather armor, longswords, and scholar necklaces came over. Ignoring Sam's attempts to stop them, they forcefully took away the demon-sealing treasure chest. For the next 2 days, Sam was thrown aside, and no one cared about him. He went to the steward's tower to ask a few times, but he did not get any reply. On the 4th day, he roared in the steward's tower, "If Steward Theobald does not appear or does not let me see the other ghosts, I will immediately go to the towering tower and ask for an audience with Count Hathor." Then, Sam got his wish and was summoned by the steward of the academicians. 7 gods above, why is there such a deep and complicated tunnel under the Crow's Nest Tower? After walking for almost half an hour in the 2-meter-high tunnel, which was crowded even if 2 people walked side by side, Fat Sam was exhausted and had difficulty breathing. His brain was lacking oxygen, and he was a little dazed. He leaned against the wall of dry mud and gasped for air. A short, weasel-like young man was leading the way with a kerosene lamp in his hand. Seeing that Sam was having a hard time, he did not urge him. He stopped and waited. "This is a newly built shelter. Do you know the list of great guardians? For the gold royals, the mercenaries have gone crazy and sneaked into the city of knowledge to arrest the scholars and academicians. The consequences of the academicians being arrested were even more terrifying. They would be paraded through the streets. How could the academicians tolerate this? So they hired a group of townspeople and dug a fortress under the city of knowledge. The academicians and academicians on the list work in the city of knowledge during the day and sleep in the bunker at night. They can sleep soundly. They don't have to wait for dawn or wear armor to sleep." Sam thought of the twists and turns he had taken and suddenly said, "So, there is more than one passage in the bunker?" The weasel-like young man nodded and said, "The Crow's Nest where many academicians live is connected to the bunker. Do we have to hide like a mouse for the rest of our lives?" Sam found it hard to accept. "It's fine if you get used to it. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's quite comfortable. You also live in the bunker?" Sam asked. "Recently, we have offended bravos and the faceless. It's safer to live underground. The faceless can change their faces and become you and me. What's the use of the bunker?" Sam disagreed. "You will understand in a while." The young apprentice smiled mysteriously and said proudly, "According to Professor Wargrave's method, no faceless can sneak into the bunker." The great writer Wargrave? Sam was surprised. He had been drifting on the sea and did not know this newly risen great writer. However, there were too many classics of the great writer, and they were too popular. He only stayed in the city of knowledge for 3 to 5 days. Even Savage Jilly had seen the plays of the great writer. She also pulled him and ran to the Feather Wine Bottle with many foreign merchants to pay homage to the former residence of the Maiden of Dreams, Rosie. Fatty had to admit that after seeing Rosie from afar under the peach blossom tree, he also had some shameful thoughts when he lay on Jilly's body at night. Rosie was obviously not cuter than Jilly, but after seeing the famous works of the great writer, he felt that Rosie was shrouded in a layer of halo, with a dreamlike and intoxicating temperament. The bunker was built by him, and he personally designed it. He said that he would fight bravos to the end, even if it was a tunnel war. The apprentice's face showed a look of reverence, waking Fatty from his reverie. But he died. He died in the hands of the faceless. At this point, Sam could not help but sigh. He secretly cursed the death of the faceless for causing the literary world to enter a long night before the real world. Sigh. The bunker apartment prepared by the City of Knowledge for the doctor was just renovated. I was about to move in, but... The weasel sighed regretfully. Sam had rested while talking and continued to follow the apprentice. Now, they came to another corner. There was a small stone room at the corner, and there was an old apprentice inside and outside the room. "It's Robert." The old apprentice outside the room recognized the weasel and looked at Fatty warily. He pointed to the copper basin on the wooden shelf in the corner and said, "Come and wash your faces." Sam didn't know what was going on. He saw the weasel put down the oil lamp, walk to the basin, and wet his face. He picked up a piece of soap from the side and rubbed his face carelessly, especially at the juncture of his face and neck. He rubbed so hard that his skin turned red. Sam suddenly understood. No matter how powerful the Faceless was, as long as they wore a fake face, they could not withstand such torture. Fatty also went to wash his face, and he actually felt much more refreshed and relaxed. Dr. Wargrave said that washing your hands and face often can reduce the incidence of diseases. It's both safe and hygienic. After leaving the checkpoint, the weasel said. Sam nodded and asked curiously, "You're Robert?" "Yes, I'm Riga's son, Robert Fry." He also had a grandfather called Eris. Lord Eel's Fry faction used his father Riga to make meat stuffing and gave it to his grandfather Eris. Oh, so it's River Delta City. Sam understood. In a basement of more than 50 square meters, Fatty met the representatives of the City of Knowledge and the other ghosts locked in the stone room next door. The basement was only 4 to 5 meters deep. After all, they only hid from assassins and thugs, not nuclear bombs. 10 copper pipes as thick as a bowl went through the mud, bringing fresh air and soft light to the basement. Sam found that it was neither stuffy nor dark. The temperature was neither high nor low. It was really comfortable. Samuel, an old scholar with a square face, stood up from behind the oval conference table. I'm the head of the doctors, Cybold. Without waiting for Sam to salute, he pointed to the stone room next door and said, "You want to see Sir Ace? He's there." Sir Ace? Sam was baffled. He turned around and saw a masked gentleman in a brocade robe sitting on a rattan chair in a small stone room separated from the conference room by an iron fence. Chapter 668. He was wearing a dark purple mask that looked like a gas mask, revealing his pale and wrinkled forehead and a pair of pale blue eyes. There was a thin layer of thin and fragile white hair on the top of his head. He was wearing a double-breasted white velvet suit with empty sleeves, as if he had no arms. He was wearing a pair of white lambskin trousers and brown high-riding boots. 7 gods above. Sam's small eyes widened in horror as he took a few steps back. His fat face was pale as he howled. "This is a deviant ghost. You have released the deviant ghost. You have betrayed the humans of the 7 kingdoms and sided with Frost God?" No matter how much the other party dressed like a gentleman, even if he was wearing a mask, Fatty could still recognize his identity through the pair of flickering blue eyes. Deviant ghost? Bastard! The triangular-eyed scholar who had brought Sam into the City of Knowledge at the docks shouted angrily. He pointed at the deviant ghost dressed as a noble of the 7 kingdoms and said, "This is Sir Ace. Don't be rude. He is clearly a deviant ghost. Don't think that I can't recognize him just because he changed his clothes." Sam said with a trembling face, "I am a member of the clan beyond the Great Wall." The deviant ghost behind the iron fence stuttered. Sam's pupils constricted as he said in disbelief, "You can speak?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had made a fool of himself. Deviant ghosts could of course speak. They were also highly intelligent life forms. "Don't you only know how to speak the ancient language?" Sam asked. He was shocked to find that the deviant ghost's voice no longer pierced his soul like an ice lake exploding. "What's wrong with your voice?" "Sir Ace's voice has a soul attack. After our research, we found that the dragon crystal can effectively block the sound waves that are harmful to humans." A hunchbacked old doctor said excitedly. "This is the doctor of the occult, Hardung-een." Robert Fry introduced to Sam in a low voice. "As long as there is a mainstream language in the world, the City of Knowledge has it. The so-called ancient language is just the language of the ancestors. It's not difficult for us. We can speak the ancient language, so we can also teach Sir Ace a simple common language." A thin and tall doctor said proudly, "History and ancient language double major doctor, Guillermo." Robert added. Sam said in a daze, "Why are you teaching him the common language?" "To search for the truth and restore the truth of history." Chief Steward Theobald left his seat and gently patted Sam's shoulder a few times. He praised, "Thank you for bringing us Sir Ace and solving the secret of the long night and the deviant ghosts for humans." "What secret?" "Sir Ace, please introduce yourself so that the misunderstanding between the Night Guardian and your tribe can be resolved." The head doctor faced the well-dressed white ghoul in the small cell and said gently, "My name is Ace Magna, tribe leader of the Eternal Winter Tribe. We have invaded the Northern Territory before, but we are not the devil who brought the eternal night. We are also humans, just like the children of the forest, demi-humans from the last era." The well-dressed deviant ghost was truly like a polite gentleman. He explained the history of himself, his tribe, his race, and the origin of the long night in detail. In short, they had been living in the land of eternal winter. They were neither the ancestors of ice magic and lies of the ancients, nor the evil force that brought the long night to the world, according to the Night Watchers. Sir Ace is also a lord beyond the Great Wall, and is worthy of the title, sir. We should treat him with the etiquette of a noble captive, and give him the necessary respect, the thin and tall doctor of mysticism said. I've really seen deviant ghosts. You believe the nonsense of deviant ghosts? Sam shook his head. At least they didn't bring the long night. Now that Sir Ace has come to the old town, it only lowered the temperature in the basement a little. The long night didn't come, and in the past few thousand years, Sir Ace's people have been living in the land of eternal winter in the far north. They believe in the old gods. Although they aren't ancestors, they aren't much different from them. The doctor said, "You haven't seen deviant ghost babies before. They turn human babies into deviant ghosts. Can the ancestors beyond the Great Wall do it?" Sam said excitedly. "Even if what you said is true, what can you prove? Legend has it that the deviant ghosts even steal human children. It's not rare to see cannibals among the barbarians. At most, Sir Ace was an enemy of the Northern Territory, but it was too much to let them bear the crime of bringing eternal winter to the world. I don't want to discuss the reason for the long night with you." Sam shook his head and said seriously, "The Great Wall is threatened by deviant ghosts. I only brought deviant ghosts to the City of Knowledge for one purpose: to use the Scholars Network to call on the nobles of the 7 countries to end the civil war and fully support the Great Wall. Regardless of whether the long night will come or not, and regardless of why the long night came, it's a fact that deviant ghosts intend to attack the Great Wall. The barbarians have also tried to take down the Great Wall and invade the Northern Territory. But now the barbarians have become allies of the Night Watchmen. Why can't the Ice Tribe of the land of eternal winter turn from enemies to friends?" the doctor asked. Sam looked around in shock and anger. Seeing that the doctors either nodded in agreement or remained silent, he couldn't help but say angrily, "You're all crazy. I'm going to tell Count Hathor, tell the Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island, tell the Night Watchman on the Great Wall." "Sir Ace, please excuse me." The doctor bowed to the deviant ghost and then pulled Sam out of the door with a cold face. They walked along the dark tunnel for 40 to 50 meters and entered a small room with plenty of light. "Do you have a pig's brain?" the doctor scolded loudly. "Those who are not of our tribe will definitely have different intentions. Do you think I don't understand this principle?" "What?" Sam, who had been indignant, was at a loss. The doctor's thin lips moved up and down like a machine gun. He quickly said, "Whether the monster you brought is a deviant ghost, an ancestor, or as he said, an ancient remnant, it's a fact that humans know nothing about them. Now that he's willing to speak, whether it's the truth or not, we can extract some useful information. We can understand the social structure of the monsters, their population size, and the reason for going south. The secret of the long night." "Oh no, there is no long night. You're tricking him into giving up information." Sam suddenly understood and then admired the doctors in the City of Knowledge. The older the ginger, the wiser it was. He didn't see it at all before. "Will the deviant ghost be fooled?" he asked doubtfully. "Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Since we humans are the protagonists of the world, it means that humans are better than other species. We are either stronger or more intelligent. That monster was born with powerful ice magic and is stronger than humans. Therefore, it must be less intelligent than humans. Furthermore, the scholars are the smartest among humans. Isn't it natural for smart people to trick fools?" The doctor's square face was filled with arrogance. Sam nodded repeatedly. He looked at the long chain around the doctor's neck. He really lived up to his name. His analysis was so reasonable and logical that he couldn't find any loopholes. Dr. Theobald, you have to be careful. The deviant ghost's ice magic is powerful. A steel cage won't be able to hold it, Sam reminded. Don't worry, it's foolproof. There's more than 50 kilograms of wildfire buried in the ceiling, Theobald said confidently. What? Sam was shocked. In the conference room we were in before? Of course, other than wildfire, there's also kerosene and gunpowder. Once it's activated, it's guaranteed that he'll die. But Sam felt a lingering fear. If the deviant ghost went berserk and the doctor activated the trap, the deviant ghost would definitely die. But wouldn't he? 7 levels of hell. When they were talking earlier, the doctors all looked natural. None of them even glanced at the ceiling. What kind of mental fortitude was that? As expected of the ruthless person who designed the blood dragon's wild dance, murdered the dragon queen, and hardened the faceless. Fat Sam suddenly felt true respect for these doctors. Ignoring their character, who could compare to their fearless spirit of seeking death. Doctor, did you get any useful information? Sam asked. Of course, Ace is only a minor feudal lord. Above him, there's a king of monsters. All feudal lords listen to the king of monsters. Dr. Theobald's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He slowly told them the information he had obtained. It wasn't necessarily accurate, but it was very organized. It was obvious that the doctor had targeted the problem and was very purposeful in obtaining information. To be honest, the doctor had indeed wanted to destroy the corpses and evidence to prevent the deviant ghost from reaching the old town. Admitting the deviant ghost was equivalent to admitting that the real world that the City of Knowledge had insisted on for thousands of years was a joke. If the threat of deviant ghosts always existed and only supernatural powers could resist them, then the act of destroying human magic power was akin to castrating oneself. If the real world was a joke, then the blood dragon's wild dance led by the scholars would be a complete sin. This sin was enough to shut down the City of Knowledge. But when the deviant ghost personally appeared before them, some of the scholars remembered their responsibility. When the scholars received the chains, they swore a sacred oath to serve the people, the nobles. Moreover, as scholars, they had the spirit of seeking the truth. Was this contradictory? It wasn't. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were a unified title, but they were also divided into 2 generations, past and present. The experiences of the 2 generations were different, and so were their perceptions. In the past, deviant ghosts did not appear, and the long night was illusory. Without reality to slap them in the face, the scholars could take it for granted that deviant ghosts were fake, and magic was just a tool for people with special bloodlines to do evil. To the human race as a whole, supernatural powers did more harm than good. To build a world without magic and gods, it was like heaven for ordinary people. But now, the scholars were constantly being taught a lesson by reality. Rationally, they would no longer insist on the idea of the real world, but the seniors had already driven the car into a dead end. There was no way out, and they could only go all the way. The sins were committed by the seniors, and the juniors hated the real world now. If they admitted their guilt, not only would they lose face, but the City of Knowledge would be completely finished. Therefore, they could only resist and try their best to pretend to be peaceful. The scholars of the City of Knowledge only hoped to have a time machine. It would be best if they could travel to before the blood dragon's wild dance, so that the seniors would stop tormenting themselves. Secondly, they could travel to before the ambush of the Dragon Queen and directly kneel down and surrender, so that the Dragon Queen would be merciful and let the City of Knowledge off the hook. The scholars did not have a time machine, so they denied the long night verbally while seriously studying deviant ghosts in action. They were tormented by the contradiction. The head scholar said, I didn't want you to participate, but you kept making a fuss. Since that's the case, you will cooperate with us. The scholars will play the good cop, and you will play the bad cop. Figure out the details of the monsters. Sam thought about it. The Dragon Queen had also hoped to figure out the secret of the deviant ghosts, but she did not succeed. If the smartest in the world, scholar, could do it, it would be a good thing. So he nodded and agreed. But he also put forward his own request. I came to the City of Knowledge for 2 purposes. One of them has already been achieved. The rest is to persuade the City of Knowledge to send out messenger crows to warn all the nobles about the deviant ghosts. That won't do. We haven't asked clearly. It might be a false alarm. The deviant ghosts can't cross the Great Wall at all. Sigmund shook his head. Chapter 669. Doctor, I understand your concerns, but the City of Knowledge's reputation has already hit rock bottom. Admitting your mistakes can at least prove your courage and reduce your psychological pressure, Sam advised. Pressure? What pressure? Don't spout nonsense. Everything we do is for the people of the Seven Nations. Theobald pulled a long face and tried his best to straighten his slightly hunched back to make himself look indomitable and magnanimous. We have a clear conscience. We eat well, sleep well, and stand upright. He emphasized again. Sam raised his head and pointed at the ceiling, the muscles on his fat face trembling. Why live in a bunker if there's no pressure? The deeper the bunker is, the more complicated the tunnels are, and the greater the pressure in your heart. The fatty's words were like a jack that had been supporting the doctor's back. The doctor's body collapsed, and his back became even hunchier than before. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His square face was distorted, and smoke seemed to come out of his nostrils. He scolded, "Bastard, you're just a little apprentice. How can you talk to the doctor's manager like this?" Sam was scared. He shrunk his neck and said in a panic, "My father is Randall Tarley. Randall Tarley is nothing in front of Danny Rice. I even dared to murder Danny Rice. My name is first on the Mystic Dragon's list of sinners," Theobald said sinisterly. Sam was no longer afraid after being threatened. He only said helplessly, "If the City of Knowledge doesn't want to cooperate, then forget it." Anyway, the Chief Bishop and Dragon Queen had warned the nobles. Long Night and other ghosts were already known to everyone, but now he really regretted it. He didn't listen when the Dragon Queen told him to go home and not go to the City of Knowledge. As expected, the City of Knowledge didn't provide any help. In the next few days, Sam tried his best to cooperate with the doctors, hoping to get more useful information from the other ghosts so that his trip wouldn't be in vain. They studied the ethnic composition of the other ghosts, the relationship between the ghouls and other ghosts, their eating habits, magic techniques. The other ghosts weren't very cooperative, but it wasn't like they didn't say anything. In just a few days, the doctor had recorded a pile of information about the land of eternal winter and beyond the world. According to the deviant ghosts, the land of eternal winter was just the front yard of the world gate. They could walk a few thousand miles further north. If the deviant ghosts weren't lying, then the land north of the Great Wall was no smaller than the land south of the Great Wall. Why is the world so big? The world isn't that big, but there are other worlds outside of this world, the deviant ghost said. Then, the scholar became more and more afraid of deviant ghosts. Even the deviant races in the world had ulterior motives. How could the strange races and civilizations outside the world have good intentions? Even the deviant ghost king that Danny had been very curious about officially appeared in the mouth of the deviant ghost. The king of savages is not permanent. When the ancestors beyond the Great Wall are unable to survive the winter, the various tribes will gather together and elect a king of savages. The king of savages will lead all the savages south. It was the same for the eternal winter tribe. When there is enough food, we live in small tribes. When the king of ice and snow is born, we will submit to him and go south to find prey. In the past thousands of years, the king of ice and snow did not appear. 5 years ago, he came. He's here? Professor Gaile, who looked like a bamboo pole, chewed carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said in shock, "Your king came from another place. He was originally human?" Sam didn't hide the information he knew about deviant ghosts from the scholar. He told the City of Knowledge that deviant ghosts might not have the ability to reproduce and could only be transformed from the male infants of the ancestors who worshipped the old gods. Therefore, Gaile, who had been communicating with the deviant ghost in the ancient language, could understand the subtext of the deviant ghost's words. After a long silence, the deviant ghost's muffled voice came from behind the dragon crystal mask. Only a noble heart that is entangled by the most heinous sins is worthy of our absolute loyalty. A noble heart that is entangled by the most heinous sins. After Gai Lei translated the deviant ghost's words, Sam and the other scholars looked at each other in shock. At least, the deviant ghost admitted one thing. The deviant ghost king came from the human world. He had a noble soul, but he was burdened by the most heinous sins. In endless suffering, he was chosen as the deviant ghost king. Moreover, it happened 5 years ago. Who is he? Sam asked anxiously. Sir Ace glanced at Fatty with his emotionless blue eyes and said, "His human identity is meaningless to us." Sam asked a few more times, but Sir Ace only said that he didn't know. Dr. Theobald stopped Fatty and said slowly, "Actually, knowing who he is not of much use to us. Let's ask something else. For example, the ability of the King of Ice and Snow. The King of Ice and Snow can't bring about the long night. We just lack food." The deviant ghost said, "Food? What do you eat? We've been here for a few days, but Sir Ace doesn't seem to have eaten anything." Dr. Gai Lei was puzzled. Warm blood, fresh blood from living creatures. The deviant ghost stared at Fatty and said, "Human blood is the best." Hiss, the scholars who were pretending to be red faces couldn't hold it in anymore. Their expressions changed as they exclaimed, "Don't even think about eating me." Fatty's face turned pale. He took a few steps back and shouted, "He really is a demon." The head scholar glanced at Fatty and asked the deviant ghost with a forced smile, "Is animal blood okay?" "Human blood. After eating it once, you won't need to eat for many years. Animal blood is much worse." The deviant ghost said, "Prepare a bowl of pig blood for Sir Ace." Thinking that the deviant ghost could turn the corpse into a corpse ghost, the head scholar immediately changed his words. "The noble Sir Ace can't drink pig blood. He needs a bowl of phoenix blood." "Where did the phoenix come from?" Robert Fry hurriedly asked. "Idiot. Chicken blood." The head scholar scolded in a low voice. "Use a small bowl." He emphasized again. Robert Fry obeyed the order and left. At this time, a history professor suddenly said, "I understand. The eternal winter tribe lives on the blood of savages. In the past few thousand years, they didn't approach the Great Wall because the number of savages was enough for them to survive. In winter, the savages went south, so they followed. The long winter lasted for several years. The savages had no food reserves and died out. The eternal winter tribe could only invade the north. That makes sense. This is the truth about the long night and deviant ghosts." The head scholar immediately nodded in agreement. After waiting for about half an hour, Robert walked in with a large bowl full of warm blood. However, before he could enter the door, a trace of anger flashed across the head scholar's face. He hurriedly rushed out of the door and pulled Robert to the corner of the corridor. He scolded, "What did I say just now? You use such a big bowl. Are you afraid that the monster won't be full and won't have the strength to riot?" "This is the smallest bowl," Robert said, aggrieved. The head scholar was stunned. He said, "Find a goblet and pour 1/4 of a cup, just enough to moisten his throat." Robert's wretched weasel-like face trembled a few times. He hurriedly turned around to find a goblet. "Wait." The head scholar stopped him. "Have you dealt with the rooster's body? It's not the rooster. The bunker doesn't have a kitchen. I found Lazy Man Leo and killed a few pigeons." Robert muttered, "Pigeons are fine. Have you dealt with the body?" "How?" "Throw it into the fireplace and burn it. No body is allowed in the bunker, not even a pigeon." Theobald's square face was stern as he said sternly, "Oh." After almost an hour, Robert finally found Leo again. He found him sitting by the fireplace, the fire reflecting red light from his oily mouth, a mouthful of red wine, and a mouthful of roasted pigeon with honey. Leo was using his own method to deal with the pigeon's body. "It smells so good. Give me one." Robert swallowed. He suddenly felt hungry. Leo Tyrell pointed at the fireplace and said casually, "You can get it yourself?" "Huh. Why are there only 5 skewers?" Robert squatted down and found that 2 of the skewers were empty. There were 3 pigeons skewered on the skewers, giving off the smell of pepper, honey, and fennel. I remember that we killed 6 pigeons in total. Robert turned around and said nervously, 6? Leo tilted his head and looked at the furnace. He said lazily, you remembered wrong. There are only 5. Are you sure? Robert was the first to become uncertain. There are deviants in the cellar. The doctor told us to be wary of corpses turning into zombies. Hey, it's just a pigeon. Even if it really turns into an undying monster, I can still squeeze it out of its shit. Leo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, maybe the zombies know magic. Hee hee, I asked that damn fatty. The zombies are just resurrected from the dead. They are slightly stronger and faster, but their movements are stiff and they have no magic power. As long as their numbers don't increase, there's nothing to worry about. Still be careful. That monster drinks human blood. Robert held a pigeon and gnawed on it as he searched the room. He didn't find anything. I said, only 5 pigeons, Leo said impatiently. Robert found a seat and sat down. He stopped talking about the pigeons and talked to Leo about Rosie's first night for the nth time. A few days later, Theobald found that Sir Ace was more willing to chat with them, but the useful information revealed in his words was getting less and less. Furthermore, the information it had revealed was so frightening that he decided to act brazenly and activate the trap. A large pot of wildfire fell from the ceiling. Sir Ace was caught off guard. He howled and cursed and was burned into a cloud of mist by the green flames. The doctor's decisiveness made Sam, who was at the side, extremely shocked. What is this? He asked blankly. The head doctor held a thick stack of imported dragon paper and sneered. Either he has the intention to hide it, or he doesn't know much. In short, I can be sure that we won't be able to get any useful information from him. Since that's the case, of course we have to kill him immediately to prevent future trouble. But Sam's fat face was conflicted. I think we should put him on display to let the people and nobles know how terrifying other ghosts are. The head doctor patted Sam's shoulder and warned him meaningfully, no matter how terrifying a monster in a cage is, it won't make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. That's human nature. Otherwise, the nobles who saw him on Dragonstone Island wouldn't be so calm. At least they don't value the monster as much as you, who personally experienced the monster tide. Sam was thoughtful and asked, what do you plan to do? Send a messenger crow to tell everyone about the monster. The head doctor waved the document in his hand and said with a complicated expression, the scholars who serve the feudal lord will persuade their feudal lords to stock up on dragon crystals and strengthen the city walls. They will try their best to send all the idlers to the Great Wall. Sam let out a long sigh of relief. Although the City of Knowledge still did not recognize the Long Night and other ghosts, it finally started to do something. My mission is complete. I should leave, he said. No, you have to get a scholar's necklace before you can leave. Why? I don't want to be cursed on the street. I don't want to humiliate the family, Sam said with a bitter face. Yes, everyone no longer sees the scholar's necklace as an honor. Dr. Theobald's expression was gloomy, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. You are a good seedling. You have a good family background and a quick mind. You even killed other ice monsters. You are destined to have a bright future. The City of Knowledge depends on people like you to support it. The head doctor was sincere, but Sam planned to run away in the night. When he returned to his residence, he immediately asked Jilly to prepare a bow. We have to leave as soon as possible. We can't let the doctor put the necklace on me. Where's my horn? What horn? The horn that John gave me was inlaid with copper. You tried it, but it didn't sound. I don't know. Jilly shook her head. Chapter 670. Should he head north to Winterfell? Aegon was worried at first, but 2 days later, his wife suddenly announced the good news. Darling, I am pregnant. You are going to be a father. Sansa held his hand and placed it on her soft belly. Looking at his wife's gentle, loving, and hopeful eyes under the light, Aegon decided to be a good man. When Dany Rise was pregnant and the old woman predicted that she would give birth to a horse that would ride the world, the Horse King decided to be a good man. He would avenge his wife and help her reclaim her home. After Sansa became pregnant, Aegon also decided to be a good man. He would avenge his wife and help her reclaim her lost home. The day after announcing the queen's pregnancy, Aegon ordered Earl Mage of Bear Island, Earl Gilbert of Deepwood Castle, Earl Great John of Huthfire, and Sir Anderroyce of Valley, the eldest son of Bronze John, to lead 2,000 cavalry out of River Delta City. Because the people of Swamp provided them with supplies, they could travel quickly through the next swamp. In just half a month, they had traveled 800 kilometers, PS, and reached the Gulf of Carlin. What would it be like for a normal person to attack the Gulf of Carlin? Take the Looting Bridge as a reference. The next swamp was once an ordinary piece of land with forests and plains. 10,000 years ago, in the war between the children of the forest and the ancestors, several Green Prophet joined forces and cast a forbidden spell, causing a tsunami to reach hundreds of kilometers into the land, turning thousands of miles into a swamp. It was a map bomb. Perhaps the forbidden spell changed the rules, but even after the flood receded, the forests and plains did not return. Instead, they became swamps of death that devoured life. The King's Road that ran through the next swamp was like a bridge that connected the two sides. If a person or horse left the bridge and fell into the swamp, if they were unlucky, they would sink into the mud. If there were no companions to save them, they would leave behind a trail of dirty bubbles and disappear from the world. Therefore, crossing the Gulf of Carlin was equivalent to crossing the 400-kilometer-long Looting Bridge. It was hard to say whether the Gulf of Carlin or the Looting Bridge was more dangerous. Lu Dingxiao only needed to defend against attacks from the other side, but the enemy used automatic weapons. The output of machine guns and mortars would definitely be stronger than crossbows and swords. However, there were several towers built in the swamp at Carlin Bay. Apart from the one man holding the pass at the front, there would be a rain of arrows and ballista fire from the left, right, and even behind them. Bolton had arranged for 200 men to guard Carlin Bay. In theory, they should be able to defend against the combined attacks of all the vassals south of the next swamp. However, in the face of aerial bombardment in a three-dimensional war, the natural barriers in a two-dimensional war were nothing. This was a true dimensional reduction attack. They did not even need the help of the swamp people. With just Tyrion riding on Tess's back and throwing kerosene bombs, it only took them 5 minutes to clear the third perilous pass of the Seven Kingdoms, which had once stopped the Undulls for decades and Lothbolton for 2 years. Continuing north, Aegon's cavalry and Jon's barbarians met up at the barren grave of the ancestors. It seemed that the heavens were also on Stark's side. Today, winter had arrived, but there had been several months of sunny days. At the foot of Winterfell, the Dragon Wolf Alliance met Erlu, who was leading a group of defeated soldiers. Erlu had a tenacious heart, a steel-like will, and a brain like iron. Even when he was attacked by Dany, the matter of the child of the prophecy, he did not give up on his goal. However, after enduring for more than a month, he finally crossed the sea of snow that reached his thighs. However, before he could reach the base of Winterfell's city wall, he was attacked by the Little Skin Flayer. That's right, the Little Skin Flayer took the initiative to attack. He did not wait for Erlu to set up a siege formation. The Skin Flayer's army was even larger, and he was still waiting for an exhausted enemy. If he still hid behind the city wall despite having the advantage, he would be looked down upon by the northern nobles who sided with the Bolton family. As expected, Erlu, who did not cheat, was defeated again. Yes, looking at Erlu's battle records over the past few years, with Aunt May by his side, he would definitely win. If he was alone, he would definitely lose. After going through countless hardships and losing a quarter of the Southern Knights, they finally walked out of the Wolfswood. Then, they were chased away like ducks. How tragic. Erlu fled back to the Wolf Forest with the remaining soldiers. After counting the number of people, he sadly found that there were only 500 Red Heart Knights of Blazing Flame left from the south to the north, and only half of the 3,000 clansmen from the north were left. During the chaotic battle, Jon entered Witty's body and attacked the Little Skin Flayer. He bit off his calf and dispersed the cavalry that was chasing after Erlu. If not for that, Erlu would have been killed just like in Traveling Power. To be honest, when Tyrion saw Erlu at the foot of Winterfell, he had the urge to kill him immediately. Erlu was in a worse state than when he had just been defeated. He only had 1,000 emaciated and defeated soldiers with him. Erlu defeated Winterfell, and the Dragon Wolf Alliance approached Winterfell for more than a month. They lacked food and clothing, lost the battle, and couldn't see any hope. Half of them froze to death and starved to death. Only 300 of the southern knights were left. They had lost their war horses and were so hungry that they were all skin and bones. Their eyes were green, and they couldn't even lift their swords. What a pity! What a pity! After landing at the foot of Winterfell, Tyrion looked at the red-robed priestess standing beside Jon at the front of the army. Then, he looked at the 3,000 mercenaries on the left of the army who were holding the stag flag. He regretted it. Before Aegon got married, he should have ridden the dragon to the northern territory and secretly killed Erlu with kerosene bombs. But now, who would have thought that such a weak person would have a chance to turn the tables? Jon didn't come alone. He brought along Erlu's wife, daughter, Aunt May, and the king's hand. Erlu's wife and Aunt May only had 100 southern knights with them. They weren't a threat. Onion Knight Davos brought 3,000 Bravos mercenaries to save Erlu's life. They were all cavalrymen. Jon set off from East Seaview and took a ship to Widow's Point, which was about 1,800 kilometers away. Bravos was only 900 kilometers away from Widow's Point. Erlu had planned to recruit at least 20,000 mercenaries, but time was tight. Jon's 6,000 troops couldn't afford to waste time in Widow's Point. Erlu's target was the Iron Throne. The tens of thousands of mercenaries weren't prepared for Winterfell. I didn't expect to meet you again under such circumstances, the gnome sighed. Jon and Erlu gave Tyrion different responses to the same sentence. Jon gave the gnome a big hug and said sincerely, "I'm so happy to meet you here." When he saw the huge pterosaur soaring in the sky, he exclaimed, "Congratulations, you've finally realized your dream of becoming a dragon knight. I didn't expect you to remember." The gnome hugged his younger brother, who had become more weathered than him. He was very touched. Crack, crack. Erlu puffed up his cheeks, which were so thin that only a thin layer of skin was left. He ground his teeth and swore to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll punish and burn this gnome who committed the crime of kinslaying and treason to death. I know the king you're loyal to Aegon Targaryen, Aegon VI." He stared at the gnome, his masseter muscles bulging. Like Joffrey and Tommen, he's a bastard that Varys found to confuse the Targaryen bloodline. I don't know why the shrewd Dany Rise was deceived, but I won't admit that he's the son of Rhaegar and Ilya. "No one cares about your attitude," Tyrion said in annoyance. A sharp glint flashed in Erlu's sunken eyes. He said coldly, "There are few people with purple eyes and silver hair in Westeros, but there are many of them on the other side of the narrow sea. Crown Prince Aegon might not even be a Westeros. If his identity is unclear, how can he become the king of the Seven Kingdoms? Now that even your nephew Tommen is dead, I'm the only successor left in the Baratheon dynasty. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, all the nobles and citizens of the Seven Kingdoms, including you, should submit to the true king. Actually, I have a question for you." Tyrion tilted his head and looked at Erlu strangely. "Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you know that you're hated by everyone?" Erlu pursed his thin lips and said, "The law is the law. It has nothing to do with personal likes and dislikes. It's also because the law is impartial that the country can operate in an orderly manner under the rules of the law. The current chaos in the Seven Kingdoms is due to the trampling of the law. If the Seven Kingdoms want peace to be restored and the people to live and work in peace, we should uphold the law and rebuild the dignity and sanctity of the law." "You're not wrong. If the king and the nobles followed the law, the Seven Kingdoms would definitely be at peace now." The dwarf nodded with a complicated expression, then shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, we've always lacked a powerful, law enforcement organization that can judge the king's actions without affecting the king's authority. For example, I believe that you can strictly abide by the law and give absolute justice to anyone, only to yourself. Do you dare to swear in front of the seven gods that you've never done anything against the law?" "I have a clear conscience," Erlu said, lifting his chin. The dwarf shook his head. "You can't. There are many kings in this world who can be impartial and treat others strictly, but there's only one who is strict to benefit oneself. Unfortunately, she's not you. Her? A woman's figure appeared in Erlu's mind unconsciously. It seemed like she was laughing, mocking him. Thinking of this, his pupils constricted and he clenched his teeth. Since ancient times, in the 10,000 years of human history, the number of kings is as many as the sand in the Ganges River. Only the Dragon Queen, using the reason of violating the law, ordered the judge to execute the punishment of whipping herself in front of the entire city. You must know that she was the one who wrote the law, the dwarf said in admiration. Of course, he suspected that the Dragon Queen was putting on an act, but she was the only king who was willing to pay such a high price to put on an act. This was a matter of attitude. In front of the law, the king would also be judged and punished. Many years had passed, and the Dragon Queen had become a well-known figure. Some of her deeds had also spread out of Slave Bay and were known by the people of the world. Among them was the story of the Dragon Queen whipping herself and correcting the law. Therefore, after hearing the dwarf's words, Erlu was silent. John was deep in thought, and the surrounding nobles and knights were also shocked. After a moment of silence, the thin knight with an onion imprinted on his chest took a step forward and said loudly, as everyone knows, His Majesty Stannis is a man of integrity to the point of rigidity. He would not purposely make a mistake and then whip himself to flaunt his integrity. Onion. The dwarf glanced at the skinny brown-haired knight's chest and then looked at his left hand, which was wearing a thick leather glove. The Onion Knight Davos? The hand of the king, Davos. The Onion Knight emphasized. Then, he asked with a smile, Knight, I wonder what your identity is now? A glint flashed across the dwarf's eyes, and he asked back, What do you think? I heard that you once swore allegiance to the Dragon Queen, and now you are Aegon VI's advisor? The Dragon Queen swore that she would not start a war between the Seven Kingdoms, but you helped her nephew come to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne. Davos chuckled, looking like an honest and considerate person. Either you went back on your oath, or your actions went against your oath. What right does a person who went back on her oath have to judge the great King Stannis? If you did not go back on your oath, then your actions now represent the will of the Dragon Queen, and the person who went back on her oath would be her. She used her nephew as her chess piece. The Dragon Queen who went back on her oath naturally has no right to be compared to my great King Stannis. The dwarf actually saw through the evil intentions under the onion's skin. This matter, it is easy for others to understand, but unfortunately, the great King Stannis does not. The imp shook his head and sighed. Chapter 671. Erlu guessed that the dwarf did not have anything nice to say, but he asked coldly, What do I not understand? The dwarf looked at the clouds at a 45-degree angle and said softly, Logging is tiring. Logging is tiring? Erlu's expression changed. Tyrion let out a long sigh and continued, When the Dragon Queen made her vow, King Aegon was still living in seclusion. The Dragon Queen had built a great foundation at Slave Bay, and King Aegon was the eldest son of the previous king, so he had the priority to inherit the Iron Throne. They were aunt and nephew, but they were also kings. The two kings did not meet, and were destined to belong to different branches. The path of a king was to have an independent will. Of course, King Aegon did not have to abide by his aunt's vow, but he cared about their relationship and chose to leave Slave Bay quietly without saying goodbye. He also gave up the Targaryen ancestral emblem and declared that there were two branches. From then on, his actions only represented himself and had nothing to do with the queen. The Dragon Queen kept her vow, but she was not a cold-blooded blockhead. She cared about her blood relationship with her nephew and silently gave up her most trusted minister without breaking her vow. He used his thumb to poke his chest. Sigh, Your Majesties. How could a cold-blooded person who could kill her own brother for the sake of the Iron Throne understand the love between aunt and nephew? What do you mean? Erlu gritted his teeth and glared. Everyone in the world knows how Renly died. Times have changed. In the past, no one knew magic and only thought that Renly's death was baffling. Now, everyone sees the person beside you. Tyrion glanced at the red-robed woman who was emitting waves of heat. He felt a little guilty, and his voice softened subconsciously. This woman was truly extraordinary. Although the weather was clear today, Winterfell was covered in white snow. The ice and snow did not melt, and the north wind lifted his robes. The cold air was like nails that penetrated his bones. He had wrapped himself into a ball with his fur, but he still felt cold. However, that woman was dressed in a light and elegant red robe. More than half of her fair, swaying chest was exposed. Not only was she not cold, but even the people around her could feel the heat around her. It seemed that even the Dragon Queen could not do it. As expected of a demigod, Erlu was a fool. He didn't bring her along for the battle of the Blackwater River and the expedition to the south to attack Winterfell. You are a scoundrel who killed your father, uncle, and nephew. How dare you accuse me of killing my own family? The sound of Erlu grinding teeth brought the dwarf back to his senses. Seeing the terrifying look on his face, as if he was about to devour someone, the dwarf stole a glance at the red-robed woman. Don't be so agitated. I'll kill my father too. We're all the same. I'm not looking down on you. Hearing this, Erlu became even more agitated. His body trembled as he growled, "Little devil, are you trying to start a war? If it's a one-on-one, sure." Tyrion raised his eyebrows. With just you? Erlu grasped the hero's red sword at his waist. Jon looked at the half-exposed red sword in astonishment. The red light and heat on the blade had disappeared. Erlu hadn't replenished his mana for a long time. It's a duel between knights. You ride a horse, and I ride a dragon. The dwarf laughed. Erlu's skinny face that was stuck to his skull suddenly turned purplish red. Your Majesty, since this knight dares to challenge the child of the prophecy, why don't you fulfill his wish? The red-robed woman's voice was soft and gentle, like a lover's whisper. The dwarf caught a glimpse of the magic ruby at her throat that reflected the red light, but he shuddered and his back broke out in a hot sweat. Ha ha ha, don't be so serious. I'm just joking. How can a small dwarf be qualified to challenge the king? It's freezing here. Why don't we help the Duke of the Northern Territory take down Winterfell, and then we can sit by the warm fireplace and enjoy good wine while we reminisce about old times. Jon didn't want to see the two allies fight, so he immediately invited the commanders into his tent to discuss the battle plan. Tyrion looked at the map provided by the dwarf. Not only were the names of the sentry towers and buildings in Winterfell marked in detail, even the Bolton army's defense, the location of the ballistae, the Little Skinner's dormitory, and the command center were all accurate. Obviously, this was another battle with asymmetric information. He sighed and said, "Tonight, we can enter the city to soak in the hot springs. Count Medji is familiar with the surrounding terrain and is guarding outside with 1,000 cavalrymen. I'll open the city gates, and the rest of the people will swarm in and kill all the Skinner in the city. If anyone escapes, Count Medji will be in charge of pursuing them. What do you all think?" Jon nodded. If the dwarf could quickly blast open the city gates, the rest of the people could fight however they wanted. Your Majesty Stannis, what do you think? He looked at the gloomy Erlu. What about Roose Bolton? Erlu asked. There was no sign of the old Skinner on the map. Lord Eel stroked his fat and oily chin and muttered, "That bastard Rhaenys married Miss Arya, so Winterfell belongs to him. After the bastard defeated you, Lord Leech left Winterfell. He said that he was homesick after leaving the Terror Castle for many years." That's not my sister. The Iron Throne used Jenny Poole to disguise herself as Arya, Jon hurriedly said. Erlu's bony fingers tapped twice on the map and said, I don't care about the rest, but I want Theon Greyjoy and Rhaenys Bolton. They have committed countless crimes and have to be judged by the king. Tyrion sneered and said, burn them and offer them to the Red God? Which country's laws apply to such a trial? His Majesty Aegon didn't come. King Stannis has the highest rank here, Davos reminded. Theon. Jon looked conflicted. Theon didn't kill Rickon and Bran, so he doesn't deserve to die. And now, he has received the punishment he deserves. Maybe we can let him go. Erlu turned his head and said, he betrayed us and attacked Winterfell. He was the trigger for the series of events and indirectly destroyed your family. How can we forgive him so easily? John frowned and didn't say anything. If Theon didn't betray Robb, Winterfell wouldn't have fallen. Little Skinner wouldn't have been able to survive. Little Skinner was arrested and locked up in Winterfell's death row prison. The best outcome would have been to put on a black cloak and Theon would have released him. Carlin Bay wouldn't have fallen into Timin's hands. Robb wouldn't have been in a hurry to return to the north. The outcome would have been different. This plot was different from the corresponding plot of Game of Thrones. Although Uncle Finger was willing to send cannons, he didn't care about the military strength of Ramus and the Skinners. Between the northern region, which had been crippled and was still divided, and the fertile and well-preserved valley, which would you choose? Anyone with a normal brain would choose the valley and take back Winterfell with the army of the valley. Thus, Sansa's marriage with the heir Harry was more valuable to stabilize Uncle Finger's rule over the valley. Of course, Aegon, who controlled the Black Death, was more valuable than Harry. No matter what, Little Skinner couldn't marry Sansa. However, ruling the North required Stark's righteousness. Thus, Tywin used Sansa's maid, Janipal, to replace the missing person Arya's household register. Old Skinner naturally allowed his illegitimate son to marry the fake princess. Before becoming Arya, Janipal went to Uncle Finger's missing women's chain supermarket to further her studies. Little Skinner not only married a maid, but that maid also became a prostitute for half a year. How unlucky. Jon's Raven returned to Winterfell a few times. Knowing the true identity of Arya, he didn't send Mans Red to save his sister. Theon stayed in Winterfell. Tyrion frowned. You can try Ramus and Theon, but you can't set up a private court. According to tradition, at least the nobles and commoners should be invited as witnesses. Of course, he didn't care about Ramus and Theon's lives. However, Erlu specifically asked for them, which meant that their blood was powerful. Theon was the son of King Balon, and Ramus was the king of the north. That's reasonable. It's reasonable. Even the bitch Queen Dowager will invite witnesses. Lord Eel squinted his small eyes and agreed. Then, the Northern and River Valley Knights followed suit. After reaching a consensus, the battle began immediately. A 300 kilograms water tank-shaped kerosene bomb fell from a height of 400 meters. The city gate was immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. When the city gate collapsed, Jon took the lead. He rode a long-haired unicorn as tall as a bull and led 500 unicorn riders into Winterfell. Then, Ramus Bolton's military strength wasn't weak. There were 3,000 Skinners, 5,000 northern nobles from Lonely Tomb Village, Huthfire, and the northern nobles who sided with Bolton. There were also 2,000 Freys. 10,000 soldiers defending the city was enough to deal with an enemy 10 times their number. In addition, the weather in the northern region was cold, so the defending army had an advantage. Without Tyrion's aerial bombardment, Jon and Skinner, the destined snow pair, would have been evenly matched. The battle would have lasted for a year and a half. With Skinner's treachery and viciousness, Jon might not have won. Even with the pterosaur's aerial support, Tyrion wasn't able to stay in the comfortable stone castle that night. The battle was intense. Skinner's right leg was bitten off by Jon, so he didn't charge. Instead, he stayed in the castle to command the battle. The direwolf and Tyrion's pterosaur couldn't be beheaded. As long as the command system didn't collapse, the battle continued from noon to dusk. Some of the northern nobles who sided with Bolton almost escaped during the night. The Bolton family's Scarlet Skinner flag disappeared from Winterfell in the early hours of the second day. At the Winterfell training ground, the once white and flat snowy ground was now stained with black mud from the trampling of horses, as well as dark red blood from the corpses. It was like a brand new white millwool blanket that had been thrown into a latrine and washed. In the center of the training ground, more than 10 knights in disheveled armor and despair were tied to wooden stakes. Firewood was piled high beside them. Lord Eel's face was filled with the joy of getting its revenge, and its shiny high boots made a carefree squeaking sound in the dirty snow. He walked in front of a bald man with a short chin and moist red eyes and said with a strange smile, "Elise Fry, is my meat pie delicious?" "What?" The man with a short chin opened his moist red eyes in a daze and looked unfocused at the fat man who was as fat as a wine barrel. Gradually, he came back to his senses and cursed, "Traitor! You swore an oath to the Iron Throne and to Duke Bolton. You have betrayed your oath and will suffer retribution. I will only have one lord, the king of the Northern Territory, Stark." Lord Eel sneered. "On the other hand, you, Fry, have already received your retribution. Hurry up, everyone is waiting." "Not far away," Sir Gordy Fallon, who was beside Erlu, urged. Yes, Erlu had brought a large group of Red believers to wait for the afternoon prayer. The dozen nobles in the pile of firewood were the sacrifices. Chapter 672. Have you forgotten? When that little bastard Ramus got married, I gave him 3 meat pies. You ate them too, and you cheered loudly. Lord Eel enjoyed this moment very much. He waved his hand at Erlu and turned back, his face full of satisfaction after getting his revenge. "I even let a singer sing, Rat Chef. Hee hee, your son Riga, your brothers Simon and Jerry, aren't they all missing?" Eris' weasel-like, wet red eyes suddenly widened. His pale face turned slightly green, and the bald hair on his short chin trembled a few times. But he could only make hee sounds. Lord Eel laughed and asked cruelly, "How does it feel to eat your son's meat pies while listening to Rat Chef?" Ugh! Eris and the other Freys heard this and felt their stomach acid rise. Snot and tears flowed out of their stomachs together with the filth in their stomachs. You will die a horrible death. Stranger will take you to the 7 hells." Eris cursed with a ferocious face. "I am practicing the teachings of the gods. The Holy Father will give me a fair trial." "You!" Lord Eel glanced at the impatient red god believers behind him and said in a low voice, "You can't even go to the 7 hells. The foreign evil gods will torture you in the world of death for 1,000 years, 10,000 years." For Freys were burned to death. Wade was originally an adopted son sent to Winterfell by the Freys in the Oath of Covenant at Rowan River City. He was also a hostage. Eris and Hostine led 2,000 Freys to help Bolton conquer the Northern Territory. At this moment, they had all become Lalo's sacrifices. The night is long, and everywhere is dangerous. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have compatriots, gathered together. Fortunately, there is a true lord, who overflows me. Melisandre and Erlu stood side by side. Erlu's wife and daughter, and the Red Heart Knights, who were 70% fewer in number than they were at the Great Wall, knelt behind them and recited the Red God prayer together. Dozens of meters away, on a tall tower, the dwarf and John stood by the window, watching Fry struggle and wail in the thick red flames. "You're Stark? You actually let a group of Red God believers sacrifice God in your own home? Why don't you burn down the forest of divine trees and change your faith to the Red Deity?" Tyrion said with a displeased expression. "He is my king." John sighed. "Was your brain eaten by deviant ghosts?" Tyrion widened his 2 deformed eyes, one big and one small, in disbelief. "Even if you pledge allegiance to the Dragon Queen, it's still 100 times better than pledging allegiance to Stannis. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't want to pledge my loyalty to Her Majesty Daenerys?" John smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But she doesn't want to get involved in the mess in the northern region." At that time, Aegon had yet to appear. Other than King Stannis, I had no other choice. Furthermore, he sincerely wanted to uphold justice for my father. I had no reason to refuse. Tyrion looked at his younger brother, whose temperament had changed greatly, and asked, "Your sister married Aegon, which also means that Stark and Targaryen have formed an alliance. His Majesty Aegon also followed the agreement and helped Stark take revenge and take down Winterfell for Stark. Furthermore, your sister is pregnant with Aegon's heir. What do you plan to do? Aegon and Stannis will have a fight to the death. Whose side are you on?" John's bearded face was almost twisted into a furry black dog's butt. "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "John, you are no longer the silly boy who just arrived at the Great Wall. You are the king of the northern region, the only adult male in the House of Stark. Jon asked awkwardly. What do you think I should do? Just like how Ymont and Tyrion liked each other when they saw each other. Jon also felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and trust when he saw the two of them. Yes, the reason why Jon was able to blend into the Night Watchmen and stand out among them was because of Tyrion's priceless advice. Do you know why I left Slaves Bay? Tyrion sighed and recounted his experience. The Dragon Queen is a good queen, but she is not a benevolent saint. In fact, she has always been cold to her true enemies. Perhaps she did not see Stark as an enemy, and could even forgive Stannis for not participating in the War of the Usurpers. However, she did not hide her malice towards Lannister. It's no wonder. You all have a reason to rebel, but my father betrayed you and tricked the King's Landing into opening and slaughtered her entire family, not even sparing the baby. Although my brother has a good reason, he is a White Knight. The Mad King can kill anyone, but he can't do it himself. Anyone in the Dragon Queen's position would not let Lannister off so easily. At least, she is still magnanimous. She only hates the main culprit and only looks on coldly towards the innocent Lannister. She is happy to see us suffer. Yes, if all the lions are dead, she will clap her hands and drink 3 cups of wine. This attitude will make her subconsciously make the most disadvantageous choice for Lannister. For example, provoke my sister and make her bet the entire Lannister family on the table. Then, she will harvest all the lions with a righteous reason. Even if she doesn't do anything, my sister, my uncle, and my family will continue to do it. However, their efforts will only deepen the hatred between the two families. It will not help solve the problem at all. In fact, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. There is no room for struggle. When the day comes when the Dragon Queen dominates the world, Lannister will most likely be trampled on like the snow in the courtyard and melted into the mud. Jon looked at the dirty snow mixed with black mud and blood in the training field and fell into deep thought. You once swore loyalty to the Dragon Queen? He asked hoarsely. Of course. Tyrion guessed that helplessness had been convinced. He sighed in relief, but smiled bitterly. Otherwise, where did my Tessa come from? You broke your oath. Helplessness sighed. For my family, for my blood, I am willing to fall into the 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's face was melancholy from the bottom of his heart. The Dragon Queen's words are like a mountain. She recognizes Aegon's priority to inherit the throne and will not go back on her words. As long as Aegon ascends the Iron Throne, I will become the Duke of Casterly Rock and lead Lannister to submit to him. This will cause Lannister to submit to Targaryen. An upright monarch will not harm her vassal for no reason, not to mention that Lannister is her nephew's vassal, not hers. Perhaps she will judge my brother and sister, but the rest of my family and family will be safe. For my family, Jon's eyes drooped, only using the corner of his eyes to look at Erlu by the fire in the training field. What do you plan to do? He asked softly. It's done. The dwarf was completely relieved. Tell me first, how strong is that woman? Tyrion pouted at the red-robed woman below. She doesn't eat or drink, has unlimited magic, and is proficient in prophecies. She can seek fortune and avoid calamity. Jon said, Prophecies? The dwarf frowned. Prophecies are usually inaccurate, right? I know that the Moon Singers are the most proficient in prophecies, and they often mistake illusions for prophecies. Jon thought of Aunt May's prophesied child and Arya, and nodded hesitantly. Well, Aunt May once mistook Arya Ka Stark as Arya in her prophecy, and later did not realize that Jennifer was a fake. Perhaps it was because of their different professions, but Aunt May's prophecies had a very high misconception rate, and her accuracy was even worse than the Forest Witch's prophecy for Cersei, and even worse than Noble Heart Soul. Noble Heart Soul could barely be considered a monkey version of the Green Dreamer. Her talent was not as good as Jujian's, but she had successfully prophesied the time and place of the Savior's birth decades ago. After that, countless prophecies came out of her mouth, and they were always accurate. So much so that the Brotherhood without banners relied on her prophecies to gather information from the outside world. Well, when others received messenger crows, what they saw was what happened in the past. But the Brotherhood without banners listened to the broadcast of the Forest Witch's sign and knew about the future in advance. I heard that you were the savior in the Red God's prophecy. Tyrion looked at Jon, and then looked at Erlu below, and said strangely, two saviors, one must be fake. No matter how I look at it, Stannis looks like the real king's pawn. Does the Red Priestess not intend to correct her mistake? You. What do you mean? You want me to instigate Melisandre to assassinate King Stannis? Jon's gray eyes narrowed, and he looked at the dwarf warily. That woman makes me afraid, Tyrion said honestly. But our target is not her, and her target is not Aegon. She wants to complete the Red God's prophecy, and we only want the Iron Throne, and we are willing to acknowledge your identity as the prophesied child. Both sides have a basis for cooperation. Actually, you shouldn't have saved him last time, and let him die in the hands of Skinner. It would be good for everyone. You would become the official savior, the Red Priestess would assist the real savior, and Aegon would become the real king. If you can mediate between us, we can save a lot of effort. Jon's expression changed when he saw the eagerness in the imp's eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and whispered into his ear, "During my resurrection, Her Majesty Daenerys tampered with it. It seems like the prophecy was broken. Anyway, I am still a believer of the old gods. In the beginning, she did treat me as the prophesied child and taught me many profound magic secrets, but after praying one day, she seemed to have received some kind of revelation from Lalo, and her attitude towards me suddenly became cold, and even her magic teachings stopped." What do you mean? Aren't you the savior who resurrected the Light King? How did the Dragon Queen interfere? The dwarf was shocked. The specific process is very complicated, and I don't really understand it, but I am sure that Melisandre will not give up on Stannis. Isn't this the perfect time to use a spare tire? How could she give it up? A dim light flashed in Tyrion's eyes, and he approached the dwarf and asked softly, "Then, what is the limit of her power?" The Shadowbinder's method is to attack from the back, but when facing the enemy head-on. Jon stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers. Any mage will die under the siege of 5 nights. Are you kidding? The dwarf widened his strange eyes and shouted, "I suspect that 50 knights can't even hurt a hair on the Dragon Queen, and the red-robed priest is at a higher level than her, so he should be stronger. The Dragon Queen's strength lies in the Megalosaurus. Without a dragon, 5 knights are more than enough," Jon said with certainty. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. "You definitely haven't seen her fighting style with your own eyes. With a swing of her sword, a 50-meter-long fire blade, with a roar, the surrounding soldiers will collapse like dominoes. The elemental fire blade is just for show. Her true dragon roar is also a dragon soul entering the body. Actually, I can do it too." "What can you do?" the dwarf asked in surprise. "Whatever she can do, I can do." Jon smiled reservedly and opened his right hand, and a 3-foot-long flaming sword appeared like a 3D projection. Chapter 673. The fire sword in Jon's hand was lifelike, as if it was made out of red and yellow crystal. If it was a few years ago, the dwarves would have shouted miracle or 7 gods above when they saw it. How could those who had crossed the sea be amazed by the vastness of the lake? It's far from the Dragon Queen's. Her heat waves are rolling. Even if her sword doesn't cause any damage, it can still roast a person. Tyrion extended his hand and slowly approached the fire sword floating in Jon's hand. When he was 10 centimeters away from the sword, he could barely feel the faint pain of being roasted. "My size and temperature are inferior to hers." Jon waved his hand and retracted his magic. He said calmly, "I'm a shadow-binding knight, but she's a Valeglia fire wizard. We have different professions." Tyrion should be amazed. Not only did Jon remove his mask, he was no longer afraid of light. He could also control the power of flames. He had already surpassed 99% of the shadow-binding knights. The leader of Dany's Royal Wizard Corps, Tam, was not as good as him. Ashizka, she was also far behind him. Because she was also afraid of light. Because she was also very talented. However, Jon had the bloodline of a true dragon. His affinity for fire wizard spells was too strong. Dany's cheap son, Simba, was only suspected to have the talent to master the perfect great wizard's inheritance. John, on the other hand, could definitely form a nine-colored vortex like Danny. He was Lei Jiazi. He was also a holy spirit who had been replenished. Without such talent, how could he be qualified to be coveted by a true god? Of course, this did not mean that John regretted learning Tam's inheritance. If he did not master the shadow-binding knight skills, he would have been forcefully revived by Melisandre. No matter how strong his holy spirit talent was, it would have nothing to do with him. Fire wizard spells can be blocked by shields and armor. The true dragon's roar is a powerful area of effect weapon. 5 knights are definitely not a match for the Dragon Queen. Tyrion shook his head. Haha, why don't you try this? John chuckled. His gray eyes gradually turned red, and his human emotions faded as the color deepened. In the end, John's expression was cold and his eyes were bloodshot. When Tyrion met his gaze, he felt as if he was a sheep being stared at by a lone wolf. Wawa the beast-eyed John spat out a word. Tyrion's vision blurred as he saw a blood-eyed white wolf as tall as a calf pouncing towards him and biting his face, causing him to feel a bone-piercing pain. His entire body stiffened, and his back turned cold as he cried out in alarm. Then, the illusion in front of him disappeared, and he saw John's bearded face. How is it? John asked with a smile. Could this be a wolf's roar? The dwarf wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked curiously. Danny Leesy's true dragon roar uses the dragon soul to cast a soul attack. To put it bluntly, she still relies on the megalosaurus. My dire wolf is no ordinary creature. Ordinary people would feel fear when they see it. I used her secret technique as a reference and developed the winter wolf howl. This is her core secret, right? How did you know about it? The dwarf asked in surprise. The figure of his little brother Bran instantly flashed across John's mind. He lowered his eyes and said, Melisandre taught me? Hissed, the dwarf gasped and muttered, that woman is so scary. Not only did she crack the Dragon Queen's secret, she even successfully learned her secret technique. 5 knights definitely can't deal with her. The dwarf became more and more certain. John shook his head and said, You've misunderstood what I meant. I don't deny that the Dragon Queen is very strong, but most of her strength relies on the megalosaurus. In other words, if I had the megalosaurus, or if Melisandre had the megalosaurus, we wouldn't be much weaker than her. Oh, at least there wouldn't be a situation where we can't defeat 5 knights, while she can easily sweep through 50 knights. When you consider Melisandre's strength, you can't use the Dragon Queen who has the megalosaurus as a reference. Even without the help of the megalosaurus, 5 Grand Knights can still threaten her life. If I arrange for 5 knights, can they really get rid of the red-robed woman? The dwarf said in disbelief. More or less. John hesitated for a moment and nodded lightly. Maybe, there's no need to deal with her. I don't believe it. I don't believe that 5 knights can deal with her. The dwarf shook his head. Extraordinary people aren't as strong as you think. At least, they're not as effective as a metal sword in a head-on battle. For example, if I didn't have the direwolf now, 3 fully armed swordsmen would definitely be able to kill me. You. The dwarf sized up his little brother suspiciously and shook his head. You won't do. You're a shapeshifter. Without the wolf, what's the difference between you and a normal knight? John was very good now. He had already surpassed Kuei Shi and became the true number 1 of the younger generation. Moreover, his evaluation of the limits of an extraordinary person's strength was also very accurate. If it was the Danny who had just arrived at the Great Wall, without the megalosaurus and the true dragon's roar, 5 qualified knights would definitely be able to kill her. If 5 armored knights rushed over together, if a wizard could not kill them instantly, he would be crippled even if he did not die. Aunt May could not eat or drink, but if she swallowed poison when she was unprepared, she would still die. If she was stabbed with a sword, she would still bleed and die. Danny's life would also be threatened on the battlefield. Otherwise, why would she make her armor so sturdy? The demigods of this world were very similar to the demons in Western movies. They sounded and looked very powerful, but in the end, they would be beaten to death or stabbed to death with a knife. You kept asking me about the red-robed woman's strength. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Yuluin, do you know? The chameleon, Theon's uncle. How many years has it been since he became a wizard? He can already summon sea monsters. Melisandre is a demigod. Without sea monsters, the three knights can still kill Yuluin, Jon said with certainty. You make it sound easy, but the reality is that the Dragon Queen has dragons, you have direwolves, and Yuluin has sea monsters. Even an idiot would know that the red-robed woman must have her own trump card, the dwarf said with a wooden face. What did you ask me? I didn't lie to you and told you the truth. Do you want me to ignore the truth and tell you the answer you want? Fine. Melisandre can fight 500 or 5,000 people. She alone is equivalent to an army. She can destroy cities and countries on her own. There is no need for Stannis to exist. She is a god who came to the Westeros to play in the mortal world. When night falls, she waves her hand and dispels the cold and summons the sun. When she stomps her feet, the sky falls and the earth sinks. All the deviant ghosts are shattered into ice crystals. When the night ends, the whole world will sing her praises, Jon said in annoyance. The dwarf's ugly face contorted. On the fourth day after conquering Winterfell, Stark regained control of Winterfell. For days was enough for the ravens to fly back and forth between the Northern Territory and Winterfell. Winterfell regained control of the Northern Territory. The neutral nobles immediately pledged their loyalty to Jon and promised to set off immediately. They would personally offer their swords and knees to Jon Stark at Winterfell. After the nobles who sided with Bolton were forgiven by Jon, they immediately regained their loyalty to Stark. Almost all the nobles who sided with Bolton disliked him and did not hate Stark. It was because Stark's family was exterminated, and there was no one to pledge their loyalty to. To protect the family, they had to give up their hatred for Bolton. At the Red Wedding, the nobles of the Northern Territory were in mourning. Everyone hated Bolton and Fry. For example, the Amber family of Hoothfire. Who was the #1 hero of the Northern Territory? Big Jon. Look at Big Jon's famous scene. Luobai just ascended the throne and held a banquet for the vassals. Big Jon bullied him for being young, not even 14 years old, and mocked him in public for being a coward. He even drew his sword and threatened him. Luobai signaled Grey Wind, Direwolf, to rush to the dining table and snatch Big Jon's sword. He even bit off 2 of his fingers. Big Jon did not hate him. Instead, he laughed heartily and praised young Wolf Lord for his courage. He dared to fight back against a fierce person like Luobai. Since then, Big Jon became Luobai's most loyal subordinate. The second famous scene, the Red Wedding. The Freys were afraid of Big Jon's courage and took turns toasting him, hoping to get him drunk. Big Jon did not refuse any of them and got drunk. Then, the most awesome battle in Ice and Fire happened. Frey's 8 armored knights versus the drunk and weaponless Big Jon. Big Jon was besieged by the knights and ambushed by the archers on the 2nd floor. In the end, he was heavily injured and captured. 1 Fry died on the spot, 2 were heavily injured, and 1 had his ear bitten off. This battle record was exaggerated by Beathor Dane. Back to the main topic. Big Jon was held hostage in River Delta City. Of his 2 uncles, one sided with Stannis and was determined to avenge Stark, while the other led his family to side with Bolton. It was obvious that Amber's family was betting on both sides. They sided with Bolton to protect their family. There was no loyalty at all. The nobles on Bolton's side were in the same situation as Amber. How could they resist the return of the King Jon? After Winterfell was stabilized, Queen Sansa sent an invitation to her elder brother. Jon gladly agreed. The next day, he appointed Earl Mage as the temporary Winterfell dungeon lord. He brought his younger brother, Rickon, and rode Tyrion's Tessa to the valley to visit his family. The next morning, the weather was clear. The sun was like a miser, casting a thin, warm light on the black mud of the training field. Under the leadership of Erlu's blazing knights, thousands of mercenaries wearing blazing red heart cloaks swung their swords and slashed, shouting and yelling. Brittany Tass pursed her lips, her left hand, which was wearing a lobster glove, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The faint warm sun seemed to be unable to drive away the haze in her heart. Her rough round face revealed an obvious heaviness. Her iron boots moved, bringing up bits of black mud on the ground, dirtying the snow-white cloak behind her. Under the curious and probing gazes of the blazing red heart knights, she crossed the training ground and entered the shadow of a tall building. Looking up, it was a 4-story tall, gray stone building that was as wide as a great hall. Winterfell's guest room, Erlu's residence. Brittany Tass? Gordy Farland sized up the female knight with a critical gaze. Her familiar ugly face made his lips curl into a mocking smile, and the smoky black armor on her body made his mocking smile even more. When his gaze shifted to the white cloak fluttering in the wind behind the female knight, his sneer turned into an inexplicable jealousy and hatred. But Brittany wasn't baffled. She had seen him a few times before and knew that he was arrogant and conceited. He was greedy for glory and looked down on women, especially famous women who had more glory than him. After receiving the Dragon Queen's reputation as the Roseless Iron Guard, Brittany had already developed a sense of being a famous woman. Brittany's thick, caterpillar-like lips wriggled a few times, and she said in a very unnatural tone, "Sir Farland, I'm here to visit Lord Stannis. I hope you can pass on the message." Chapter 674. Brittany's actions, expression, and tone were unnatural. However, Gordy Farland had a preconceived prejudice against her and did not notice anything unusual. "Why do you want to see His Majesty?" "In what capacity do you want to see His Majesty, Brittany of Tarth? Dany Rise's Roseless Iron Guard? Or the White Knight of the false King Aegon?" Gordy Farland's smile gradually became vicious. "You are the heir of Tarth Island. Your father swore loyalty to Theon Byra, but you have changed your master 3 times. Sk. A shameless person like you is just right to be the false king who tarnishes the bloodline." Clang. Brittany drew her sword angrily and pointed the black-red rippling long sword at the tip of Gaudy's nose. "If you dare to insult my lord again, I swear, no one can stop this sword from cutting off your tongue." Gordy Farland heard this and was furious. He wanted to teach this ugly woman that his reputation as the giant killer was not to be trifled with. "Stop!" A thin knight with a pockmarked face shouted and walked over to stop Gordy. The pockmarked knight looked back and forth between Brittany and Gordy with a sharp gaze and growled, "You are not only representing yourselves. Do you want to start a war in Winterfell?" Brittany's blue eyes were full of determination. She said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I don't want to cause trouble, but a white knight should solve the problem for the Lord." The pockmarked knight raised his eyebrows and felt that the female knight's words were strange. However, when he turned to look at Gordy, he realized that his companion must have said something to insult Aegon. "What are you doing here?" the pockmarked knight asked. "Sir Richard, I wish to see Lord Stannis." The pockmarked knight was Richard Hope, a Stormlands noble. He was skilled in swordsmanship and horsemanship. He had a high chance of becoming Robert's White Knight, but he had an ugly face full of pockmarks and scars. Cersei despised him for being ugly and said a lot of bad things to Robert, ruining his bright future. "What do you want from His Majesty?" Perhaps the freckles on Brittany's rough face made him feel close, but the pockmarked knight's tone was still gentle. Brittany pursed her fat lips and said dryly, "I have a few questions to ask Lord Stannis." Richard did not ask her what she wanted to ask, and directly asked the guards to go upstairs to ask for instructions from His Majesty. With Brittany's identity, status, and reputation, she was qualified to meet anyone in the 7 Kingdoms. Erlu did not reject Tartha's daughter, the Naked Iron Guard, and King Aegon's White Knight. Soon, Richard personally brought Brittany to a spacious living room on the 2nd floor. A huge map of the 7 Kingdoms was spread out on a square table the size of a bed. Erlu was crouching on the table, making marks on the map with a pin. If Brittany was more experienced and not so nervous, she would be shocked to find that the location marked by Erlu was not the north at all, not the Great Wall or Terror Castle, nor the Valley or Storm's End Castle. It was the King's Landing. "What do you want to ask?" Erlu was so focused on his work on the map that he did not even raise his head. At a position 3 steps away from the square table, Brittany stopped because the 4 armored guards on the left and right sides of Erlu looked over with sharp and puzzled eyes. "My lord, did you kill King Renly?" This time, Brittany asked the question in her heart. Her expression, tone, and actions were very natural. But this sentence was like a bolt from the blue without warning, causing the 4 guards and Sir Richard behind her to change their expressions at the same time. Erlu finally raised his head, and 2 cold lights shot out from his deep eye sockets. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brittany of Tarth Island, do you know what you are talking about? Even the White Knight of the False King can't talk nonsense in front of me." "Lord Stannis, please look into my eyes and answer this question directly." Brittany opened her wide mouth and shouted with her loudest voice. "How dare you?" Because he was so angry, the pockmarks on Sir Richard's face lit up like little stars. He took a step forward and clamped Brittany's right arm with his left hand, the dominant hand for holding the sword. His right hand pressed on the hilt of the sword, and half of the sharp blade came out of the scabbard. "Your Majesty, she slandered you in front of your face." The knight asked the king for instructions. Erlu roared at Brittany, "Get out! I won't leave until you give me an answer." Brittany struggled hard, causing the lean man's body to tilt and almost stumble to the ground. Every pockmark on Richard's face expressed shame and anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to slash. "Sir Richard, stop!" Fortunately, his king had not completely lost his mind. After the pockmarked knight angrily retreated to the side, Erlu raised his chin slightly and glanced at Brittany's pure blue eyes that were as clear as a lake. He then lowered his eyes without leaving a trace and said, "Brittany Tars, I didn't expect you to do this for that false king. Because he pretended to be a Targaryen with a lowly mixed blood and was despised by the people of the 7 kingdoms, you slandered and ruined my reputation, trying to drag me down to his level?" Brittany's thick lips opened slightly, and the stubbornness on her rough round face turned into confusion. After being stunned for a while, she said hesitantly, "Lord Stannis, what are you talking about? The people of the 7 kingdoms do misunderstand His Majesty Aegon, but it's not to the same level as you." Erlu was about to say, "Of course not on the same level as me. I'm much more noble than him." Then he heard Brittany continue, "His Majesty Aegon's experience is too fantastical. Everyone misunderstands and only doubts his identity, but you have morals and beliefs. You murdered Lord Renly, you killed your own family, you burned the statues of the 7 gods and the godswood, and you worship foreign evil gods, you blaspheme. Your reputation is far worse than His Majesty Aegon's." Bam, bam, bam. Erlu's teeth made a crisp sound like he was chewing on broad beans. "Leave here before I change my mind." Sir Richard put his hand on the hilt of his sword again and stared at the female knight with murderous eyes. "My lord, you haven't answered my question yet." Brittany straightened her back and insisted, "Before I became His Majesty Aegon's Kingsguard, I was His Majesty Renly's Blue Cloth Guard. I will not give up on avenging His Majesty Renly for the rest of my life." Blue Cloth Guard? The anger on his face gradually disappeared, and Erlu fell into deep thought. In the rebellion of the 4 kings, there were actually 5 kings. However, Renly was born too early and did not fight a single battle. That was why he was not counted as one of the kings of rebellion. Cersei had 10 galleys, and one of them was named after Renly. That was to say, the Iron Throne officials did not consider him a king of rebellion. But among the 4 rebel kings, Balon, Erlu, Renly, and Robb, only Renly established a complete Kingsguard team. Robb and Balon did not want to fight for the Iron Throne, and Erlu waited for Barristan for a long time. Renly called his Kingsguard the Rainbow Guard. The White Knight used pure white as the emblem, and the 7 members of the Rainbow Guard each wore a rainbow-colored cloak and armor. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Brittany was a Blue Cloth Guard. So, Dany was wrong to call her a roseless Iron Guard. She was already a Kingsguard. She had a robe, a blue robe. "I didn't expect you to still remember your former responsibility." Erlu sighed. Renly had a total of 7 Rainbow Guards. Except for the 2 killed by the Knight of Flowers, there were 5 left. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, had himself defected to Lannister. Brittany had been wrongly accused of murdering Renly and had to run away. The remaining 3 had all turned to Erlu. Even though Erlu was angry at the female knight's slander of him, he appreciated her persistence and loyalty. The king's face showed some obvious sadness and lamented, "Renly was my brother. I did not love him very much. That is the truth. I am as sad about his death as I am, but I did not murder him. I am the king, the lord of the army." On the night of Renly's death, countless upright knights in my barracks saw their king. This kind of thing cannot be faked. Thousands of people can testify for me. Don't think that Erlu was lying to Brittany. He had also said this to his trusted minister, Davos. Or rather, this was his true inner thought. True thoughts did not equal truth. Otherwise, who knew how many gods would appear in the mental hospital? Brittany was indeed intimidated by Erlu's sincere feelings, but in the next moment, she found a flaw in his words. "You used blood magic to kill His Majesty Renly. I saw it with my own eyes. It was not a living person, but a shadow. Lady Catelyn saw it more clearly than I did. The shadow was the same height and appearance as you. It was your shadow. Therefore, your alibi is not applicable to this case." Ha ha ha. How can you see the appearance of a shadow? Ridiculous. The pockmarked knight pointed at the floor and laughed. The fireplace was burning fiercely, and the red flames projected the shadows of the people beside it on the floor. The shadows were distorted, and even their shape could not be seen clearly, let alone their appearance. The blood magic of a shadow-binding knight is different from ordinary shadows. It is like a real body, and its appearance is clear. Brittany said, "Where did you hear this nonsense?" Erlu gritted his teeth. "Her Majesty Dany rise. She has already studied the blood magic you used to kill His Majesty Renly. So it was her. She has been slandering me behind my back." A swollen vein bulged on Erlu's forehead, and he gritted his teeth. "Her Majesty Dany rise did not slander you. She only formed a mage group and focused on the blood magic you used to kill His Majesty Renly. Tyrion manages the mage group, the fire mage group, and the Queen's research results. He knows all about it, so you can't hide it anymore." Brittany stared coldly at Erlu and said in a condemning tone. Erlu's face became more and more twisted. "I explained to you because I admired your upright and noble character, but now I realize that I was wrong. You have been brainwashed by those traitorous ministers. You are hopeless. Go. Don't let me hear another word from your tongue. Otherwise, Sir Richard will cut it off for me." He waved his hand and turned his head, as if he did not want to look at her. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. Even if she is the false king's white knight, her head should be cut off as punishment for saying such disgraceful words." The pockmarked knight stared at Brittany with malice, hoping that she would be stubborn again. "I swore that I would avenge His Majesty Renly. Lord Stannis, it is fine if you don't admit it. I will ask the red-robed woman. If I am sure that you killed His Majesty Renly, I will kill you. I swear. If I am proven to have misunderstood you, I will put down my sword and kneel in front of you, at your disposal." After saying this, Brittany turned and left. "Your Majesty?" The pockmarked knight unsheathed his sword and looked at his king. Erlu's eyes flashed with a dark light. He said indifferently, "Don't mind her." Chapter 675. I'd like to talk to you. Next door to Erlu's bedroom, Brittany found the red-robed woman sitting by the fire eating pork trotters. "What do you want to talk about?" Melisandre glanced up at the female knight and continued to eat the plump pork trotters on her plate. Brittany turned to look at the pockmarked knight standing at the door with a sneer. She hesitated and said, "About blood magic." Burp. Melisandre raised her head and swallowed a large piece of chewy pork skin. Her white and tender neck wriggled, and the ruby on her neck reflected an intoxicating red light under the fire. She wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, picked up the wine jug, and drank it all in one gulp. Then she panted and said, "I'm going to the forest of God's wood. Let's talk while we walk." "Oh." Brittany pursed her lips nervously and followed Melisandre out of the castle. The red-robed woman was in front. Brittany was one step behind, and the two blazing red heart knights fell 3 steps away. One was gorgeous and charming with a fluttering red dress. The other was tall and majestic, extremely ugly with iron armor and helmet. The two women with distinctive styles attracted many mercenaries, servants, knights, and savages who stopped to watch and point at them. The Forest of Gods wood in Winterfell was almost as old as the House of Stark. After thousands of years of reproduction, the 120 acres of forest had almost become a primeval forest beyond the Great Wall. The four stepped on the thick and soft rotten leaves under their feet and stopped by the hot spring pool behind the guest room. The blazing red heart knight seemed to have accompanied the red-robed woman here a few times and knew what she was going to do, so he stopped at the corner 7 or 8 meters away. "I thought you were going to see the heart tree," Brittany said in surprise. "See the human-faced tree? Haha, I just want to burn it. The only thing in the Forest of Gods wood that interests me is this hot spring pool. You can try it later." Melisandre smiled gently, squatted down, and waved her hand in the hot spring. "What do you want to ask?" Brittany straightened her back, and her thick, caterpillar-like lips moved like a cow. She said in a low voice, "Can a binder curse people through blood? Your question is as silly as asking someone if they can eat." Brittany unconsciously held the hilt of her sword with her left hand and said with sharp eyes, "The shadow-binding warriors of Volantis used the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows. Can you do it?" Melisandre smiled faintly. She used a handful of spring water to wash off the oil stains on her sleeves. "I can do anything that a shadow binder can do in this world." Clang! A black-red thunderbolt seemed to flash by the edge of the pool. Plop! The red-robed woman's faint smile froze on her face. She wanted to turn her head, but as soon as she moved, a smear of blood seeped out of her white neck. Then, with a plop sound, her head fell into the pool. TSK, TSK, tisk. That sword was too fast. That sword was too sharp. His body was still squatting there, and the severed neck was like a loose tap, spraying scarlet blood mist. Brittany's rough round face turned pale for a moment. The next moment, a guard shouted from the forest, "Brittany killed someone. Brittany killed the priest." Which man would sit upright and not take a look when Aunt May was bathing in the spring? Even if everyone knew that she was the woman of a self-proclaimed big boss. The two knights of blazing red heart hid behind the forest, but their eyes were wide open. They stood on their tiptoes and stared in the direction of the pool through the gaps in the tree branches. Hearing the knights shout, Brittany seemed to wake up from her trance. She quickly raised her sword again and stabbed the headless corpse a few times. Back, spine, waist. She poked several transparent holes. The knights of blazing red heart had already rushed over. Bang, bang. The two swords hit the back of Brittany's head, but only a string of sparks splashed on the iron helmet, and then she staggered. Brittany ignored it. After the corpse fell into the pool, she swung her sword and slashed the back of Aunt May's head, who was half floating on the water. How sharp was the steel sword? How strong was Brittany? After a few slashes, Aunt May's severed head was split into two, a blur of red and white. "Brittany, how dare you?" The knight of blazing red heart was shocked and angry. He slashed the other party more than a dozen times, but there was not even a dent on the armor. "Hold her down," another knight said. Brittany's bull strength flared up, like a scorer holding a football, regardless of anything. She used her thick oak stump-like shoulders to push left and right, knocking the two knights to the ground, and then ran away. When they rushed out of the Forest of God, they ran in the direction of the main castle. The Forest of God was behind the guest room, which was connected to the main castle, but separated by an arch bridge. Erlu lived in the guest room, and the Valley Knights led by Melji were stationed in the main castle. Brittany murdered Priest Drin. Stop her? High Priest Melisandre was assassinated by Brittany. The knights who were training on the training field looked at each other blankly. When they heard that the howling sound came from Aunt May's guards, and then saw Brittany running away, they were furious, and then they shouted and pounced on the female knight. Ping ping bang bang bang. The daggers that were thrown and the swords that were slashed were all useless. Some people even shot with crossbows. But Brittany was like a paladin who used invincibility to attack the enemy's defense tower. She was unstoppable until bang! A burly warrior of blazing red heart smashed over with a spiked hammer the size of a rice cooker, hitting Brittany's face. In just a moment, the female knight who was running was knocked over backwards. Ouch! Even though she was wearing a faceplate, the female knight still let out a pig-like howl, and blood flowed down her chin. The next moment, a group of soldiers swarmed over, slashing with swords and axes. Brittany was like a tortoise that turned over, unable to get up, and was beaten until she cried out. Fortunately, the training field of the main castle and the training field of the guest room were only separated by an arch bridge, a distance of dozens of meters. Soon, Meiji, Big John, and the other heroes of the northern region led the savages and the Valley Knights to mediate the fight. Valley, Moongate Castle, King Aegon's study. The little devil ran in with his deformed short legs, holding a parchment in his hand, and said excitedly, "It's done. It's done." Aegon got up from the soft couch by the fireplace, hurried over, took the letter, and read it quickly. "Isn't it too simple?" Aegon frowned. "It's too simple." Tyrion nodded with a frown. But her head was cut off, and she was split in half. Her flesh was mangled, and her heart was pierced. Aegon held the letter with a conflicted expression. Her head was cut off, her heart was pierced, and she even used a steel sword. Tyrion nodded again. "She's dead." Aegon's eyes flickered, expectant and hesitant. "She can't be more dead." The uncertainty on Tyrion's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by determination. He did not even need to ask the Dragon Queen, because the Dragon Queen would die even if her head was cut off. After that, the two of them went to the Queen's bedroom to look for Jon. Dead? That's right. She was approached by a knight, and she was defenseless. No one could hide. Jon held the letter, his expression sorrowful, and a pool of bitterness rose in his heart. "Gods, what have I done?" "Jon." Queen Sansa leaned over gently, her soft and warm hand covering the back of her brother's broad and rough hand, and said softly, "I'm so happy. The moment I saw you and Rickon, I felt alive again. But this is only the beginning. The door of happiness has just opened to us. Soon, you and Rickon will be uncles. In the future, I'll bring the baby to Winterfell, and I'll name him Ide. What do you think?" "Sansa, you have to have a few more. Ide isn't enough. You have to have Robb, Catelyn, and Arya," Rickon said loudly from the side. Jon looked at his younger brother, and then at his elegant and noble sister. His gaze slid down and landed on her stomach. The sorrowful expression on his face slowly disappeared. "I've done the right thing. For this family that's finally reunited, I'm willing to enter the Seven Hells." "Blackie, you're thinking too much. My Seven Hells do not accept heretics." A day later, Aegon rode on the Black Death, while Tyrion rode on Tessa and Jon. The three of them landed in the front yard of the Winterfell main castle. The two rebellious kings finally met. Since Aunt May was dead, King Aegon was no longer afraid of the curse. In the main castle where the Duke of Winterfell lived, in the hall with a huge direwolf blanket hanging on the wall, two groups of people were in a battle formation, each occupying one side of the hall. The two kings sat opposite each other, and behind them stood a group of armored subordinates holding swords and sabers. The king of the northern region sat in the middle, mediating between the two kings. "Yes, I killed Priestess Melisandre." Brittany looked at the people around her, and her gaze lingered on Tyrion's ugly, wooden face for a moment before she nodded and admitted her crime of murder. She was in good condition. Her hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and she wore a sky-blue wool vest and brown leather pants. There were bruises and dark red scars on her rough, round face, and her crooked nose that looked like it had been stepped on hundreds of times. Her nose bridge was broken again, but it was only a superficial injury. Compared to the attack she had suffered that day, this injury was nothing. Aunt Dany's love for her nephew was very real and deep. That set of Vajra steel armor was almost flawless. Yes, that day when Brittany wore Aegon's Vajra steel armor, she dug out the red three-headed dragon crystal on the chest of the armor. "Lady Brittany, Your reputation has always been good. You are upright, loyal, and trustworthy. You even have the reputation of Roseless Iron Guard. Why did you commit such atrocities? Grand Judge John took sides without a trace. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a deep gaze. Brittany's eyes were firm as she faced everyone's gazes and said loudly, "For the oath, for revenge, for justice." "Can you explain more clearly?" The Duke of the Northern Region asked. Volantis Shadowbinder can use the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows, and then control the shadows to curse the enemy. I asked her if she knew this witchcraft, and she said that as long as it was a Shadowbinder's spell, she was proficient in it. Then, when she was unprepared, I suddenly attacked and cut off her head. Brittany didn't hide anything. She told him everything from the day she asked Erlu to the day she killed Melisandre. If that's the case, Renly might really be. I see. Renly died from witchcraft. That kind of shadow magic is exactly what Lady Caitlin said that day. The Shadowbinder is too evil. The witch did a good job killing her. Who knows if she will curse us or not? Roseless Iron Guard Brittany really lives up to her reputation. She is loyal, brave, and decisive. Yes, the Dragon Queen didn't misjudge her. Although Brittany is a woman, she is the most chivalrous person in the Seven Kingdoms after Sir Barristan. The first night after Barristan, gods, Brittany is definitely innocent, but the other person killed his own kin. He is almost on par with the dwarves. I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Brittany's experience that day was witnessed by many people. Plus, her reputation was very good, so no one suspected that she was lying. However, the content revealed in her words was too sensational. Many nobles in the hall discussed it and looked at Erlu strangely from time to time. Aegon's expression didn't change, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smug smile. The dwarf's expression was still blank. He only stared at Erlu opposite him. Erlu's masseter muscles bulged, and his teeth creaked. Chapter 676. Nonsense. In the midst of the clamor, the pockmarked knight Richard suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over in shock, and the hall was silent for a moment. Then, the Knight of Red Heart pointed at Brain and scolded, "You have killed him, and there is no evidence. You are so unscrupulous that you begin to slander King Stannis? I swear to the seven gods that I did not say a single lie." Brain did not back down and greeted him with her most determined eyes. "This is an extremely simple question." The pockmarked knight looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, if you did something bad, would you admit it so foolishly without any thought of hiding it?" The nobles were stunned, and it seemed to make sense. But at that time, there were only the Red Priest and Brain was almost certain that Erlu killed Renly. It did not seem to matter whether the red-robed woman admitted it or not. She probably did not think that the female knight would dare to kill. Everyone thought in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. They only looked at Brain to see how she would answer. Brain glanced at her camp, looked at Tyrion, and finally stared at Erlu, who was livid, and said, "Why do you dare to do it, but not dare to admit it? His Majesty Renly is dead, this is a fact, and there was only one person with the ability and motive at that time. There is even a witness. Lady Caitlin saw the shadow's appearance. The truth of the matter is as obvious as the megalosaurus in the fountain pool. Why is everyone still discussing it here? You have betrayed the seven gods and changed to believe in the Red God. But whether it is Lalo, the Holy Father, or even the old gods that the Northerners believe in, none of them encourage their believers to lie. If you violate the teachings of the gods and must lie, what is the point of today's trial? Anyway, you who have betrayed the teachings of the gods will not be blessed by any gods, so why should you believe in the Light King?" Brain's rough round face was full of calmness, and her clear blue eyes were pure and clear, like a mirror. As long as she saw someone, she would immediately project that person's heart. Her words of speaking from the heart, and not the evidence, made the hall silent, and everyone who looked at her immediately turned their heads away unnaturally. Even the Erlu hand of the king, Davos, He once questioned his king about the crime of killing his own kin. Instead of blaming him, Erlu sincerely explained, "I have an alibi. Your son Daifeng is my attendant. He can testify that I didn't leave the camp that night." The Onion Knight was moved by the king's sincerity and generosity and believed him. Just like Erlu, it was just self-hypnosis. This was because right after that, Erlu had asked him to send Aunt May through the sewers of Storm's End Fortress in a small boat. He had seen the pregnant Aunt May give birth to the shadow with Erlu's face and kill the general of Storm's End Fortress, Sir Cortana. Erlu was also in the barracks at that time, so he had an alibi. At this moment, when he heard Brittany's question and saw her clear eyes, his old face turned pale, his expression was absent-minded, and his eyes lost focus. What's wrong with me? Why am I so loyal to King Stannis? Why do I worship him? Because of his righteousness and justice. No, he is my God. He made me who I am. He used his trust to honor me. This is the reason why I am willing to die for him. Suddenly, Davos was like an electric car with a new battery. He was full of energy again. He looked at Brittany with burning eyes. She had already looked away. Sigh, isn't it just a witch? Just kill her. In Westeros, you don't need a reason to kill a witch in the forest, right? Big John mumbled loudly. To be more precise, in Westeros, if a sorcerer or shapeshifter was discovered, they would be smashed with bricks, poked with manure, or handed over to the nobles to be hanged or burned to death in public. It was just like how the church dealt with witches in the Middle Ages. That was why Westeros was a magical desert. That was why the theory of the true world sprouted and grew in the City of Knowledge. It was cultivated by the scholars and finally implemented. However, now that everyone knew that the King of the North was a wolf spirit, Big John skipped over the shapeshifters. Lady Melisandre is His Majesty's High Priest. She is our spiritual leader. How can you kill her just like that? Davos stood up and reprimanded sternly. He had always wanted to kill Aunt May. He was even prepared to kill her to get rid of the king's subordinates. Now that he saw Brittany kill Aunt May, he was actually very happy. But the significance of Brittany killing Aunt May was completely different from him killing Aunt May. He killed Aunt May because Aunt May bewitched Erlu. A fair and just king was seduced by a witch to become a kinslayer. How could he not hate her? Brittany killed Aunt May to avenge Renly. If he let Brittany go, it would be equivalent to admitting that she did the right thing. How could he admit it? Admit that Erlu killed Renly? Why couldn't the little demon become Aegon's Hand of the King? Could it be that Aegon wasn't willing? In fact, the dwarf's position in Aegon's camp was the Hand of the King, in name but not in name. If Erlu admitted that he killed his kinslayer, he wouldn't even be able to live, let alone fight for the Iron Throne. Dwarves weren't kings, so they wouldn't be betrayed. Erlu would definitely be betrayed if he killed his kinslayer. In history, which king who was betrayed by his kinslayer could keep his life? So, Erlu definitely couldn't let Brittany go. Davos glanced at the expressionless Aegon, then turned his gaze and said seriously, "Duke Stark, you are the landlord and have sworn loyalty to King Stannis. It's time for you to fulfill your duties as a vassal." At this time, Aegon had to express his stance. But just like Erlu, he sat there without moving. The one who spoke was also the Hand of the King. Tyrion walked to the center of the hall and pointed at the female knight. As everyone can see, Lady Brittany was a loyal and righteous person. She was the #1 knight of the Seven Kingdoms younger generation, the current Barristan, the benchmark of the new generation of knights. You forced Duke Stark to kill such a righteous person. Tiske, what a familiar feeling. The dwarf looked at Erlu with a smile and asked, "Do you feel the same? Doesn't it feel like the Mad King forcing Jon to kill the #1 knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Your brother, Robert?" In the early years, Robert was definitely the #1 knight of the younger generation. He used a hammer to conquer the land. It had to be said that the dwarf's analogy was too vicious. Both vassals were called Jon, and both victims were the #1 knights. Then, was Erlu the same as the Mad King? Even the ending was the same. Jon rebelled against the Mad King, raised the banner of righteousness, and helped the true dragon ascend the throne. Brittany was the White Knight, representing Aegon? Erlu understood. His eyes were burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to start a war with me?" The dwarf hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. Although we are not in an alliance, we are helping Duke Stark clean up the rebels in the north." But he said the words, "not in an alliance," very clearly. Everyone fell into deep thought. Erlu said coldly, "Tyrion, you have a sharp tongue, but you can't change the fact that Brittany murdered Melisandre. If you still want to maintain the current peace, then shut up and let the fake king behind you give me an explanation." "What did you say?" Aegon was provoked by the fake king. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Erlu, "I am Lay Jazi, of the true dragon bloodline, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Even Robert the Usurper did not dare to slander me as a fake king, let alone you, a heretic who killed your own kin. Robert will not call you a fake king. He will only smash your head with a hammer." Erlu was so angry that his face turned pale and his body trembled. "Maybe you really think you are Lay Jazi, but you are not. Go ask the elders of the Seven Kingdoms. Liga and Varys are like you and me. Do you think I will save your son?" Aegon was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. He looked down anxiously and began to look for his sword. Unfortunately, everyone's weapons had been taken away by the Northerners before they entered the hall. The dwarf was also anxious. Aegon should not have come. Even if Erlu called him a fake king, he should be the one to refute. But now, Erlu's words were so sharp that he could not interrupt. However, Aegon suddenly came to his senses after circling around like a headless fly. He raised his head and looked directly at Erlu. "I don't know if you will save my son, but I swear that if there is a chance to save your son, I will save him. You are guilty, but the child is innocent. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, if he does not save an innocent child, then he does not deserve to sit on the Iron Throne." Aegon was confused by his anger. After he came to his senses and thought about Erlu's words in reverse, he realized that this question was easy to answer. He did not even need to think about it. After learning the ways of the King of Kings from Aunt Dany for so long, how could he not know how to treat the enemy's children? No, he knew it all too well. One of Dany's famous scenes being whipped by the Codex, was it not because the rebellious slaves had slaughtered the slave owner's child? Therefore, these words came from the bottom of his heart. He said it happily, smoothly, and with sincerity. There was not a trace of pretense in his expression. Because of this, Erlu looked at him, stunned. Tyrion was also stunned with his mouth wide open. Jon, Davos, and the people in the hall were all shocked. It was as if they were seeing Aegon VI for the first time. Perhaps he really was a qualified king. At this moment, many people thought so. "Ahem, your majesties, my lords." Davos noticed that the atmosphere in the hall was not right. Everyone seemed to be intimidated by King Aegon's king's aura, so he quickly spoke up to break the situation. "The purpose of today's trial is to seek justice for Lady Melisandre, not to discuss the relationship between Varys and Rhaegar. Everyone, please return to the topic at hand. I also ask King Aegon to answer my question directly. What kind of explanation do you intend to give to King Stannis for killing our archbishop-ranked priest?" Cersei murdered the archbishop-ranked priest. She was paraded through the streets, and Kate Black was dressed in black. If Brittany was a man, Davos would logically let her wear black. Neither side would lose face, and a large-scale military conflict could be avoided. Unfortunately, however, he did not know that Aegon and Erlu both wanted to take the opportunity to flip out. "Aegon, kill her with your own hands, and this matter will be over." Erlu pointed at Brittany and said coldly. Erlu began to stir up trouble. "Why don't we have a trial by martial arts and let the gods decide whether what Brittany did was the most wrong or the most wrong?" Tyrion squinted and laughed. Hundreds of slashes failed to kill Brittany. Who didn't know that she was wearing tile steel armor? Dueling with a knight wearing Varys steel armor? Even without Varys steel armor, Brittany was still a top-notch general of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu's knight, however, had endured half a year in the deep mountains and forests. Even a noble knight like Gondifalon had lost his shape in hunger and cold. How could they fight? Erlu pointed at Aegon and said, "Let's fight." The winner is king, and the loser is out. Chapter 677. The winner is king, and the loser is out? Aegon's eyes lit up and was about to agree. Tyrion snapped his fingers and nudged Aegon and the rest with his shoulder, interrupting him. King Stannis is so brave to challenge Dragon Knight Aegon. Erlu glared at the dwarf and gritted his teeth. When did a knight's duel count as a dragon? Tyrion nodded and smiled. If you are dueling for justice, you naturally have to be fair. But as you said, the winner is king. In order to fight for the Iron Throne, we have to use all the advantages. Wouldn't we be fools if we didn't use the dragon? Very good. You finally spoke your mind. For the Iron Throne, you are finally going to attack me. What trial, what Renly? They are all excuses. Erlu sneered. At this point, Tyrion stopped talking and said straightforwardly, Prince Renly is not an excuse. Brittany has her own oath and choice. His Majesty Aegon will pay attention to your feud with her, but he will not participate. Now, let's skip over Brittany and talk about your relationship with His Majesty Aegon. Everyone knew that there was only one Iron Throne and one king. When the two kings met, one of them had to leave. The battle between you and His Majesty Aegon will happen sooner or later. His Majesty Aegon has the support of the Valley, Huggian, the Stormlands, Dorne, half of the Northern Territory and half of the River Bend. You only have less than 400 troops left. You have no foundation and are wandering around. You have no chance of winning. As for recruiting the Bravos mercenaries, most of the famous mercenary groups in the world have been recruited by the Alliance. They are probably being trampled on by the Dragon Queen. Even if you can find some small mercenary groups with low strength, reputation, and credibility, it will only cause more suffering in the Seven Kingdoms. It will not change the final outcome. But winter has arrived, and the deviants are wandering outside the Great Wall. The Seven Kingdoms cannot afford any more turmoil. Why don't you put on the black cloak and go to the Great Wall to be the savior? Your daughter, Princess Shireen, will become the successor of the Stormland and can immediately return to Stormrest Fort. Your wife and subjects will retain their titles and fiefs, and they will be free to choose their future path. They can even continue to believe in the King of Light as long as you don't force them. Aegon's lips wriggled a few times. He really wanted to stop the dwarf from acting on his own. In the end, out of trust, and also out of consideration for the dwarf's reputation, he only used a dissatisfied gaze to vaguely glare at him. The dwarf blinked and quietly replied with a message telling him to be patient. Previously, they had not decided to return Storm's End to Theon. Aegon had even told Sansa to give birth to a few more babies and arrange for the second son to inherit Storm's End. Erlu, however, did not hesitate at all. His tone was as firm as iron as he said, I will not give my power to someone of unknown origin. That would be irresponsible to Theon of Bella and the people of the Seven Kingdoms. The silver-haired king's offer is generous enough. Why did you reject it? Big John could not help but ask. No matter how I look at it, you have no chance of winning, Meiji muttered. Even the knights on Erlu's side were greatly moved. They looked at their king, wanting to say something but hesitating. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They were once nobles, but they had rebelled with Erlu and had long been stripped of their fiefs and titles by the Iron Throne. Now that Tyrion had promised to restore their titles, they had almost achieved their goal of following Erlu. Davos hesitated for a moment. He approached Erlu and whispered in his ear, Your Majesty, don't be rash. You can really consider it. Even the king's hand was moved. The veins on Erlu's forehead throbbed, and his teeth creaked. The anger in his eyes almost cooked onions. I will also wear black clothes. Wherever you go, I will go. Davos smiled bitterly. The anger in Erlu's eyes gradually disappeared. He said calmly, Then accompany me to the end, even if you die in battle. But Princess Shireen, seeing that Erlu and Davos were in a dispute, Jon guessed that the Onion Knight was persuading his king. He glanced at the Red Heart Knights. More than half of them were moved. Why don't we go to the guest room next door to discuss before making a decision? We have no objections, Tyrion quickly said. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at Jon's face. He asked, "Does our alliance still count?" "Of course." Jon touched his nose and nodded awkwardly. At this moment, he was regretting that he had boarded Erlu's pirate ship too early. When Dany and Erlu arrived at the Great Wall at the same time, Jon saw the Dragon Queen's bravery, strength, and kindness, forgiving him and Erlu. He decided to join her. He wanted to use the Dragon Queen's power to take revenge and retake Winterfell. Then, Stark would pledge his loyalty to her. However, Dany had no ill intentions towards Jon and Stark, but she did not like them either. She did not care about the loyalty of the Northerners. Almost at the same time, Erlu extended an olive branch to Jon and offered to uphold justice for Ide and Robb. In the name of the king, he would reinstate Jon's identity as Stark, which meant that he would leave the Night Watchman. Robb did the same thing. In front of these kings, the sacred oath was no different from a chamber pot. They could use it when they needed it and throw it away when they did not need it. At that time, Jon was full of integrity. Although he was tempted, he still refused to give up the Night Watchman's oath. However, he acknowledged the alliance between Stark and Erlu. At that time, Aegon had not even gone to Slaver's Bay. Even when Jon began to lose his integrity and decided to reinstate his identity as Stark, Aegon was still taming dragons at Slaver's Bay and complaining to Aegon. That was why today's awkward situation happened. He wanted to help his brother-in-law for the sake of lumbering. However, the oath was in front of him. He was now Erlu's ally and vassal. Erlu pointed at Aegon and asked Jon, "If I decide to go to war with him, will you fulfill your duties as a vassal?" Jon thought for a while with an awkward expression and said, "Your Majesty, before I became the Lord of Winterfell, my sister Sansa had already led the Northern Territory to pledge loyalty to King Aegon. The Northern Territory is already divided. I can't let the nobles of the Northern Territory fight among themselves. Therefore, I can only not help either side." Erlu looked at him deeply and turned to leave. "Why did you return Storm's Rest Castle to him?" Arriving at the guest room that Jon had prepared for Targaryen, Aegon finally began to vent his dissatisfaction. "Stannis didn't agree, did he?" Tyrion propped up his chin and said absent-mindedly, "What if he agrees?" "He won't. I know that guy's personality. He's stubborn as hell." Tyrion frowned. "What if?" Aegon did not let it go. Sir Andor Royce advised, "Your Majesty, didn't you notice?" After Lord Tyrion offered generous terms of surrender, Stannis' vassals were moved. Even the Onion Knight got into an argument with him. With one sentence, he caused the enemy's morale to drop. "We are almost standing on the edge of victory." Aegon waved his arms subconsciously. "If it were me, I would definitely surrender." Finally, he said helplessly, "That woman's body, did you burn it?" The dwarf suddenly looked at Count Meiji. "Melisandre?" Meiji was stunned. She nodded and said, "After confirming her identity, I burned it in the forest of divine trees. Other than a few rubies, there was nothing left." "Stannis didn't object?" the dwarf asked again. "Of course he didn't agree. But this is Winterfell. We have more people," Big John said. Erlu only had 3,000 mercenaries left. There were 300 blazing Red Heart Knights. The 1,000 or so clansmen and nobles of the Northern Territory who had followed him previously returned to the king of the Northern Territory after taking down Winterfell. On Aegon's side, there were 2,000 elite knights from the valley and the river, as well as close to 12,000 Northerners. Jon had brought back 6,000 men from the Great Wall. After that, he had gathered the clansmen and clansmen of the nobles, as well as the captives who were not of the Bolton family after taking down Winterfell. If Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity and completely abandon his oath, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just used his army. Not to mention Melisandre. Even if Erlu had 100 red-robed women to form a group of mages, it wouldn't have been enough. The dwarf also wanted his younger brother to lose his integrity. If necessary, Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity. But now, seeing that his brother-in-law had a 90% chance of winning without his help, he wanted to leave a fig leaf to cover his crotch. Before long, Jon brought Erlu's decision to his brother-in-law. He's unwilling to surrender. He ordered the entire army to be on alert and seal off West Castle. As for Lady Brittany, if he wins, she'll die. If he loses, she'll reap the glory. Winterfell was a rectangle. The Godswood Forest, the Great Hall, the Lord's Castle, and the guest quarters were separated by the inner wall and the tower, each occupying a corner of the rectangle. Of course, they were an organic whole and could be interconnected under normal circumstances. Erlu's guest quarters not only had a bedroom, but also a drill ground, a stable, a kennel, a blacksmith shop, a kitchen, and a library. It was very large and was separated from the main castle into the east and west castles. At this moment, Erlu had sealed off the entire west castle, intending to defend the city. What's he thinking? He has no chance of winning, Aegon said in disbelief. Stannis is determined. Think about it. He led 3,000 tired and hungry soldiers through thousands of kilometers of rugged mountains and bottomless snowy forests. He had almost no supplies, but he still dared to attack the heavily guarded Winterfell, Jon said with a sigh. He started to regret saving Erlu. He shouldn't have let Skinner skin him. They wouldn't have been in so much trouble. How's his morale? Andor Royce asked. Poor, very poor. The mercenaries didn't see any hope of victory and started to slack off. Half of the Blazing Knights were disappointed and lost their spirit. Perhaps he's used to it. When he attacked Winterfell, the soldiers were so hungry that they started to kill their comrades for meat. Their morale was 10 times lower than now. But the general is the courage of the soldiers. When they see the king leading the charge, the soldiers' morale will be boosted. Don't be suspicious. Stannis always leads the charge. He's braver than anyone else, Jon said with a frown. There's such a tenacious person in the world. Aegon was shocked and fearful. You should have known that a normal person would surrender after being defeated at the Blackwater River. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. You should have let me fight him. I have Vassar steel armor. Aegon looked at him and complained, You don't understand. Stannis may be skinny now, but he has participated in many wars. He's a true veteran and has 100 times more battle experience than you. Have you forgotten about the Radiant Messenger? That sword can end the long night. Don't tell me he can't kill you. Even if he can't kill you, he can roast you. Tyrion raised his head and looked at Jon with a burning gaze. Do you want Winterfell to become a battlefield? You want me to help him expel you? Jon asked. Then let's fight. Aegon stood up and looked through the window at the West Castle with determination. Fight. Let's use the wildfire bullets first. Tyrion gritted his teeth. 2 days later, Aunt Dany received bad news that her nephew was gone. Chapter 678. Aunt Dany, please come back. Sansa's eyes were red and swollen. Her face was as white as a sheet as she sobbed and pleaded. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? Aunt Dany was also shocked. When she woke up, there were dozens of missed calls on the magic mirror. Before she could check the messages, there was another signal. Then, she heard her niece-in-law wailing, Aegon is gone. Didn't he have a cheat code recently? The 7 Westeros countries, Dorne, Valley, the Northern Territory, Huggian, and the Stormlands had all become his base. Even in Riverbend, because of the oath left behind by Old Rose, Aegon could theoretically obtain the loyalty of Riverbend. There were only 7 kingdoms in Westeros, and Aegon had taken care of 6 of them like a whirlwind. He was even more powerful than Aegon, the first king of Westeros. She had thought that nephew Gu could conquer the world before she could conquer the Alliance army. Then, he was gone? Wasn't this too sudden? We fell into a trap. That cunning Stannis set a trap for Aegon. Sansa's tear-stained face was twisted with hatred. You really want to find trouble with Stannis? Are you crazy? You didn't attack King's Landing and went to the Northern Territory to fight with Stannis? Dany said in disbelief. Aunt Dany knew that her nephew was going to attack the Northern Territory. However, it was only a 2,000-man army with only one goal: to help Stark take down Winterfell. Aegon's focus should be on King's Landing. Looking at his 2 main forces at the moment, The 20,000 men from the valley in the north had already passed through the Blood Gate, crossed the Trident River, and entered the King's Landing. Even the vanguard was close to the foot of the King's Landing. The 25,000 men from the Golden Regiment, the Land of Storms, and Dorne had already arrived at the King's Landing half a month ago, crossed the Kingswood, and set up camp by the Blackwater River, looking across the river from the King's Landing. The battle at King's Landing was about to break out. Aegon had the absolute advantage of 45,000 men surrounding King's Landing from the north and south. At King's Landing, there were only 10,000 Lion Army soldiers and 10,000 Riverbend Army soldiers left. If Aunt Dany received the news of her nephew ascending to the Iron Throne, she wouldn't be surprised at all. At this critical moment, that guy actually went to the northern region to cause trouble for Erlu, and he even disappeared? Aunt Dany, Stannis has the support of the Iron Treasury. We can't raise a tiger, so we should get rid of him before the tens of thousands of mercenaries from Bravos arrive. Her niece-in-law rambled on and told her the whole process of how they planned to kill Erlu. When Brittany asked to see Erlu, she wanted to kill him. If she was sure that Erlu really murdered Renly, Brittany would have rushed up and killed him if she had the chance. She wasn't afraid of death. However, although Erlu kept on quibbling, his tone and expression were flawless. Of course, there were no flaws. He really thought that she had nothing to do with Renly's death. Brittany was a little uncertain. Erlu had 5 knights by his side, and he himself wasn't weak, so she turned to Aunt May. The female knight really wanted to avenge Renly. That was her oath. Erlu was the mastermind, and Aunt May was just a knife. If she wanted to exchange a life for a life, of course she had to exchange Erlu's life. After learning the truth from Aunt May, Brittany didn't hesitate to carry out Tyrion's secret order. Yes, Tyrion was behind all of this. That guy was good at analyzing people's hearts and even better at using human nature. He completely understood Brittany's personality, and she was controlled by him like a puppet. Just like how he saw through Jon's character and persuaded him to betray Erlu for Lumberjack. The basis for Brittany to assassinate Stannis or Aunt May was that Jon was on Aegon's side. If you want to kill Erlu, you have to get rid of the red robe first. Aunt Dany nodded in agreement. There's no problem with this idea, and the dwarf's plan is even more flawless. If it fails, it'll just be a personal grudge between Brittany and Erlu. Tyrion, of course, considered the possibility of failure. In fact, he thought that there was an 80% chance of failure. If it failed, he would persuade Aegon to temporarily give up on killing Erlu and focus on the King's Landing battle. At first, the dwarf didn't want Aegon to interfere in the affairs of the Northern Territory, and he didn't agree to be enemies with Erlu. He didn't think Erlu would be a threat. However, Sansa even sacrificed her babies. Aegon was determined to be a good husband and father, so of course he had to rescue Winterfell. After taking Winterfell, if he didn't kill Erlu, Aegon and Sansa wouldn't be at ease. The dwarf had no choice but to design the safest plan according to the king's goal. To be honest, if Brittany's assassination failed, the dwarf would heave a sigh of relief and immediately attack King's Landing, take down the Horse Sister, and save the crazy Lannister. Unfortunately, Brittany succeeded. As Jon said, no matter how powerful a wizard was, as long as a knight got close to him, there was a possibility of him being killed. The Tile Steel Sword was a powerful weapon to destroy evil. At that moment, the dwarf was overjoyed. He opposed Aegon and Sansa's plan to kill Erlu because the risks and rewards were disproportionate. If they could really kill Erlu and save tens of thousands of mercenaries in the future, he would be even happier. However, the plan is good. What happened? Aunt Dany asked curiously. Other than the possibility of losing a set of precious tile steel armor, the dwarf's plan was perfect. At least it was stable, and there wasn't much risk. King Aegon sat steadily on Mount Tai, quietly watching the situation change. The little devil twirled the chess pieces lightly, using the 7 kingdoms as a chessboard. Brittany killed Melisandre, and we officially declared war with Stannis. But when Aegon and Tyrion were riding on dragons to throw wildfire bombs, Melisandre suddenly appeared. With just one move, she burned Balyrion's eyes and burned through his wings. Aegon and Balerion fell from the sky. Sob, sob, sob. Don't cry. Let's finish the story first. My aunt is listening intently. Sigh. I told you not to provoke Melisandre, but you didn't listen. Aunt Dani also rubbed her red eyes and choked with sobs. Wah wah wah. The niece-in-law remembered her aunt's warning that day. Sadness came from her heart, and regret came from her brain. She started to cry loudly. Don't cry. When I'm done with the war with the Alliance, I'll go and find Stannis for an explanation. Aunt Dani comforted the widow sadly. Sansa looked up at her tear-stained face and begged, Aunt Dani, please come back. Aegon isn't dead yet. He's waiting for you to save him. Not dead. Aunt Dani's sorrowful expression almost collapsed. Aunt was furious and scolded the crying niece-in-law. What are you crying for? Speak clearly. Sansa quickly stopped crying and quickly said, Balerian's eyes were on fire, and his wings were burned through. However, he didn't fall straight to the ground, but glided down. Aegon had the tile steel armor you gave him. Even though Balerion was on top of him, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. He only twisted his legs. But Balerion landed on the wall guarded by mercenaries and was captured by Stannis together with Aegon. Ah, that scared me. It's fine as long as he's fine. Aunt Dani heaved a sigh of relief and grinned. Send a letter to Erlu. I want to ransom him. Name the ransom. 100,000, 1,000,000 gold royals will do. Aunt. Sansa was so touched that she was about to cry again. After being touched for a while, Sansa said, Aunt, this is such a big matter. You should come back personally. Oh, she's going overboard again? Dani didn't say anything. She pulled open the curtains and dragged the magic mirror to the window, pointing it in the direction outside Meereen. The Great Pyramid of Meereen was 240 meters tall. Standing at the top of the pyramid, one could see the plains, rivers, and oceans dozens of kilometers around Meereen. At this time, Sansa could see the camp through the mirror. The flags were fluttering and the soldiers were like ants. The pressure of 100,000 soldiers made her feel cold even from thousands of miles away. She seemed to smell leather and horse dung. She seemed to hear war drums and the neighing of horses. See? I don't know where the 5,000 elephant soldiers went. I'm looking for them, but it's obvious that there will be a big battle here soon. Sansa said helplessly, Why don't we send a megalosaurus? A smaller megalosaurus will do. Against Melisandre, a pterosaur won't be able to do anything. Won't be able to do anything? Fire witchcraft must have a distance limit. Even I can't hurt a sheep 100 meters away, let alone a pterosaur. But Aegon was at least 300 meters away from the ground at that time. Isn't that too exaggerated? Dani was horrified. How did that woman do it? I don't know. Sansa shook her head vigorously. I don't even know how she came back to life. Her head was chopped off by Brittany, and her body was burned by Count Melisandre. How did she come back to life? If you don't know, let someone who knows tell me. Where's Tyrion? Tyrion is unconscious. I don't know if he can survive. Dani's mouth twitched a few times. This was good news. She wanted to laugh, but she held it back and asked, Did he also fall into the dragon? No. At that time, he and Aegon were throwing bombs in the air. Tyrion's eyes suddenly spewed out a string of dark red flames, but Tyrion's Tessa was unharmed. When Aegon fell, Tyrion even ordered Tessa to land on the city wall, intending to save him. It was also then that we knew that Melisandre was not dead. She swaggered to the training ground and pointed at Tyrion. Then, as if a pot of wildfire had been poured on Tyrion, he burned fiercely. Fortunately, Tessa understood human nature and sensed the danger. She brought the charred Tyrion back to Count Murgy's camp. That's not right. Dani was suspicious. If Melisandre could burn Aegon's pterosaur, there's no reason why she couldn't hurt Tessa. How far away were they at that time? Tyrion and Melisandre? About 20 meters. Being able to burn Tyrion from 20 meters away without burning him to death, this was the effect of a normal fire spell. Burning a pterosaur from 300 meters away was simply a fantasy. A pterosaur's eyes were as big as millstones, and its wings were harder than the oldest cowhide. The elemental flames condensed by a fire spell could at most blacken the wings and sting the eyes, and it had to be at close range. Did Stannis hold a sacrificial ceremony that day? Dany asked seriously. I don't know. Was Melisandre revived? Or was she not dead at all? Dany asked again. I don't know. How come you don't know anything? Dany's aunt was dissatisfied. Her niece-in-law was also dissatisfied. What's the use of knowing this? Quickly saving Aegon is the right thing to do. Dany's face turned serious and she angrily rebuked, Idiot, you don't even know the other party's background, and you want me to go see Melisandre and send Dragonfly back? You have to understand, that's the enemy. No matter how the enemy schemed against you, it wouldn't be too much. But I don't know. Sansa felt wronged. Then get someone who knows about it to tell me. Chapter 679. What did Dany Rise say? As soon as Sansa ended the call and left the bedroom, Illyrio and the others, who had been anxiously pacing around the living room, surrounded her. She said that Melisandre shouldn't be able to hurt Balerion. She wants us to investigate what happened in Stannis' camp that day, Sansa said softly. Sigh, what's the point of investigating this at a time like this? When will she come? Illyrio stomped his foot. She doesn't have time. Doesn't have time? Illyrio shouted before the queen could finish. How can she not have time? At a time like this, even if the sky falls, she should hurry back to the north and save His Majesty the King. Is there anything more important in the world than this? Sansa frowned. She was very unhappy with the fatty who was yelling. You're just a marquis without a title. What right do you have to yell in front of the queen? Also, there are many vassals of the valleys, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands here. Putting aside the etiquette between ruler and vassal, if you keep yelling like your son has died, won't these vassals, who are barely united, lose their morale? So much so that he even had thoughts of treason? On the surface, the true Dragon Alliance was under Aegon alone, but its foundation was the Dragon Queen, who dominated the world. No matter how much Aegon emphasized that there were two branches and that his actions did not represent Dany's aunt, he was able to gain the support of Uncle Finger, Prince Dowling, the nobles of the valleys, the Riverlands, and the Riverlands. It was mainly because the Dragon Queen had fought against the whole world alone. It seemed that they had not lost. The first rule of power: don't stand on the side of the losers. The Westeros nobles who had no moral integrity naturally did not want to be the losers. It was bad that Aegon had fallen into enemy hands, but it was not the end of the world. The scariest thing was losing Aunt Dany's love. If the vassals of the Alliance misunderstood that the queen did not care for her nephew at this critical time, what would they think? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Sansa's eyes, and she said calmly, You lost your composure, Marquis Illyrio. Fatty's mind was in a mess before, but when he saw the expressions of the queen and the other vassals, he immediately regained his usual cleverness. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and he said sorrowfully, Your Majesty, this old servant is guilty. I'm just too worried about Your Majesty's safety. Seeing his natural, sincere, and loyal expression, Sansa's heart softened. She sighed and said, I'm also worried and anxious, but it's useless to be anxious. Aunt Dany is indeed unable to free herself. The Allied army has already set up camp at the foot of Meereen City. Who knows, they might have already begun to attack the city. Then, her eyes were deep and serene as she secretly swept her gaze over the solemn but different vassals in the hall. A trace of a comforting smile hung on her face as she said, Aunt Dany was as anxious as I was. When she first heard the bad news, she was so sad that she cried. When the nobles heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ever since the Dragon Queen led the centaurs through the Red Purgatory, she gave off the image of a strong, determined, and sharp-edged Iron Lady. But she actually cried for Nephew Gu. This, loyalty plus 50, cohesion plus 50. The same notification box seemed to flash above the heads of the nobles from the Riverlands, Valleys, and Stormlands. Sansa saw everything and felt the sudden change in the atmosphere in the hall. A trace of smugness flashed in her big blue eyes as she continued. Even though the situation at Slave Bay is critical, she still asked me to send a message to Stannis immediately. She is willing to pay a ransom to redeem His Majesty according to the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms. She will pay the ransom. 10,000, 100,000, a million gold royals, it doesn't matter. But if she dares to harm even a hair on His Majesty's head, there will only be an inch of land left for Stannis to stand on. Sir Bruce looked down at his large feet and asked curiously, "How can I stand on an inch of land?" This Bruce is not the same person as the Batman at Slave Bay. He is the cousin of Count Buckler from Bronzegate City in the Stormlands. Bronzegate City was on the road from Storm's End Fortress to the King's Landing. It was also very close to Storm's End Fortress, so his family had surrendered to King Aegon long ago. At this moment, Sir Bruce was accompanying the king, trying to get a position in the King's Guard. Sansa was a little disdainful of him because in the battle with Brittany, Bruce didn't even last 10 rounds. She glanced at him and said calmly, "He was burned to ashes by the dragon flame and then stored in an inch-large box." Hisp, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and it seemed that the increase of loyalty appeared above their heads again. The limit of loyalty was actually only 100, which showed how low their loyalty was before. The old crab looked at the calm queen and the obedient ministers around him. He was shocked. How old was she? She had just experienced the tragedy of her husband being captured, and now she was like this. The old crab didn't appear here for Aegon. After the 20,000-strong army of the Valley entered the king's domain, they started to loot the civilians. Dragonstone Island received several letters of complaint from the nobles of the king's domain. The old crab came to remind Aegon to restrain his soldiers. The Westeros nobles didn't seem to worry about food when they went to war. Dany went to New Guy's next door and transported food to Old Guy's a few months in advance. When Robb led the Northerners south, they didn't bring any food. They ate along the way. Where would they get food? They got food from the ground. They either provided supplies to the nobles along the way, went hunting in the forest, or were accompanied by caravans. But one of the main ways to get supplies was to rob the civilians and the local nobles. This was also why the Brotherhood of No Flag didn't differentiate between lions and wolves when they killed. As long as they encountered soldiers who entered the village, they would kill without mercy. At this moment, Aegon's army was repeating what their ancestors had done countless times. The old crab came to the valley to admonish King Aegon, not to persuade him to love the people. In the Westeros, the cost of loving the people was too high. Even if the king wanted to, he couldn't afford to. But the king had to love the nobles. The old crab advised King Aegon, "It's fine if you rob the civilians, but why do you have to harass the nobles' castles?" King Aegon was helpless. It's said that soldiers are like combs. A few years ago, the land from the Trident River to the king's domain was cleaned up by lions and direwolves. The civilians ran to the king's landing to be sparrows. "If I can't get any more out of them, I can only target the nobles." The old crab muttered, "Your Highness, Dragon Queen is proficient in Valeglia's fire witchcraft. She must have her reasons for needing information about Stannis's camp. You should immediately contact Duke Jon. He's the Winterfell Lord and is most suitable to investigate this matter. At the same time, send a letter to Stannis and convey the Queen's intentions to him so that King Aegon won't be mistreated." Sansa looked approvingly at the old crab. This was an experienced strategist. "Count Sedega is right. I'll personally make a trip to Winterfell." "No, Winterfell's situation isn't clear. Your Highness, you can't get involved," a Valley noble advised. "My king is in Winterfell. How can I not make sure of his safety? Moreover, Winterfell is Stark's home. Losing a Stark son-in-law in the House of Stark is a great humiliation. I believe that the entire Northern Territory doesn't want Stark's eldest daughter to be humiliated in Winterfell." At the end of her speech, Sansa gritted her teeth slightly, and her expression and tone unconsciously carried a trace of resentment. She was indeed blaming Jon. Aegon was her husband. He could fail anywhere, but he couldn't be defeated in Winterfell. If she was the queen of the Northern Territory, this wouldn't have happened. The 13,000 elites of the Northern Territory and the Valley could have killed Stannis. However, Jon chose to remain neutral for the sake of illusory glory. I didn't want to either. It was supposed to be foolproof. Jon looked exhausted. There were dark circles under his eyes. He pulled his hair and didn't dare to look at his sister's reproachful eyes. Everything that happened that day was illogical. Melisandre's head was chopped off, and her body was burned. She shouldn't have been revived. Even if she was revived, she wouldn't have been able to harm the winged dragons in the sky. Aegon didn't let his guard down. He was at a safe altitude of 300 meters. Jon was remorseful, too, and bewildered. Like Sansa, he felt that the death of Stark's son-in-law in Winterfell was the greatest humiliation in the history of the House of Stark. But what could he do? How could a vassal kill the king? Wasn't that what Wade Fry did to Robb at the Red Wedding? He couldn't learn from Wade Fry. Remaining neutral was his bottom line. Sansa looked at Jon calmly. He sat in the seat that used to belong to his father. His beard was unkempt, and his eyes were red. He felt guilty. She didn't comfort him. She still needed someone to comfort her. Dany Rise wants to investigate whether there was a sacrifice at West Castle that day, she asked. Rhaenys Bolton is dead. Sansa's expression changed. She exclaimed, Dany Rise guessed it? Jon nodded and sighed. I had my suspicions too. After asking the servants, I found out that there were burn marks on the floor of the guest room's West Hall. What about Theon? Is he dead? Sansa asked worriedly. No, Rhaenys alone is enough. He was the king of the North for a while. He has the king's blood in him. Don't doubt, the little Skinner really has the king's blood. The rules of this world were strange. If you weren't a king, there was almost no value in a blood sacrifice. But once you were crowned king, even if it was only for a day, you and your descendants would have the king's blood in their veins. Therefore, Dany suspected that the king's blood was related to fate and the fate of the nation. The reason why the little Skinner and Theon were valued by Erlu was because of the king's blood. In other words, if Melisandre is willing, she can use Theon to cast another vicious curse? Sansa asked anxiously. Don't worry, I've made arrangements. Half of the soldiers guarding Theon are from the north. Jon comforted her. We shouldn't have handed the 2 captives to Stannis. At this point, Sansa suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, Did Stannis go back on his word? We agreed that the trial of Theon and Rhaenys had to be held in public. They couldn't be secretly sacrificed to the Light King. So what? Both sides fell out and officially declared war. Jon didn't think much of it. He broke his oath first, so you could naturally break your oath with him. This is Winterfell, the North, Sansa said faintly. Once again, Sansa made Jon feel like she was a stranger. He has hostages, Jon emphasized. Ransoming a captured noble is a tradition of Westeros. He can't refuse, Sansa said coldly. Then it depends on whether we can satisfy his request. I know that the North is poor, but Targaryen doesn't lack money. Dany Rise is even richer than a kingdom. Even if Stannis wants an overseas kingdom, she will satisfy him. Chapter 680. Since ancient times, there was a rule of not killing captives. But not all generals followed this rule. For example, Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, had cheated 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Then, how many nobles were there among the 400,000 Zhao soldiers? It was said that after the Battle of Chongping, everyone in Handan, from the officials to the commoners, wore mourning clothes. The god of slaughter was indeed the god of slaughter. Be it nobles or commoners, they were all killed. But in the Westeros, if Bai Qi dared to do this, his reputation would be worse than that of the rat chef. He might even be kicked down the hole by his own brothers. The reason was simple. Nobles were the ones who led the army in war, and there were always winners and losers in war. If you could kill someone else's nobles, they could kill your vassals too. The 7 kingdoms only had 9 dukes and a few hundred earls. After a few rounds of killing, they were all dead. If the nobles were all dead, would the commoners rule the 7 kingdoms? In fact, if Qin did not have a rank 20 military merit system, there would not have been cases of killing generals. Without the military merit system, there was no way for low-ranking officers to be promoted. The generals who led the soldiers were all nobles. Even if they won, they would keep their title. Of course, if they lost, they would want to keep their original title and status. Hence, there was a need to redeem captives. This was back to the old ways of the Westeros. For example, if the great John fought alongside Robb, whether he won or lost, whether his son died or not, he would remain the Earl of Hoothfire. His title and lands would not change. Since that was the case, why not be more gentlemanly? In the era where the nobles personally rode their chariots into battle, everyone was very particular about battlefield etiquette. Not to mention killing captives, they were not even allowed to use dangerous tricks. Everyone was soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. It was the safest for the noble generals to fight head-on and have a clear and orderly rhythm. If they wanted to use tactics, even the simplest attack halfway through, when chaos ensued, who would be able to differentiate between nobles, countrymen, and barbarians? Hence, even though Aegon was in Erlu's hands, he was still safe and had a chance to regain his freedom. Just like Dany, from the moment she captured Uluin to the subsequent series of wars. Even if she didn't kill every single Lannister she caught on Dragonstone Island, she still allowed his family to ransom him with money. If they were alive, they would ransom them, and if they were dead, they would return their corpses for free. However, Dany had asked for too high a price on Dragonstone Island. Lannister was not willing to be a sucker, so he had only redeemed the Earl and left the rest of the men to mine on Dragonstone Island. This time, with Aunt Dany backing her up, Sansa decided that even if Erlu offered her an unprecedented 1 million gold royals, she would get her husband back immediately. According to the normal price, Jaime Lannister would only be worth 300 to 500 gold royals, or at most 1,000 gold royals. Erlu did not go against tradition. He first allowed Jon to be Sansa's representative and visit Aegon, who had a bandage on his leg, in the luxurious cell that was converted from a guest room. Then, he talked to Sansa about the ransom. Both of my legs are broken, but I'm fine. He was still conscious when I came, and he told me to tell you don't worry and don't injure yourself. Sansa's eyes reddened when she heard this. She wiped her tears and asked, "Is your leg injury serious?" "It's a little serious." His left leg was only broken, but his right knee was crushed. "Ah," Sansa exclaimed. 2 streams of tears rolled down her big eyes, leaving 2 wet streaks on her white cheeks. She looked very pitiful. Jon said gently, "Don't worry." Sansa covered her face and cried, "How can I not worry? His knee is crushed. He's the bravest warrior of the 7 kingdoms. Is he going to end up like Villa?" "Villa? Who's that?" Jon was confused. "Villa Tyrell. He broke his knee in a duel with Prince Dorne Oberyn. Lady Olenna even wanted to arrange for Queen Sansa to marry Sir Villa," Brittany said. Well, Brittany was free, and Aunt May was not dead. The murderer was naturally innocent. Sansa glared at the ignorant White Knight. "You don't have to explain it so clearly." I didn't expect Sansa to have so many boyfriends when she went to the south. Jon thought to himself with a strange expression. First love with Emperor Yora, a crush on the Knight of Flowers, according to Janipal, a scandal with Villa. Sansa herself was looking forward to marrying Sir Cripple, a marriage to the imp, and a relationship with the heir Harry. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, he comforted her awkwardly. "Aegon said that you don't have to worry. He said that his aunt said that Dany Liss can heal his injury." "Yeah, it's different now. There's the 7 gods, Dany. Is Dany Liss okay? How about we go to King's Landing and ask Sparrow? Let's redeem Aegon first." "I don't need money." Erlu rejected directly. The negotiation took place in the drill ground in public. The soldiers on both sides couldn't hear the details of the negotiation, but they could watch the progress of the negotiation. Jon had lost most of his credibility with Erlu. He wouldn't go to Winterfell's main hall again. Sansa didn't want to risk going to Erlu's stone castle either, even if it was her home. However, Jon was still the middleman. Erlu and Sansa each led a few knights and sat facing each other. "What do you want? The Iron Throne?" Sansa mocked. "Why not?" Erlu looked serious. "I'm Robert's only legal heir. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, the Iron Throne belongs to me. Tell that to Cersei. I can't give you something we don't have, Sansa said calmly. Erlu's lips curled into a faint smile. You have two armies, one from Valley and the other from Storm's End Castle. 20,000 mixed infantry and cavalry from Valley are approaching Twilight Valley. The 25,000 soldiers from the Golden Legion, Dorne, and Stormlands are approaching King's Landing. I need the authority to command those two armies and take down King's Landing. If you submit to me, I'll release Aegon. Jon was shocked. You've already. That's not right. Even he, the ruler of the Northern Territory, didn't know about this. How did Erlu know? Before contacting Sansa, he didn't even know about Aegon. Before Jon could ask, Sansa's pretty face contorted. She shouted angrily, Have you gone crazy from thinking about the Iron Throne? You want us to help you build the Iron Throne and then submit to you? How can there be such a good deal? Your false king was captured by me, and this is my condition, Erlu said calmly. Royce pointed at Erlu and said angrily, He even knows about our army's latest movements. He must have planned this beforehand. Or perhaps, the conflict that day was his scheme. We fell into his trap. Erlu's gaze turned cold. He said mockingly, When you were plotting against me, you should have known that you would end up like this. Sansa's pupils contracted. He already knew about their plot against him, and he beat them at their own game, captured Aegon, and then took advantage of him? Who leaked the information? Sansa had a strong urge to look at her trusted aides and even Jon suspiciously, but she knew she couldn't do that. She resisted the urge and buried her suspicions in the bottom of her heart. Tell me, what happens after I help you take the Iron Throne? She asked softly with a hint of mockery on her lips. Erlu seemed to have a plan. Without any hesitation, he said calmly, Aegon's bloodline is mixed up. There is no place for him in the Seven Kingdoms. He must swear to leave the Westeros forever. Stannis, you've gone too far. Countess Medge clenched her fists and shouted angrily. A vein popped out on Sansa's forehead. The anger and resentment on her face were almost undisguised. Jon looked around. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. The Onion Knight frowned and whispered into Erlu's ear, Your Majesty, perhaps you can give Storm's End Castle. Littlefinger is dead. You can give him Hellenberg. Erlu thought about the hand of the king's suggestion seriously. He recalled the surrender conditions the imp gave him that day. It seemed that he was more generous than himself. I will give Aegon the title of Duke of Hellenberg, but he must be exiled. His eldest son can return to the Seven Kingdoms and inherit the title and land. Seeing Erlu's reluctant expression, Sansa's tense body suddenly relaxed. She asked with a smile, How do you plan to deal with Dragonstone Island? Erlu's eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, That has nothing to do with today's topic. Dragonstone Island was occupied by Dany, but in the Baratheon dynasty, Erlu was the rightful Duke of Dragonstone Island. Sansa's smile became more sincere. She asked again, What plans do you have for Dorne, the Valley, Hajin, and the Stormlands? This has nothing to do with me. If you don't make it clear, will the vassals of the True Dragon Alliance work for you? Erlu's jaw muscles bulged. He said in a deep voice, I will exercise the authority of the king according to the law. Their rights and obligations will be protected by the law. All right, I agree. Sansa nodded. Huh. Everyone around, including Erlu himself, was shocked. Sansa nodded again and confirmed, That's right. I agree to your conditions. I promise on behalf of my husband that we will hand over the military command of the True Dragon Alliance to Stannis. After Aegon regains his freedom, both of us will be exiled to a foreign land. Your Highness? Mormont, Gebbert, Royce, and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Sansa, you. Jon's eyes were filled with worry. You can go back and rest for a day. Negotiations can't be completed in a day. No need. Sansa turned around and looked at her trusted vassals. She said seriously, The foundation of the True Dragon Alliance is Aegon. If we don't agree to his conditions, he won't be free and the alliance will collapse. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we don't have a choice. This doesn't make sense. No one has ever held a king captive as ransom. Sir Royce's face was red as he shouted at Erlu. Davos looked at his lord worriedly. His lips moved. Your Highness, he spat out a word, but couldn't continue. What could he say? Exchanging a king for a kingdom is ridiculous. The people won't accept it, and the people are angry. Stop dreaming. How could he say that? Does Aegon have a kingdom? Erlu looked at the knights and asked with gritted teeth, Isn't Storm's End Castle Theon's? Or is he sitting on the Iron Throne now? He only has an alliance with a loose foundation. How can he be a king? From the moment I captured him, the so-called True Dragon Alliance was destined to be eliminated. As for the vassals of the alliance, you have already raised the banner of justice against Lannister. Now, you only have two choices. Retreat and wait for the Iron Throne to deal with you one by one. Or, join me and continue the unfinished crusade. No matter how weak His Highness Aegon's foundation is, with our support, he's 100 times stronger than you. Lannister is detestable, but if we only have two choices left, you and Cersei, we'd rather choose Cersei. Sir Royce couldn't help but say, Crack, crack. Chapter 681. In the Rebellion of the Four Kings, Renly had the support of Highgarden and Stormlands. He also had Tawistlang watching from the back. He had 20,000 cavalrymen and a total force of 60,000. His strength was the best among the feudal lords. As the Duke of Dragonstone Island, Erlu's fief was the same as Targaryen's before Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. He had Sitaga and Valerian as the main force and the small nobles on the nearby islands and peninsulas as support. He was the weakest among the five kings. Then, he invited Renly to eat a peach and plucked Renly's peach. He gained the support of almost all the nobles in Stormlands. Florin also led a group of nobles in River Bend. Today, the rebellion of the Four Kings seemed to be taking shape. Dragon Queen, Queen Cersei, Erlu, King Aegon, and the new young wolf master who wanted to be king but did not fight for the Iron Throne. Dragon Queen looked on coldly. Her gaze towards the Westeros was full of disdain. However, she was too big, and the people of Westeros didn't think that she didn't love the Iron Throne. Even though she wasn't in the Jianghu, the people of the Jianghu still spread her name in reverence. However, no matter how famous she insisted on being a bystander. She could barely be compared to King Balon. The second young wolf master was the same as the first young wolf master. He had the power to influence the situation, but because he did not have a clear goal, he was very timid. Cersei was an old player. Back then, she had the help of the little devil and Tywin. This time, she had the help of her dear husband. Even so, she was still guarding the King's Landing. King Aegon had part of the Dragon Queen's fame. He had also gained the allegiance of many feudal lords. His power was so strong that it was as if Renly was alive. Erlu was still so weak. His team of a few thousand people was still dispirited. Then, Erlu used the same trick again. He invited the strongest King Aegon to eat a peach. Now, he was skillfully plucking his peaches. Giving peaches and plucking peaches, he was very familiar with this skill. But then again, just like the last time when he plucked Lonley's peaches, the peaches themselves weren't necessarily willing to be plucked by him. On that day, Hiding Tyrell directly led his vassals back to his residence, and a small portion of the nobles of the Stormlands also dispersed. He even relied on sending out a second peach to take down the Storm's End fortress. Even though Erlu ate the peach, the defending general of the Storm's End fortress was unwilling to surrender. Then, Erlu treated him to a peach. Today, the nobles of the Vale also expressed their dissatisfaction that Erlu had taken them away. They even said that between Cersei and Erlu, they preferred Cersei. It's obvious that the nobles of the valley don't agree with you. Brynden Tully of Hajian is Lady Sansa's grandfather, and it was Aegon who helped him take revenge. There was also the Dornishmen. They had helped Aegon because of Princess Elia, and the Golden Legion could not be bribed. Your Majesty, your idea is very good, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. After the first round of negotiations, the Onion Knight expressed his concerns as soon as he returned to the guest castle. Davos, you are my hand of the king. I will not hide my thoughts from you. Erlu walked to the window and looked at the huge pterosaur that was nailed to the ground. He sighed and said, "Time waits for no man. The thing that should not have appeared has appeared. Originally, with the support of the Iron Treasury, I could have easily recruited mercenaries, and then with the support of Jon Stark, I would have gone south to the neck. First, I would have taken down River Delta City and seized a large amount of food and wealth as military supplies. Just like what Aegon did, I heard that they had obtained millions of gold royals and hundreds of thousands of tons of food from River Delta City. This batch of military supplies is enough to cover the expenses of 100,000 soldiers for 2 years, and it would be more than enough to take down the King's Landing. Judging Walter Frey would also be able to win the hearts of the nobles in Hudgian and the northern region and gain their loyalty. Then, my 20,000 mercenaries would disembark from Blackwater Bay. I would definitely win. However, Aegon's sudden appearance not only disrupted my plans, but also directly threatened my life. So, this is my only choice, my only chance. Maybe not all of the 45,000 soldiers of the True Dragon Alliance will join me, but if half of them join, it would be enough. Actually, only a third of Renly's inheritance was inherited by Erlu. The rest had all fled. Therefore, Erlu did not want to take all of King Aegon's inheritance. Although the peach was small, it was better than nothing. Your Majesty. Davos looked at the king with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. Finally, the Onion Knight lowered his head. I'm not a qualified hand of the king, I've always hated the red-robed woman and wanted to get rid of your subordinates because she would only lead you into the abyss. But now, I'm not as useful to you as she is to you. No, Davos, it's time for you to show your talent. Erlu turned his head and excitedly placed his right hand on the Prime Minister's shoulder. He sincerely requested, I need your strength. Help me. What can I do? The Onion Knight looked up and saw the anticipation and trust in the king's eyes. He was touched but also confused. Davos, don't underestimate yourself. You have a very unique charm. You've persuaded me many times when I was angry, and you've persuaded Count Mandler when the situation was extremely unfavorable. Even Melisandre was impressed by your courage and integrity. Your eloquence, insight, wisdom, affinity, and noble character are unmatched in the Seven Kingdoms. Upright people will see your merits and be moved by your sincerity. I need you to go to King's Landing and find the leaders of the True Dragon Alliance. Persuade Bronze John, the Golden Group, and Dornyaline. Seeing the sincerity and trust in Erlu's face, the Onion Knight's eyes became wet. Your Majesty, I'll do my best, but... He turned his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, If I take a fast ship, it'll take me a month to reach King's Landing. There's not enough time. He didn't say that he could travel 1,000 miles in a day. The Westeros didn't have any official relay stations. If it was peacetime, he might be able to buy a few useless horses from a roadside inn. But now that the war was chaotic, he didn't dare to travel alone. Crippled people, bandits, brothels, unemployed farmers, wild beasts, we have it. Erlu pointed at the Black Death in the courtyard. Pterosaur? Davos exclaimed. I don't have true dragon blood. How can I ride a pterosaur? Also, Balerian's master isn't dead. How can we take control of it? Pterosaur knights don't need true dragon blood. That Aegon. I suspect that Varys swapped his relatives. At least, Tyrion definitely doesn't have true dragon blood. As for control, you have Melisandre to thank. She was able to break Dany and Ryze's Holy Knight seal. Erlu smiled proudly. You broke it? Davos asked expectantly. Not yet. I need a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Davos's expression changed. He couldn't help but think of Skinner, who had struggled and wailed in the flames that day. Your Majesty, you went back on your promise and secretly burned Theon to death. The people of the Northern Territory are unhappy. If you sacrifice Theon, I'm afraid that even Duke John will be disloyal. Theon is his father's adopted son and his sworn brother. Davos said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph, that ingrate. He's disloyal. Without his consent, would Aegon dare to attack me in Winterfell? The veins on Erlu's neck bulged as he gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, Sansa is his sister. You can't let a vassal betray his family's interests, Davos advised. Are the vassals' vows of loyalty to their king nothing? Erlu said angrily. Your Majesty, during the War of the Usurpers, you were a vassal of the Mad King. The Mad King even wanted to kill Robert and confer you the title of Duke of Storm's Rest Fort. But you didn't hesitate to side with your eldest brother. You gave up the temptation of being conferred the title of Duke and chose to cut down to more. You shouldn't be jealous of Duke John. Instead, you should understand him, admire him, praise him, and rely on him. He's far more loyal to the king than you were. If you were in Duke John's position and Sansa was replaced by Robert, he would have led the Northern Territory Army to attack us. Even if we hit 100 Melisandre, it wouldn't be enough. Erlu widened his eyes and glared murderously at his prime minister. Davos was calm and didn't avert his gaze. Crunch, crunch, Erlu's square jaw trembled as he ground his teeth. After a long while, Erlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Only you would dare to say that. But you're right. I can't ask my vassal to do something that I can't do. If we don't sacrifice Theon, we can use his sister, Asha. Onion Knight's expression changed again. Your Majesty, Asha is the Duke's daughter. She even used a precious steel dagger to redeem herself. You can't kill her. Then what do you think we should do? Davos's face suddenly turned pale. Can we replace quality with quantity? He asked weakly. Sansa's side was also very lively. As soon as she returned to the main hall of the castle, a group of nobles loyal to Aegon immediately surrounded her and tried to persuade her. Queen Sansa, there's no precedent for this in the Westeros, Countess Meji said. It wasn't easy to form the True Dragon Alliance. The Iron Throne is right in front of us. We can't let a villain get it so easily. Sir Andor Royce was almost wailing. His father, Bronze John, had led an army of 20,000 in the valley for thousands of miles and finally got close to King's Landing. The fruit was about to ripen. He really didn't want anyone to take the peach. Your Majesty, you should go directly to King's Landing. Wait for us to take the Iron Throne. Wait for you to give birth to a prince. Wait for the Dragon Queen to end the war at Slaver's Bay. Stannis will have no choice but to release King Aegon. Count Gabe gave a wise suggestion. Sansa shook her head firmly and said, if it was someone else who captured Aegon, I might be able to negotiate slowly, but Stannis, that heretic is almost crazy. Lunatics can't be judged by common sense. Although he's a little difficult to get along with, he's not. Jon mumbled. Actually, I always thought he was crazy. Tormund, the giant's bane, mumbled. Are you really going to give up the Iron Throne and exile yourself? Meji frowned. To be honest, the Northerners didn't like Aegon that much. However, Aegon's queen was Stark, so they naturally favored him. In other words, Erlu's charisma was too low, so no one liked him. In the current Seven Kingdoms, Erlu, Cersei, and Aegon were fighting for supremacy. Aegon wasn't doing well, but Erlu and Cersei were two weirdos who could turn a dogtail flower into a crimson pearl immortal herb. Sansa glanced at the nobles in the hall and said firmly, Aegon is not only my king, but also my husband and the father of my children. For him, I can't agree to any excessive request from Stannis. The nobles were filled with respect. Besides, Aunt Dany is about to end the war at Slaver's Bay. I don't believe that she won't seek justice for us. Jon and the others' faces twisted. Chapter 682. Roar, the shrill cries of the beasts reverberated throughout Winterfell. Sansa and the others looked at each other in shock. The glass windows rattled, as if the thick brick walls of the main castle were shaking slightly. Pterosaur. It's the roar of a pterosaur. Sansa suddenly stood up and ran to the window. Balerion. It's the Black Death Balerion. What did Stannis do to it? Roar. The pterosaur's angry roar was like the sound of a truck horn. It was deafening, and the people in the main castle hundreds of meters away couldn't help but cover their ears. Following that, a large number of humans began to wail and cry for help. Rumble, ka ka ka, the building collapsed, followed by the sound of falling bricks. When Jon and the others reached the entrance of the West City Castle, they had no choice but to stop. The 50-meter-long pterosaur took up almost half of the backyard. Its huge body was like a city wall. No, not a city wall, but a huge stone roller. The pterosaur was covered in blood. No one knew whether it was its own blood or the soldiers who had been crushed to death. Its wings were tattered, and it could not fly. It could only go crazy and roll around the yard like a stone roller. Its wings, which were full of holes, beat the ground and everything around it. The mercenaries that Erlu had placed in the courtyard were like grains on a threshing field, being crushed mercilessly by a huge stone roller. They used swords, spears, and crossbows to attack it, but they were unable to cause any fatal injuries. If the pterosaur touched them, they would either be flattened like mosquitoes that had their fill of blood in the summer, or like dragonflies with broken wings that were thrown into the air by children in the autumn. The blazing red heart cloak was mixed with red minced meat, greenish-brown intestines, and white bone stubble. It was spread out and printed in the black wet mud. The surrounding buildings were also affected. The stables, warehouses, and other low buildings near the courtyard were like lumps of dirt in front of the stone roller. Even after being jolted by the stone roller, they were still crushed. The huge stone castle was still quite stable. It only shook a few times, causing the glass and tiles to shatter. Cracks appeared on the walls, but it did not collapse. Dust flew in the courtyard, and the noise shook the heavens. It was like a scene from a monster movie turned into reality. 7 levels of hell. Jon's eyes widened, his gray eyeballs trembling slightly. What happened? Ha ha ha, you bunch of daring clowns. You actually want to steal my Balerion? Aegon! Your Majesty Aegon! Sansa and the other nobles exclaimed. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the guest room castle, the crippled Aegon was being held down by several knights of red heart of blazing flames. He was facing the pterosaur. No one knew what he was doing. Aegon! Tears welled up in Sansa's eyes. Ignoring the danger in the courtyard, she ran to the balcony and shouted at Aegon. Sansa? Aegon lowered his head and saw his wife. He was happy at first, but then he hurriedly shouted, Sansa, leave this place quickly. Balerion has been driven mad by the red-robed woman. I can't control him either. Leave quickly. Sansa, be careful. Jon, Tormund, Meiji and the others rushed over with a giant shield, protecting Sansa in the center. Then, they quickly rushed into the guest room castle. The giant shield could not block the pterosaur's roller, but it could block the falling bricks, tiles, broken wood, intestines, organs, and a head that had died with its eyes wide open. Make the pterosaur stop, or we'll kill you. The pockmarked knight was furious. He grabbed Aegon's clothes and roared. Jon, Sansa, and the others rushed to the 2nd floor. Before they could enter Aegon's bedroom, they were blocked by a group of knights of red heart of blazing flames. Separated by a bedroom that was 40 to 50 square meters, they saw Sir Richard grabbing Aegon's collar and shouting rudely on the balcony opposite. Bastard, even if he's a regular knight. After being captured, he should be respected as a noble. His Majesty Aegon is the king, and you treat him like this? Big Jon roared. Like an angry lion, he raised his shield and rushed in. Before he charged at the knights of red heart of blazing flames, he secretly gave Meiji, Gilbert, and the others a look. Meiji and the others were really naive, unlike him, who was picky and did not understand the meaning of the look. On the other hand, Jon and Sansa. Sansa almost had the same thought as Big Jon. Take advantage of the chaos to rescue King Aegon. Jon, on the other hand, saw Big Jon's strange look, and saw him shrink his tall body behind the shield and charge with all his might, instead of being angry and beating people randomly. Only then did Jon roughly guess Big Jon's intention. He looked around in confusion, wondering if he should be sneaky for once and steal his brother-in-law out. Then, he saw Erlu leading a large group of knights and striding over from the corner. Cough, cough, Count Amber, don't be rash. Report this to King Stannis and let him handle it. He quickly went forward and pulled back Big John, who had charged into the bedroom like a bull. Well, John Amber was a big man who was more than 1 meters tall. His body was covered with thick muscles, and he looked like a giant bear that was intimidating. He was ferocious and terrifying. He had single-handedly pierced through a team of 20 knights of red heart of blazing flames. If Erlu had come a few minutes later, he might have been able to rescue Aegon. It was not against tradition for captives to escape from prison or be rescued by their own people. But if they were caught, they would lose the treatment of nobles. If it was light, they would be beaten up. If it was heavy, their limbs would be chopped off or even killed. After Erlu brought his men to stabilize the chaotic situation in the room, Aegon had a smug smile on his face. He said calmly, "It's useless even if you kill me. It's useless for anyone but my aunt to come. Even if I don't kill you, can I kill it?" Erlu said coldly. Aegon's expression changed several times. He said dejectedly, "Send me down and get closer. At least let the Black Death God leave Winterfell." "Your Majesty, the pterosaur has gone mad. It's too dangerous." "Don't go," Sansa said in shock. Aegon tapped his forehead and said proudly and bitterly, "Don't worry, the Paladin's seal in my mind hasn't shattered. Aunt Dany was right. Other than her, no deity can take away the mounts from us dragon knights." After Aegon left under the protection of hundreds of knights, Sansa shouted angrily at Erlu, "Do you still have the honor of a noble? Nobles have the right to redeem their swords and mounts. We were talking about the ransom, and I agreed to your request. How can you steal my husband's pterosaur?" This was also the truth. Just like when Dany participated in the tournament and defeated a knight, she could choose one of the spoils of war from the other party's armor, weapon, or horse. However, as long as the other party paid the ransom, she had to hand over the spoils of war. This was because most of the time, knights wore ancestral armor that had been passed down for generations in battle. To you, it was the value of the armor itself. To a defeated knight, it had a very special meaning, even representing the family's honor. For example, Stark's ice and John's bronze armor. Old John was a traditional knight who loved to participate in tournaments and was brave enough to participate in real wars. It was impossible for him to never lose in his life, but his ancestral bronze armor had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. After Eid's death, Tyrion had thought of returning ice to Winterfell after the war ended. But when the rebellion of the Four Kings subsided, Robb died, and Stark had no descendants. Thus, Tywin took over ice. Because it was against the rules and he was afraid that others would gossip, the Elder Lions secretly found Master Torb Mott to reforge the sword. At this time, not many people knew that the Oathkeeper's sword and Widow's Howl came from ice. At least, Sansa, who had been staying in the Red Keep, did not know. She kept asking Tyrion, "Where is my father's sword?" "Your Majesty Stannis, you really shouldn't have done this." John's expression was ugly. Erlu glared at him, his expression even uglier. A savage wearing a sealskin coat said with disdain, "When we saw the power of your red sword in Dark Castle, we all asked the Dragon Queen why she returned the sword to you and why she didn't steal it for herself. But she said, 'There are many things in the world that I love. Do you want to steal them all?' A person should abide by the most basic moral principles." At that time, I secretly laughed at her for being stupid. After comparing my actions with yours today, I realized that there is such a big difference between kings. He was called Davian, nicknamed the Seal Skinner. The 2,000 savages who surrendered were led by 2 Kiliarchs, who were his and the giant's nemesis, Tormund. When the Dragon Queen activated the Red Sword, Tormund was still playing hide-and-seek outside the Great Wall, while Davian entered the Great Wall and became a Chiliarch. "How dare you? Is this the attitude you should have towards a king?" Erlu was speechless. His king's hand, Davos, immediately stood up to defend the king's dignity. "Bah, I am a savage from the Great Wall. The king outside the Great Wall is Mance, and the king inside the Great Wall is Danny Rice. That's what we discussed back then. Davian spat and sneered. The Onion Knight ignored the barbarian and turned to the nobles. Let me ask you, when you are on the march to war and need to kill horses to fill your stomachs, will you pedantically keep the war horses that you captured? How is that the same? Meiji said unhappily. Eating is a must, but will we die if we don't ride dragons? Yes, we will die, Davos said seriously. The news of His Majesty Aegon's capture has not spread yet, but the two armies of the True Dragon Alliance are about to attack the King's Landing. If His Majesty Aegon does not arrive, the Alliance's morale will definitely drop. There may even be a risk of disbanding. That is why I must rush to the King's Landing immediately. Becoming a winged dragon knight is the best and most urgent choice. What does that have to do with us? Don't dream of the Iron Throne if you don't have the ability, Sansa said sarcastically. Davos sighed bitterly in his mind, but said seriously, don't forget that His Majesty Aegon's ransom is the right to command the two armies and your loyalty to him after he ascends the Iron Throne. If I can't complete my mission, your ransom will not be fulfilled and His Majesty Aegon will not be released. What do you take us for? Clay dolls that you can knead as you please? Sansa's blue eyes flashed with murderous intent. Davos turned his head away, ashamed. His soul felt like it was being boiled in a pot of oil, but his face was as cold as ice. Stannis is my king, my god. I am willing to give up everything for him. This is his only chance. I will help him grasp it, even if it means losing my honor. Your Majesty, the foundation of the ransom is profit. If you only have the right to command in name but can't command a single soldier, then the right to command is worth less than a copper coin. Even Jon couldn't help but frown. You're making things difficult for him, making trouble for no reason. The ransom is only to hand over the right to command. Whether the commanders listen or not, and whether they can take the King's Landing has nothing to do with Sansa and His Majesty Aegon. Because if they hand over the right to command and announce their self-exile, they will no longer be the king and queen of the commanders. How will they command their vassals? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.